Jagaban. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Food they want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver we want them. The same people will give us Jagaban. Now the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They want us to touch Jagaban government, but let people everywhere. Yo, 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 eh. Buhari finish in 8 years. Jagaban go finish in 8 years. We know they for church. Yo, yo, eh, eh. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Cause even we want them. Our mama, papa want them. The silver we want them. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My country people, me and you don't say to change Nigeria overnight. It don't be my mind.
They fear one name, not because he's noisy, but because he's solid. The only candidate they truly want out of this race is Atiku Abubakar, because they fear him. They think pressure will stop him from contesting. They are pushing a campaign that says he has been running and losing. He should not contest. 20 the man is early. But listen well, Nigeria. Since when did persistence become a crime? Since when did courage become an insult? Since when did experience become a disqualification? They want Atiku out because they know he can win. Across the north, across the south, across the lines they cannot cross. If he ran before, it means he is ready. If he tried before, it means he is strong. Only cowards quit in silence. Champions return when history calls. So let the people speak, let the millions rise, let the call go forth. Atiku must contest, Atiku must run. Let all Nigerian people lift this call loud and clear, in words and poetry and song, in spirit and in fire. Our demand is simple, our message is united. Atiku must run. He's loved by millions across Southeast, Southwest, South, and the North. Nigeria needs him, Nigeria wants him, and history is waiting. Atiku must run, Atiku must run.
For
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Benyile nílùú ni, bí àwàlà nílùú ni, ìpàdé jikini, odojo ibo. Do you know what that means? If the town belongs to you or the city belongs to us, we will decide that at the ballot box. Benyile nílùú ni, báwàlà nílùú ni, ìpàdé jikini, ìpàdé dojo ibo. So all that. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and how are you? I hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. The glory of that day continues for... do you hear... I don't know, do you hear my background noise? Sometimes I'm quite conscious of... Yeah, sometimes I'm quite conscious that all of the background, because this microphone is so sensitive, you know, I've gone through so many of these things. If I show you the PAL, I've gone through endless computers, I've gone through endless endless headphones and whatnot. Technology is not my friend, you know. I'm a curmudgeon from the 1804, so technology is, you know, it's something I'm still grappling with. You know, I was around when we had Motorola. Do you remember the flip Motorola? So that's how far back I go. So good day to you, good to be your company and all that. And by the way, if you were around when we had the flip, do you know that was the first mobile phone, by the way, for people. I'm sure a lot of people don't actually know that, because I suspect that it's a younger generation that interacts with this space. But the first phone was actually called a brand called Motorola. I'm not quite sure what happened to it. It had quite a stumpy little antenna, which is quite short and stumpy, and then it was a flip phone. And then in those days, Star Trek was the thing. It looked and felt like something out of Star Trek, like science fiction. But now, of course, a phone now is like a machine, isn't it? You know, a lot of people have built fortunes off just the back of a mobile phone. Do you know there's a Ghanaian guy, just to digress for a moment, do you know there's a Ghanaian guy called Wada Maya? He calls himself Wada Maya. He just opened up his phone and started to stream. And then before you do it, he was meeting presidents and building estates all over Ghana. You know, so I don't even know how I landed there, but good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you're having have I said that? The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to do so, please do so. Click on the like Kenny button. Kenny, click on the like button. I'll have a sip of water to give you a moment to click on like. You know, I go through quite a lot of water. I've got 2 bottles here. You see, this one has ice, and this one is like the refill. So, you know, extra. Anyway, what do you care about all this nonsense? But yeah. So yes, click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you click on that, it will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. That's how that goes. So click on like, and on, because we stream to a multiplicity of platforms. We're all over social media. There's no platform that we're not on. So on whichever platform you're listening to us from, rather, is it or on which platform you are listening to us from, or with, or whatever the adjective is, or whichever you are interacting with this platform from, then do the necessary subscribe or whatever it is. Just follow. Follow is the best request for that. My hands look a bit I don't know what's all that. You see all your gremlins on the screen, don't you? You see all of your anyway. Look at that. I feel like a conjurer somewhat. Is this some sort of abracadabra? And by the way, say hello to me in the comment section as well. You know, I'm a sensitive soul, you know, and I have no friends. So let me feel as though there's somebody that loves me out there for the moment we spend together. Say hello to me. Let me know where you're joining us from so I can acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links as widely as you can. Say hello in the comment section. So do all those things if you would, please, on all of the platforms that you're joining from. So as ever, there's a multitude of so many things going on. Did you know that they've just now, and this wasn't even going to be part of the headline, by the way, but do you know that they've now elevated 68 new people into senior advocate of Nigeria status? So how many sons do we have in Nigeria? They're not doing it not on a meritorious basis, but on the basis of our quota system. It's annoying. It should be a rare privilege, you know. Being a son should be one of the most difficult things to attain. But they just seem to elevate any and everybody to being a son. This wasn't even part of the headline, so I just saw it in passing now. So let me just bring it up quickly. Can you see that? 68 lawyers elevated to SAN rank. I mean, how many SANs? Let me actually check that now. We shouldn't have more than 100 SANs in Nigeria. You know, they should be extremely expensive and they should be extremely competent. How many senior advocates do we have in the Nigerian legal system? The only senior advocate I want to say now is Ogbeni. 900. We have 900. Nigeria has over 900 senior advocates with official records from the body of senior advocates of Nigeria showing 956 registered members. The rank is a special title given to top lawyers and law teachers. So 956 seems to be the sum. And then if you add now this new quota, we will have, it cannot be right, can it, that we have in excess of 1,000 senior advocates in Nigeria. Then every other lawyer is a senior advocate, and there will be a lot of bokis. This is the list of names. Ibrahim Genda Adamu. So he knows nothing about law to be a senior advocate. Jude Okafor, he knows nothing about law to be a senior advocate. Godwin Achibong Umar, Esquire. So it's a quota system they seem to be using. Sunday Samuel Obende, so he knows nothing about law to be a senior advocate. Adebayo Olugbenga, Adara Legbe, so he might well know something. I think he may be, well, some qualifications there. Jimson Ojovi, so that one is from the South, so I don't even know that they know anything about anything, never mind being a senior advocate. Olalekon Bade John, so even that double barrel name qualifies him as a senior advocate. Olaotan Olusegun Esquire, Philemion Adafi. The name doesn't even sound like a human being, never mind. It's like a quota system, something they seem to be doing there. But that's that one right there. So yes, it's a quota system, something they seem to be doing there. And by the way, are people sharing the links? You should be sharing the links. You know, we keep complaining that we don't get traffic, but then you people don't share the links. If you don't share the links, then how are we going to get to the traffic? Share the links as widely as you can, if you would, please. Especially the people on Facebook. Share the links on Facebook. All right. So that's that one right there. Where are we coming at it from? Where are we? Let's come at it from here. All right. Let's go on from that. We seem to have started, though, so we just carry on. So let's go from that one to this one. Tinubu expands Nigerian army to 12. Tinubu expands Nigerian army to 12 divisions, approves 28,000 new recruits. So I don't think 28,000 new recruits is quite the answer that we're looking for, because I think there's a digit missing from that figure. So there's a digit missing. No, it should be reading like 280,000, not 28,000. What will 28,000 do to ameliorate anything that is going on in that country? Tinubu expands Nigerian army to 12,000 divisions, approves 28,000 new recruits. President Bola Tinubu has approved the expansion of the Nigerian army from 8 to 12 divisions, alongside the recruitment of 28,000 additional personnel as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture and improve military effectiveness across the country. The approval was disclosed in a statement issued on Thursday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. So Bayo Onanuga has actually settled into that role because he was replacing Ajuri Ngalali, and Ajuri Ngalali was quite effective. And I wondered because Bayo Onanuga is somewhat staid and a bit passé, a bit old school, and you wondered if he was equipped for the fast pace of contemporary news handling. But it seems to marry technology with experience quite effectively. So it's doing a lot better than I anticipated. President Bola Tinubu has approved the expansion of the Nigerian army from 8 to 12 divisions, alongside the recruitment of 28,000 additional personnel as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture and improve military effectiveness across the country. The approval was disclosed in a statement issued on Thursday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. According to the Presidency, the move reflects the administration's commitment to enhancing the operational capacity of the armed forces and addressing Nigeria's evolving security challenges. So I don't think 28,000, it doesn't, I mean, 28,000, Nigeria, actually, let me actually check that. What's the strength of the, no, should I say numerical strength? Numerical strength of the Nigerian army. What's the numerical strength of the Nigerian army? It says the numerical strength of the Nigerian army is estimated at roughly 65 to 100,000 active soldiers as part of the broader active army estimated around 65. I hope it's not. Total armed forces 280,000 active personnel across the army, Navy, and Air Force. No wonder we have insecurity. If we have 230,000, that's across the board, by the way. If we have 65,000 soldiers looking after a country of near 300 million people, according to their dubious statistics, no wonder then we're in the position that we're in. It's just nonsense, isn't it? Oh, all right. According to the Presidency, the move reflects the administration's commitment to enhancing the operational capacity of the armed forces and addressing Nigeria's evolving security challenges. The expansion forms part of a broader military modernization program that includes the acquisition of critical military platforms and equipment, improvement in troop welfare, and sustained support for operational readiness. It says this includes approval for the recruitment of 28,000 additional personnel, acquisition of critical military platforms and equipment, improvement in troop welfare, and ongoing support for operational readiness and force modernization, the statement reads. Under the new structure, the Nigerian Army would operate 12 divisions strategically located across the country. One division headquarters, that will be in Kaduna. So one division headquarters will be in Kaduna, will be based in Kaduna, but oversight Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa. Two division headquarters will be headquartered in Ibadan, and it will cover Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, and Ondo. Three division headquarters will be headquartered in Jos, and it will cover Plateau, Bauchi, and Gombe. The 5 division headquarters will headquarters in Makurdi, Benue, Nasarawa, and Kogi State. 6 division headquarters headquartered in Port Harcourt, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. 7 division headquarters, Maiduguri, covers Borno and Yobe State. Yeah, I'm waiting to get to Lagos. So 8 division headquarters, Sokoto headquartered, covers Sokoto, Kebbi, and Zamfara State. 9 division headquarters, Ilorin, covers Kwara and Niger State. 10 division headquarters, Jalingo, covers Taraba and Adamawa State. And then 81 division headquarters, so it's go from 10 to 81. That will be based in Lagos, and it covers Lagos and Ogun State. 82 based in Enugu, and that covers the Igbo states. 83 headquartered in Benin City, Edo, Delta, and Bayelsa. So the president, so it's gone from 8 to 12. Is that what they've said? Is that what and what does that actually mean in actual improvement of security terms? Yeah, it's gone from 8 to 12, but what does that actually mean in terms that actually affects our well-being? The presidency stated the creation of new divisions in Makurdi, Ilorin, Jalingo, and Benin City is expected to strengthen command and control structures, decentralize operational decision-making, enhance border security, and improve the protection of critical national infrastructure. The new formations are also expected to bolster counter-insurgency operations, support internal security efforts, and enable faster military responses to emerging threats across the country. According to Ononuga, the implementation of the new force structure will be carried out in 2 phases. The first phase, which includes the establishment of the 5th, 9th, and 10th divisions, and the reorganization of existing formations, is expected to be completed by September 2026. So, which is what, a couple of months from now. The second phase, covering the establishment of the 83rd division and the second phase, covering the establishment of the 83rd division and additional restructuring, is scheduled for completion by December. President Tinubu also commended the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Ibrahim Shaibu. Is that a Yoruba name? Waidi Ibrahim, the Chief of Army Staff. If the Chief of Army Staff, that sounds like a North Central sort of a name. Waidi. I don't think the Northerners bear Waidi as a first name. Waidi Ibrahim Shaibu, as well as officers and soldiers. President Tinubu commended the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Ibrahim Shaibu, as well as officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army for their dedication and professionalism in safeguarding the country. He reaffirmed the administration's commitment to continued investment in the armed forces to ensure they remain well-equipped, motivated, and capable, etc., etc. So that's the etc., etc. that tells us then that that the army has been they've created an additional, so from 8 to an additional 4 divisions, and they are recruiting an additional 28,000 personnel, but that is still an under recruitment. There's a digit missing, like I said, from that number right there. So let's go from that to this one. Tinubu comments, not Tinubu, Trump comments Tinubu over fight against terrorism, protection of Christians. So that was going to. We were actually going to run this one yesterday, but yes, we were actually going to run this one yesterday, but I just bailed out of it, because I was overtaken by other events. So this one will go like a dagger. It will go like a dagger through the heart of the opposition space. Trump comments Tinubu over fight because Atiku has been lobbying quite aggressively in the United States to try and undermine the Tinubu administration. And as soon as his lobby group are trying to penetrate the Trump administration, Trump sends in this letter to comment Tinubu. Trump comments Tinubu over fight against terrorism, protection of Christians. United States President Donald Trump has commended President Bola Tinubu for what he described as his decisive leadership in tackling terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria, particularly attacks on Christian communities. Trump conveyed the commendation in a letter dated July the 6th, 2026 to Tinubu, the details of which were made public on Wednesday in a statement issued by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. So they made sure that, you see, these are part of the lobbying works that the lobby group is doing, by the way. The lobby group, I think they would have renewed their contract because the lobby group that Tinubu commissioned, that the Nigerian state itself actually commissioned, is doing an excellent job. We saw very quickly how they got Remi Tinubu into the White House to the point that she was being invited to tea by Melania Trump. We saw that. And then we've seen all these now favorable commentaries coming out of the presidency in the United States towards the Tinubu administration. Now they have made Trump write this letter. Of course, he would not have written it by himself, but he would have appended the signature to it. So these are the works of the lobby group that was commissioned by the Nigerian state. So this is what they are doing. United States President Donald Trump has commended President Bola Tinubu for what he described as his decisive leadership in tackling terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria, particularly attacks on Christian communities. Trump conveyed the commendation in a letter dated July the 6th, 2026, to Tinubu, the details of which were made public on Wednesday in a statement issued by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. In the letter titled, President Trump lauds President Tinubu's decisive leadership against terrorists, Trump praised Tinubu's effort to address security challenges and reaffirm the United States commitment to supporting Nigeria's fight against terrorism. And with this United States commitment to supporting Nigeria, it comes with equipment, because it's either they will gift or sell to Nigeria equipment that will further strengthen that fight against terrorism. We saw it with the bunch of kits that the Americans sent a few months ago. We also saw it with when Trump came in and he sold Buhari the Tucano fighter jets. So usually with this sort of endorsement comes actual real kit and equipment to fight this insurgency. In the letter titled, President Trump lauds President Tinubu's decisive leadership against terrorism. Trump praised Tinubu's efforts to address security challenges and reaffirmed the United States commitment to supporting Nigeria's fight against terrorism. Thank you for your thoughtful letter. Your kind words means a great deal to me, and I appreciate your decisive leadership on behalf of the Nigerian people. So is that Tinubu's thank you note? Thank you for your thoughtful letter. So that would be Tinubu sending a thank you for. I wonder if Trump would then send him a letter thanking him for thanking him, and they can go back and forth. You know this Chinese kowtow. Do you know when they say kowtow? You know, the Chinese have a kowtowing system. When they bow their head, you know, they bow their heads to greet each other. The Chinese, they call that kowtowing. It can go on endlessly. So Trump sends Tinubu a letter to commend him. Tinubu sends Trump a letter to thank him for commending him. Trump sends him a letter to thank him for that, and they can go back and forth like a Chinese kowtowing. So that's that. I wonder what we're making of that. That's obviously a lobbyist. That was obviously a lobbied for letter. All right, let's pick it up from here. In the letter titled President Trump lauds President Tinubu's decisive leadership against terrorism, Trump praised Tinubu's efforts to address security challenges and reaffirmed the United States' commitment to supporting Nigeria's fight against terrorism. Thank you for your thoughtful letter. Your kind words means a great deal to me, and I appreciate your decisive leadership on behalf of the Nigerian people. I applaud your resolve to tackle the issues plaguing your nation, especially the violence affecting Christian communities, and it is a true honor to stand with you in the fight against terrorists and make the Federal Republic of Nigeria stronger and more prosperous, Trump wrote. The statement said Trump described the relationship between both countries as critical at a time when security challenges have spread across West Africa. The United States-Nigeria relationship is crucial at a time when conflict has spread across West Africa and around the world. And we both share a mutual goal of confronting terrorism in all its forms. And our historic US-Nigeria 2026 Defense Cooperation Roadmap has established a robust framework to establish this feat. So it looks like quite a detailed letter from Trump, actually. Trump also highlighted ongoing defense cooperations between the two countries, noting that the United States had deployed special operation forces to support Nigeria's military. I am proud to have deployed the United States Special Operation Forces amongst the most elite military units anywhere in the world to equip the brave men and women in the armed forces of Nigeria with the skills, tools, and intelligence they need to protect your homeland and ensure the safety and security of citizens, particularly those of faith who have been under attack. I look forward to our continued discussion over the course of my presidency, he stated. According to the presidency, Nigeria and the United States have strengthened security cooperations in recent months following the establishment of a joint working group co-chaired by the national security advisors of both countries. The statement added that the partnership has focused on training, intelligence sharing, and joint operations against terrorists. It also said one of the outcomes of the collaboration was the May 16 coordinated operations against ISIS hideouts in the Lake Chad region, which reportedly resulted in the killing of the group's top leader, etc., etc. So that's the etc., etc. That was the letter from Trump to Tinubu. So as I said, that would have gone like a dagger through the heart of the opposition opposition spaces. Maybe the obedience will start. Do you remember when they were attacking was it Chicago State University? When they were attacking their email address, maybe the obedience will start attacking the Americans. Let them go to the White House and attack them. I defy you to do that. I defy you to go and start attacking the... what's happening? Am I frozen? Can anybody hear me? What's going on? Am I still... All right, there I am. All right. Where do we want to be next? Are we okay? Well, with this Oyo State story, I'm not sure what's going on with my system. Oyo Governor Makinde hands over power to deputy reasons emerge. All right. Well, it probably be some. Oyo Governor Makinde hands over power to deputy reasons emerge. The Oyo State House of Assembly has granted Governor Seyi Makinde permission to proceed. Okay, annual leave. Which begins August the 10th and runs through to September the 11th, with the governor expected to be back in office on the 14th. Well, that means nothing. So that's that. I thought it was for reasons of ill health. That was why I brought it forward. There was one. Oh yes, there's this piece by Ted Cruz that counters that letter from Trump. Instead of addressing persecution, Nigeria launched PR campaign as Senator Ted Cruz. So hopefully this is coming out of Ted Cruz, but you have to be a bit dubious about all these things. It may well be coming out of Radio Biafra. Instead of addressing persecution, Nigeria launched PR campaign. This attribution goes to the United States Senator Ted Cruz. United States Senator Ted Cruz has accused Nigerian officials of responding to persecution of Christians in Nigeria by launching a public relations campaign instead of addressing the underlying security and religious freedom issues. Cruz said this on X on Wednesday, July the 22nd, whilst reacting to recent developments surrounding surrounding U.S. congressional action on Nigeria. He wrote, Nigerian officials have created an environment that facilitates mass violence against Christians and religious minorities by imposing blasphemy and Sharia laws and looking the other way as jihadist atrocities. The United States government knows the Nigerian officials responsible for these policies. I have been pushing my bill to sanction them, and President Trump has even ordered military action. The Republican lawmaker also alleged that rather than addressing concerns raised by the United States, Nigerian authorities chose to engage in a PR campaign. Instead of responding to American concerns, Nigerian officials waged a public relations campaign against the critics, he wrote. They were confident in that campaign and in their ability to continue the status quo. And I am heartened that the House has just definitively proven them wrong. Cruz has been amongst the most vocal members of the United States Congress, criticizing the Nigerian government over alleged violations of religious freedom. So that might well be, do you know that guy from BlackRock, or what's it called, that wants to take over Africa and say, I think that there might well be more to that than just that meets the eye. All right, what else do I have for you? All right. There's not an abundance in the news cycle, by the way. All right, let me just play you a couple of clips. I'll send. Who say the letter from the White House is fake? That's just a nonsense, isn't it? It's all over the. What's it called? It's all over the social media. It's all over. It's widely published. So forget about it being fake. Even the most ardent. Anyway, I was going to say even the most ardent obedient would not say it's safe. It is fake, but apparently they think it is. But that's the link to the studio right there. We don't have too much in the news cycle. If anybody wants to come in for a conversation, though, then come in. Let me play you the clips I have. No, we spoke about the Oyo kidnappers judgment, I think about 2 sessions ago. The last time we were out, we spoke about that. the Supreme Court, the DSS rather appealing against the judgment to give him a life sentence. So let me play you the clips that I have. All right. So here is the governor of Jigawa State who decided to check on the civil servants, not at 9 a.m. in the morning, no, to catch them. Who was that governor that locked the gate at 9 a.m. that anybody that was later than 9 a.m. will be marked absent? So that wasn't what the governor of Jigawa State did. The governor of Jigawa State decided to check on his civil servants at 11 a.m. in the morning. And this is how that check went. All right. So not a single soul in the office at 11 a.m. in Jigawa State. So that's that one. What else have we got for you? So I want you to listen to this girl. This girl comes out with a verdict on El Rufai, and this verdict is word perfect. There's no fault in anything she has to say because it's exactly what she said is exactly the state of play as it pertains to El Rufai. What nonsense am I talking about? This clip will make sense of it.
Tinubu has never lost an election. That can be contested, but it's okay. He has never lost an election. You think, I have money, I have INEC, I have the police, I have the strategies, is this, is that. Wait. Nasir El-Rufai has said, if you want to learn some lessons, invite President Jonathan for a chat over coffee and ask him. He didn't have all this in 2015 and we got him out. That's all.
Okay, Malam Nasir El-Rufai. This one is called a mafia president, and then this one is called hearing gentle president when they can let go of everything. There is difference between Tinubu and President Goodluck Jonathan. Kana shaka man kowa ne kan wala sako yanda ka gan kun jijjiga Goodluck Jonathan kana gan aka za ku yi ma Tinubu. Tinubu is a mafia president. That is the basic truth. In ka samu yar addu'a saboda yawanci kwatancin ka akan yar addu'a, let president yar addu'a tare da su Goodluck. Ka samu kan wala sako, but see this one now is dealing with you. That time that you were talking cho, you have freedom of speech, but now your freedom is being denied. Kai, Tinubu 2027 say you come up post wallahi. See for this thing what Tinubu do. Wallahi amutu kawai say Tinubu 2027.
You see, well, sometimes sometimes we deify a lot of these entities, but these people are not actually popular where they come from. El Rufai is not a popular man. You know that El Rufai never really won any of those Kaduna elections. It was Buhari that handpicked and installed him there. It was Buhari that carried him into those spaces, and nobody knew El Rufai. El Rufai was just a bureaucrat. He was just a functionary, a mandarin of state. He was never a politician. If you look at the trajectory of El Rufai, it's always been appointment. Nobody knew him in Kaduna State. It was Buhari that picked him, had him installed as the governor of that state. They bring him in, whatever it is. He just really put him there. That was all that happened. So the people of Kaduna State, they don't even like him, they don't know him, but Buhari foisted him on them. And if you check the temperature, these people purport to speak for the North. He did not deliver a state in the last cycle of elections, did he? Did Atiku not win Kaduna State in the last cycle? So these people are not popular anywhere. So I'm not quite sure all this noise that they go. And same thing for Malami. Who knows Abubakar Malami in Yobe State or wherever it is that he comes from? They don't know him now. They just know him as a chancer and a land grabber now. And they're also glad that Tinubu is dealing with him. Who knows Atiku anywhere? Atiku cannot win an election anywhere now. It's the structures of the party that deliver for Atiku. Now that he is in a party that has no structure, we will see the real strength of his popularity. Atiku will not really make any attempt at these upcoming elections now. He knows that he's not going to win, and he knows that he cannot afford to waste the money. He will just do the barest minimum and then pack his bag. I suspect that Atiku will not even go to court after the elections. He will just disappear to Abu Dhabi to be seen no more. But that's what the people of Kaduna State think about Rufai right there. So what do the people of Abia State think about Tinubu? Well, their first citizen tells you, watch this.
I want to also plead with you to take our felicitations to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I want you to please thank him. Thank him for his courage. Thank him for the sacrifices. Some people may not understand. It takes a man with courage to do what he did in 2023. Remove petroleum subsidy and follow suit with the floating of the naira. What has that done? That has freed up a lot of funds that would have been used in financing consumption, to doing other things in the federal government, in the states, and in the local governments. And today, a lot of states are not paying salaries. A lot of states are able to build infrastructure. A lot of states are able to empower people to produce rather than consume. Now, make no mistakes about it. Every courageous decision, every courageous action has its own consequences. So if you remove subsidy and if the naira, it will take its toll, and over time the economy will begin to correct. So what you see that people interpret as hardship today are the fallouts of previous bad behavior.
So there it is right there. So that's the verdict from Abia State right there. That's what the Abians think of Tinubu. So let's go on from there. You know, all this operation run down Nigeria, that seems to be the currency with the obedience. Go anywhere. If you start to go on TikTok, you'll see just how vulgar that operation run Nigeria down is amongst the obedience. But it looks as though that in spite of their best efforts, Nigeria is actually blossoming, not being diminished in the eyes of the international community. So what am I saying? You would have noticed that a lot of Westerners are now coming to Nigeria. A lot of social media influencers, they're also coming to Nigeria as part of their world trips. And they're all having excellent times. You know, they come to Lagos and they don't want to leave anymore. Let me show you an example of what I mean.
Officially everything done. I'm walking into a new country. I am in Nigeria, guys. I just arrived here in Lagos Airport. I see all these videos online, people warning you, Nigeria immigration, baggage check. Well, I tell you, it was smooth, it was easy. Nothing happened, only smiles, no one asked me for anything. People were super friendly. Okay, I had to wait for my bag for about 40 minutes. I just sat on a chair and bags were coming and mine was not coming, so I started sweating. Then I figured out they took it already off the belt, so I found it in the end. I must say my arrival here to Lagos, Nigeria was super, super easy.
And there it is right there. In spite of the best efforts of the obedience to color that country bad, it looks as though the international, the cachet, the swagger, the steez of the Nigerian, and by the way, the Nigerian steez is a Yoruba steez. So I think that's not even a controversial thing, is it? The Nigerian steez is a Yoruba steez because it's only the Yorubas that understand swag and steez. So the Nigerian steez is the Yoruba steez. Anything innovative is a Yoruba. Even I innovated this streaming thing, and a lot of people now do it. Not streaming though, but this sort of format. But the Nigerian steez is a Yoruba steez. I don't think there's any control. The Nigerian style is a Yoruba style. The Nigerian elegance is a Yoruba elegance. The Nigerian culture is a Yoruba culture. I don't even know how I landed on that. But let me go on to... Let me play you this. But I said the Nigerian this is a Yoruba this and the Nigerian that is a Yoruba that. But if you look at historical documents, that may well not be true. Did you know that before even the Yorubas, before even they discovered and migrated to Ile-Ife, did you know that there was already a thriving Igbo community there in Ile-Ife? Go to the Onis Palace and you see evidence. You don't believe. Go to Oyo. Before the Oyos got there was already a thriving Igbo community there. People just don't understand these things because they've removed history from the Nigerian books, so we don't know history anymore. But do you know that as far as Zamfara, before the Malams got there was a thriving Igbo community there? You don't believe me? You want proof? You want evidence? Watch this.
Okay, the last time I talked about the Igbos in northern Nigeria, indigenous Igbos in northern Nigeria. The last time I spoke about those in Zamfara, okay, that has been there for the past 400 years, older than the Fulanis of Nigeria. Okay, I talked about that. It will also interest you that we have a lot of them that are over 1,000 years. Okay, indigenous people in where you have today as northern Nigeria that is over 1,000 years. Okay, now this video is going to take 3 phases. Okay, it's going to take 3 phases. Okay, so I will post today, post tomorrow, and post next tomorrow. Please stay tuned. Okay, just stay tuned to my channel. You will learn and understand a lot of things. Okay, there are those that are over thousands of years. Okay, residing in where you have today as northern Nigeria. And don't forget, all these words I am using, it's because of the colonial system that created northern Nigeria and all that, okay? As of then, there was nothing like that. Even what you have today as Cameroon, Nigeria and all that, there was nothing like that. So the old Biafra map stretched to Adamawa. That is why you find these people over there. They are indigenous people. Aside those that migrated with time from some other Igbo communities that migrated with time to those Azis, there are indigenous Igbo communities over there. Do you understand me? That is why the Biafra map, the old Biafra map, stretched across to Adamawa in northern Nigeria. You get what I'm saying? So I will tell you the accounts of migrations, how they migrated, those who has already been there, and some others who came and settled with the people there and all that, how the movement happened. I will tell you in the course of this lecture, okay? I will let you understand all these things, okay?
All right. It goes on and on for an additional 3 more minutes, but I think you get the drift of what he's saying. It's just the passion with which this and the conviction. Not even the passion, yes, but it is really the conviction that these people speak bullshit. That's the most, there are very few things to admire, but the conviction with which a Southeasterner spews bullshit is something to be studied. You know, it was the Igbo people that before God got to heaven, the Igbo people were already there. I think that will be the next, that will be the final destination of that narrative. Before God got to heaven, the Igbo people were already there. And if you look at the old Biafra map, you will find all the evidence of that. Let me play you this now last clip. The ingenuity of the Nigerian drug dealer is unparalleled. There is nowhere in the world that can match the ingenuity of the Nigerian drug dealer. Watch this.
Okay. Any other one?
There's another one here.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, about to come out. The second boot.
I want to slice this back. Oh, yeah, slice this back. Let's go. Good. Very good. Any other space?
No, you can't go there.
Oh, yeah, okay, remove it, let me see. Small, gently. Very good.
Sorry.
All right. So that goes on for an additional 3 minutes, but it's just the ingenuity. Do you know that they drove that truck that you're looking at there, they drove it all the way from Togo all the way through Benin Republic to Nigeria. That was carrying tramadol. And I'm not quite sure how tramadol suddenly became like a narcotic. I thought it was a painkiller. That's what I thought. And then I checked just as I was watching that thing, and it is a painkiller. So how has it suddenly become an illicit drug? It's no different from apparently, allegedly, it's no different from, it says tramadol is a strong prescription-only painkiller from the opioid. Oh, okay, so that's where it comes in. From the opioid class, used to manage moderate to severe pain. It is typically prescribed when non-opioid medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol are not effective or cannot be tolerated. So, and that's according to the NHS. So I think it's the opioid element, but how much of the opioid is in there for it to become an illicit drug? That's the question. But that's that. Oh, somebody was just telling us here that if you look at the Ethiopian, but this is according to DJ Dodoye, not me. According to DJ Dodoye, is telling us that if you look at the Ethiopian Bible, you will discover that the first man and woman on earth were Emeka and Ngozi. It was only when they did the translation to Hebrew that they decided to substitute the name. So, according to reliable source, DJ Dodoye, the first man, and this is you will find this in the Ethiopian Bible, which is the oldest Bible in the world. If you look at the Ethiopian Bible, the first man that God created was Emeka, and the second and the partner for him, they ripped from his that they took from it to form Ngozi. So that's the first man and woman right there, Emeka and Ngozi. And this guy says it in jest, though. But if you go on social media tomorrow, you will find another character wearing that Ngozi, NNamdi Kanu beret, telling us that there's some Biafran old map that charts all the way to the formation of mankind. So the link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to take on the conversation, come in. I'll play you the Kegite music. We'll see what happens after that. The Kegites. Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. And that is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe may death have nothing to do with us. Oro keke lemo. Oro keke lemo and all that. Can everybody listening to us now, can you go and follow me on Twitter? You know, I have a very strong presence, or I have a reasonably strong presence on all social media platforms, apart from curiously Twitter. I have maybe 10,000 people on Facebook. I have about 2,000 on TikTok, and I've only just gone on TikTok a couple of months. I have what I have on this space. You know, but on Twitter, I only have 10 people following me. So I need more people on Twitter. So it's not, although I've never really been on that space, on Twitter space. So, but if you want to click on that link and go and follow, at least take me to 100 just to massage my ego a little bit. So do that. So oro keke lemo. Ola Fajuye, there he is right there, the Martin man himself. If you are anybody more educated than Ola, but might well end up in some lunatic asylum, Bogo brain. That's Baba right there. One of the part of the 1% in Nigeria, the 1% of the 1%, and the elegant bishop makes up the list. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Anybody that wants to hop on. Thanks for joining us, gentlemen. Is more like a speak-easy sort of a session. The main conversation, this letter from Trump to Tinubu, but whatever it is that really you want to talk about, we do just a quick 5 minutes, just snapshot. It's only 4 of us anyway, but so let's reach through 5 minutes, and then we open up to a wider conversation. Ola came in, and then Bishop, and then Baba, I think, came in after that. So Ola, floor is yours. Ola Baoni.
One man.
You know, do you want me to run you through your own CV?
I know, don't do that.
Engineer, banker, IT specialist,
when things are not
masters in all of them. Engineer, banker, IT
maybe
specialist.
I should have gone to numerologist or astrologer instead of jumping everywhere. So maybe Bishop and Baba can go first. So let's maybe Baba.
My drum penny because of my but
and I know that I'm waiting by my join me later, boss. Let Baba and Bishop start first of all. Let me give them that floor.
All right, brother. So that's the. Have you changed your mic? Have you changed you're clear and lucid? Did you buy it?
I don't know whether it's internet, whether it's mic, but it has always, I use this I don't know, so that they won't sue me for this thing. I actually use Shure. The mic they call Shure.
No,
that's what I use. So it's a dynamic mic I use. So I don't know. Maybe it's because of internet sometimes. I don't know, but
is it what investing in? I want to get a crisper mic, but I don't know.
Oh man, I will show you. I will send a picture to you. You will see the mic I'm using. I will send you the picture.
All right, send it to me. Maybe I'll see if I can get hold of it. All right, thank you. So that's all. Of course, Ola needs no introduction on this platform. It's a landlord. So thank you, Ola. Bishop, we'll kick it up with you. Bishop Baoni, Hafa, Salam Alaikum. Happy Hadaka. Bishop is not ready. Okay, let's go with Baba. Baba.
Okay, go ahead with Baba. I was looking for a hand to unmute myself, but go ahead with Baba with you.
Are you ready? You sound like you're in the middle of something still.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go with Baba as Bishop settles down to come.
Okay.
So Baba, the floor is yours.
Hola, Bishop. Don't leave me alone to be talking and talking.
Baba, you're not alone.
No, I did, but I just even want you to speak first. That's why, because me, I feel Dabaru everything go, because I see that one man did not mention what Niger State governor did, so I feel carry on.
Sorry, is it that story about the Niger State governor speaking to the Fulanis?
Yeah, I did hear that thing that he removed all the district head, and I've been asking people, and they said it's genuine that guy don't.
All right, I think somebody sent it to me. Let me see if I can find it as Baba speaks.
I sent it to you actually.
Oh, was it you, Baba? All right, let me. I'll check. All right, carry on, Baba.
Yeah, like Ola, Bishop, and several others like me, all we are waiting for impatiently is January 16th to come and go, and Ashwaju is restored for a second term, and then on the 6th of February for Guba election. That's all. Not much to say other than because all of this nonsense will just stop at once, or else some people will be flogged into submission, whether they like it or not. We have to be very, very plain, because it's just becoming, the noise is becoming too much. The nearer we shift towards those dates, the more frenzied they become, the more cacophonous their voices, irritating voices. People who don't wish our country well. And they've made us to start asking, how do we occupy the same space with this kind of people? Why am I harboring people who hate me so much for doing them nothing? They say they are the richest I considered, despite the facts say otherwise. I check Forbes list. Forbes list is telling me otherwise, 1 to 10. Best of the best, both the one in America, both the one in England, both the one in Nigeria. It's telling me otherwise. Oh, they are the most educated I considered. I didn't make noise. Yet we know, if we checked today, we know those who were removing babies, unborn baby fetus from pregnant women, operating on the mother and returning the fetus back, restoring the pregnancy. We know those who could do that. So on, so on, and so on, and so on, and so forth. We know those who tick all the boxes. We know those who stay in their land and thrive. We know those who are not covetous. But everything I considered, yet they will not stop knocking me every day, my head, yet their finger is in my mouth. That's why I say, people like me are impatiently waiting. If that will settle it, that January 16, so be it. So be it. So maybe then the agenda will be whether north or south is to say we want to go. All well and good. Because the nonsense is too much. I belong to a place in Nigeria that has never been in government. I belong to a certain neck of the wood where they've always conspired against me. Yet, I've always thrived and helped the other side of Nigeria from my resources, from my space, with my space. For the first time, somebody from my neck of the wood is ruling. 3.5 years, they will not let me breathe. They will not let me drink water and put the cup down. For what? Because this man has seen what others are not seeing, or what others are afraid to do. He's taking them head on, restructuring the country. He didn't kick the can down the road like cowards that have ruled before them. All those were cowards. With the one who says is all in all and still gallivanting all over the place. That is the epitome of wisdom, the fountain of wisdom. He has not, none of them has done half of what this man has done. Do we start from the police, state police, local government autonomy, student loan, distributing fertilizers free to farmers? He has increased everything the way we know it. Oh, our GDP is too small. Now, when he restarted recalibrating the economy, yes, the GDP has to fall. It fell below even 300,000. Today is 377. He's built it back. He made 3 billion as forex reserve. Today is 52. 40 actually with 12 encumbered. 14 not encumbered. So 12 is 252 is gross, net is 40. Yet they say it's not enough. He should put his head down. They want to glutinate. Yet their candidate will come, foaming from both sides of the mouth. No agenda, nothing. No propagation of, my dear. Yeah, go ahead.
Baba, I'm struggling to understand what the argument against Tinubu is. So, what are they saying he hasn't done, or what are they suggesting that somebody else would do better?
Sorry, one man. But the argument against Tinubu is not about performance or or lack of performance. The argument started from day one. So Tinubu threw his heart into the ring. You should remember the hatred. That campaign of resentment started from day one, even before he won the candidacy of his party. So don't let us say it is because of performance. No, the animosity is too deep-seated to be thinking that it's as a result of lack of performance. I don't think so.
This man has paid his dues in all ramification. They say it's corrupt. Show me one person, one politician in Nigeria that is not corrupt. Nothing they have to.
Are we even conceding that? Because, it's a bit like mudslinging, saying Tinubu is corrupt. So Tinubu is corrupt, Tinubu is corrupt. But has there been any instance? Tinubu, he has never really been presented in. There's evidence of Peter Obi's corruption. We know Atiku's Halliburton narrative, but when they talk about Tinubu, it's all about inferences and dog whistling. But what about Alpha Beta? Okay, what about Alpha Beta?
What about Alpha Beta?
Yeah, what is the corruption narrative there? What about Tagori? Okay, what
in
about
Ghana? It's working there. And it has improved the economy.
Let's not concede that there's nothing to suggest that Tinubu is corrupt. There's not a single thing that suggests that.
I like that kind of corruption, one man. Because with that Alpha Beta, let's just accept that he owns Alpha Beta. But what has Alpha Beta has done to Lagos and about 8 other states? That includes Northwest and I think Delta. They've all improved their intake of IGR tremendously. They've increased, and of course, a man who collects the tax, wouldn't he take his own percentage? He takes his own percentage. Even in shipping, when you act on behalf of the ship owner, the supplies you make, diesel, grease, AGO, ship handling, everything, including maps you supply, you add 10% on your invoice. It's your sweat. He's a genius. That's why countries like Ghana and Sierra Leone are now making waves. They've stabilized their economy by using Alpha Beta.
Let me show you something quickly. So Alpha Beta Consulting operates primarily in Nigeria with international expansions into Ghana and planned services in Sierra Leone. So these are countries that are international presence, countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and an intended practice in Sierra Leone. States
They've
in Nigeria,
started in Sierra Leone.
yes, states in Nigeria that are using the same Alpha Beta are Lagos, primary and long-standing operations, including etc., etc. Abia State, Imo State, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Sokoto, Kanu, Plateau, and Nasarawa. All of these people employing the services of that revenue generating something. So what exactly is the corruption? So I think we're too quick to concede that they say, okay, Tinubu is, because we want to say all of them are corrupt, that doesn't mean we should concede that this guy is corrupt if there are no indications that he is.
We consider if it will bring peace, we concede. okay, come and challenge him. They will not. But they will not let me sleep. They will not let me rest. So I can't wait for January 16th to come. And I tell you repeatedly, I've been saying it for over 2 years, it will be landslide.
Baba, if I may interject, if you don't mind.
Yes, please go ahead. It's interactive session.
Yes, sir. You know, when people talk about this corruption, I think our problem in Nigeria is that we like people who can speak and can manipulate and talk to people's expectation. Like, okay, if you are suspecting that someone is a thief now, all what some people want to hear is that someone that will come and confirm that by us, that person is a thief. So they are likely going to dance to the tune of such person. Now, when people talk of Alpha Beta is a business, and I'm yet to see people to even dig out to see how many employees under Alpha Beta. People don't understand that Alpha Beta is providing infrastructure for whatever we are using to collect us today. They just think is that, okay, it's a company somewhere that you just allocate to. They don't even know that it pays, Alpha Beta pays for software. They don't even know that it pays for other infrastructure. They just think, okay, you go and collect this, and the next thing you share to Tinubu. See, I'm not someone that will say politicians are not corrupt. But the question is this: go and bring your own creativity, then be corrupt with your own creativity. You don't tell, okay, now, and what people fail to understand is this: what was the position before? Why was nobody doing exactly what this man is doing? Now, so he is corrupt, he is corrupt.
Sorry, Ola, Ayama Tanga, which is okay, is in. Carry on. Sorry,
now,
carry on.
When people talk about all these kind of, when they just think and conjure something out, they don't even come out to give alternatives. You say this man is corrupt, and yet no governor in Nigeria today is owing workers. You are saying this man is corrupt. He's dealing with Atiku. Why Atiku is jumping up and down, trying to bring out the narcotic case that was already concluded. You understand? So this guy is paying all those enterprises, government enterprises that he privatized while their workers were not paid. He's paying
all
the
the
backlog.
pensioners.
All the pensioners, and he is corrupt. He is corrupt. He's able to expand the military divisions. He is corrupt. He is building more roads. And he is corrupt. He's blocking all the loopholes. What this guy is good at, he understands.
But all you are listing, Ola, is not an anti-corruption argument now. The fact that it's not, they're not saying it doesn't, that's his capacity to govern now. But what they are alleging is personal enrichment.
Okay, one man, let's look at it this way. Now, if you have the like of Malami, if you have like 10 of them in the government, what will be happening today? Just 10 of Malami and
the country will collapse. Yes.
Exactly. The country will have gone bankrupt now. Yes. Now, what is happening in Nigeria today is that this guy came with a framework because he did it before. It's not a surprise to me because he has always been an auditor and finance person. A good auditor, you are not looking after the thieves. You are blocking the loopholes. You don't even want the thief to steal. That's a good auditor for you.
But you're not arguing against him being personally corrupt now. Are you? What you're saying is he has capacity to govern, but that doesn't counter that he's not corrupt now.
When you say it's corrupt, the person that alleged must come out to prove. What I'm seeing in Tinubu is blocking all the loopholes. Me, I'm suspecting him that is corrupt, but I don't have the evidence. The evidence that I have is he knows how to block all those loopholes and stop these people from stealing, from the removal of subsidy, from floating naira. What happened? You send some rent seekers out of job, and you are now moving the country forward. You are not even borrowing, like people are saying you are borrowing. You are just only getting approval for borrowing. And the way you are implementing your project, it's not some kind of project that you disburse money to some people and they eat the money. You are bringing people that will use their money to execute the project and you later pay them. So to me, I don't get it. People should just stop listening to good talkers, because what Nigerians love are good talkers. Good talkers to Nigeria means capacity. Even if someone does not even understand, as long as you can speak eloquently, more than let's say the like of Oshibajo or Fashola, who are actually competent in their own regard or their own sense. So as long as you're a good talker, like Sanusi Lamido, for example, he's a good talker, even though he does different things. You understand? They love all those people. Catch up, thief. Lock them up, thief. Those are the people that people want to action without having any positive things that brings to their life. So thank you, Papa. Baba.
Yes, Ola, because I'm at a loss exactly. Because if you look at, for instance, all those states mentioned in Nigeria, not to talk outside Nigeria, about 10 or so more states. In Lagos, for instance, in 2025, the IGR for 2025 was 1.87 trillion. 1.87 trillion. Imagine just 5% of that, no talk of 10%, going to alpha, beta. Do the maths, ladies and gentlemen. Do the maths. That's from one state alone. If we say he's the owner of alpha, beta, see what is going into his pocket. And this has been so for many years. So why wouldn't he? He prepared for this. I think, in my considered opinion, he is the only person who prepared himself, groomed himself for governance to be president of Nigeria since 1960. He is the only one. I can confidently say that. Others were just like given the presidency or prime ministership, they don't know what to do with it. They didn't plan for it. Even those that have come have their second coming. They don't know what to do with it other than kowtow to the people who gave them the power. I say it confidently. Zishagari, let's even leave Tafawa Balewa. Yakubu Gowon, he was 32. He was drafted. After Yakubu Gowon came Muritala Mohammed. It was a grudge match because he and his junior officers planned the coup where they drafted Gowon into the leadership at the prompting of the British government to make peace. Is it Baba OBJ that took over from him? He didn't plan Muritala's death. It was accidental. He was an accidental head of state. And he spent most of his time making sure he was not overthrown or
so sorry, Baba, where are we? I'm lost in where are you taking us?
Well, I don't. There is not much of topic. I'm just talking to those who will not let me sleep, drink water, and put down my cup. Because I'll come to the. For instance, I see now most of them they are saying, "Oh, the Trump letter, is fake." They just say throw things in the air just to talk anyhow, just to be belligerent, just to be a renegade, just to be disagreeable. Is that a policy? Is that a plan to remove somebody? The only thing I've heard from ADC camp is, we are going to have a separate price for fuel for commercial vehicles. A tried, tested, and failed policy in 1989. They've not told us anything beside that. As for NDC, nothing. They don't even have an office anyway. They don't even have an office. When you have an office and sit down and settle, that's when you have policy. All I hear is there's an agreement that somebody will do only 4 years and leave. I mean, let us talk like people who know what's up. Which 4 years is more guaranteed for exit? Is it a 4 years of Obi or 4 years of Tinubu additionally? Constitutionally, it can't go beyond 8 years, 2 times. But Obi coming in constitutionally has a right to do 8 years. And that is what we will hear. Not him, but from his people.
But Obi has promised to only do 1 term now.
Yes, one man. This is what let me paint a scenario for you. That is why he rubs his both hands together. It's like he has given Kwankwaso the job. It's 4 years I will do and I will leave. Go show my signature to your people so that they can relax. It's a con job. Because from day one, he has the right to do 2 terms. And his people will fight for him. The Yorubas may, in quote, even support him to spite the North at that. And that will lead us.
Sorry, Baba. It will not even be a narrative of the Yoruba supporting him. If Peter Obi becomes president, he will buy all these voices, talking heads, he will in the north and then in the southwest to insist that no, he has to complete his 8 years. He will just buy a campaign.
No,
now.
he cannot buy the north. No, there will be civil war. I'm telling you, there will be civil war.
There will be civil war now.
This is the reason. He signed a signature, like Baba OBJ signed, like Jonathan signed.
Yeah, but OBJ completed his 8 years now.
Yeah, because of course that is normal thing. You understand? Didn't he kneel down for Atiku to beg?
According to El Rufai, which is
not only El Rufai, not only El Rufai. People who witnessed it said it.
How many people saw him? How many people were in the room when he was kneeling down?
Oji cannot lie. Oji cannot lie. We are talking of private. Yeah, we are not talking of. We are talking of private discussion. He did not in crawling in that kind of a woman's kneeling, but when you bow, when you try, when you crawl, there's a way you do it. The only way to describe it is you knelt down to beg. You understand? That is a remedy for civil war. Because the North will not wait for 8 long years. They will not wait. What we are seeing today will be a child's play. They will brandish that agreement all over. That is why Kwankwaso came out openly in advance and said, "This is what I have." So they are playing a brand of politics that is dangerous, but hey, it's not going to.
But that agreement means nothing, by the way, Baba.
You mean the agreement? Well, it doesn't mean anything actually. Yes. But
whatever is signed, it means
it's not
nothing.
even what the paper on which it was written, because no Northerner will believe that. Were you to be a Northerner, were I to be a Northerner, we will believe it, that which one is more assured or most assured, Tinubu living in 2031 or will be living in 2031. Take your poison.
Right, Baba, we have a Northerner here, Hassan, so I wonder what he makes of it.
Yeah, okay, Hassan, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Baba.
morning,
One man, Bishop, and the White Lion. Ola, I heard I started from where I'm hearing Oga Ola make his point, and today he sounds a little bit more calmer. I don't know whether something in Canada has changed
No,
since.
he has a new girlfriend. That's why.
I know.
A new side chick.
Oga Ola should be. What you should be saying, one man, is he has welcomed another grandchild. Not this.
I'm not calm, because nobody has pressed my button. That's why it looks like I'm calm. I'm not calm.
Okay. So no, but the karma you is better now.
No, I like bass boost. I love bass boost.
Yeah, I know now. I know that you love bass boost. So well, you see, this politics that we do in Nigeria, right? There is something about it that is uniquely there is this general overlay that you can apply everywhere, but there is something that is uniquely Nigerian, and Baba kind of attested to it. And now I agree with some points that Baba made. Of course, it's just logic and history, and you see, history is like a torch in the dark. Anybody who does not pay attention to history will not understand even today's reality, talk less of even having the ability to prognosticate or to predict or to think of something or scenarios that could be likely. Of course, human beings, there's always a margin of error, but even corporations, even in mathematics, when you calculate probability, there is an assumed form of data that is rooted in reality, that even if you flip a dice, everything is rooted in reality, and history is reality. So sometimes when we make judgments, we make those judgments based on, but what we must avoid is to assume that our predictions are 100% right. They may not, and they may not be. Here is my argument against a Tinubu presidency continuing after 2031. Not
2031 or 2027. We were actually talking about Peter Obi's one-term promise to the North. But carry on.
Yes, there is a relationship to that too. But what I am just trying to say is, Nigeria does not live. Nigeria is very, very important now in the grand scheme of things and the geopolitics that is happening. This makes this is the only challenge that Tinubu has, that in the geopolitical game that is happening right now, Tinubu is going to get full support from the West. That is a given. However, because internationally things are in a state of flux, and we do not know what the world may look like by the time that 2027 election. See, there's even a possibility that there won't be any election. There is that possibility, and if things do not de-escalate as I hope, and all of us, for the sake of us all, things they escalate, it may get really, really bad, and bad in the sense that the world will change and it will affect us, Nigeria, because we are one of the strategic places where these world powers want to have a hold on. So if there is a challenge to the West,
hold on, how is that a Tinubu narrative?
Okay, good. If, say, for example, you see, usually Nigerian politicians strike a deal with the West to get to power, right?
Right.
A trump card will be, say, for example, but when we get to say December or maybe close to that, one of the opposition, maybe Obi, maybe Atiku, maybe whoever, you don't know, goes to the other side, and you may not know how powerful the other side may be as at that time. and makes an argument that, okay, protect my interests and I will do this and that. And I suspect, I don't know, I suspect that these powers that be all have armed wings operating within Nigeria, and Nigeria is vulnerable. So in that vulnerability and in that power play, someone can
I think these are just
let me just make the point, and then you can someone can use that support from another block, another power block, to upset Tinubu, and then that is just the scenario. It's a scenario.
Hold on. That scenario is
that does not happen.
Hold on, Hassan. That scenario you painted is not tenable. Because Tinubu is already in a solid relationship with the Americans, and whatever the opposition space has to offer anybody is also offerable by the Tinubus, by the Tinubu administration. So
you don't get my point.
No. Okay. What's your point? You're saying that they will negotiate. You're saying Nigeria is strategic. And then that anybody that governs Nigeria governs with the consent and and concessions to the West.
Not necessarily the West. It could be to the East.
I think if you have the consent of I think if you have the consent of the West, I don't think the East can. I don't think you're talking about the Arabian world.
Not the Arabians. Chinese.
The Chinese. No, I don't think the Chinese have the levers to leverage. The Chinese also have a non-interfering sort of policy, don't they? But I think Bishop wanted to come in as well.
Yes, let Bishop talk, but it's just.
Let me put something.
The way the world is
hold on, Hassan.
I'm saying this to say how the chances are. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Go ahead, Bishop. I'm just saying it to say how slim the chances are.
No, he wants to put something to you, and then you can wrap them both together. Yeah, Bishop.
Yeah, I was just going to say that what you were saying are just mere speculations, and it's a complete diversion from what we were discussing. It is the agreement, the what they are calling it, of what value, the weight of that paper agreement between Kwankwaso and Peter Obi, and the likelihood of it not being able to hold any water to convince anybody up north that okay, because it's just a complete waste of time. So you completely, moved to a completely different topic. One thing we have to agree with ourselves is, and you as a Muslim also, look, nobody is even sure of tomorrow. So if you are saying that they are not sure of election is going to hold in 2027, that is less speculative. Who knows whether there will be tomorrow? It was this edition of if tomorrow comes. In one of the so we are not even sure. So if you are saying that we are not sure, the government is speculating. Some people say the war will end in 1989. Some people said in 1990. So how many times have they predicted that the war will end? So that maybe there will be no election. It's mere speculation because speculation because you are not attributing it to anything of substance. Now, at some point before Tinubu came, some people were calling him what do they call it? US assets. If you remember very well, it was one of the things that was used to campaign against him. That he was a US asset, that it was a CIA. I don't know if you ever heard of that nonsense. Something. This
always alleged now. If you're a politician in Nigeria, that those allegations must come. It's either you are Boko Haram or you are this, you are that.
So the fact that at present where we are, no matter how much money anybody wants to spend, I think Tinubu still has, even though I'm not basking in that, it's not nothing to me, but he still has more confidence of the West than either Peter Obi or Atiku. And that's just the fact. So for me, that agreement, it is a game between, I used one analogy yesterday. I meet Baba. Baba was here. You know, Baba, you know the other. We call Osiki. Osiki,
Yeah.
other Osiki. Abi
Yeah.
Ishapa.
I remember you use it with that Ishapa too.
That when two white
Bishop and
men,
this Ishapas,
two white
you said
people,
it 3 days ago.
2 days ago, that when two white people are eating Ishapa soup, at the end of the day, one of them will the two of them will be outdoing each other, and that's exactly the game that Kwakwanso and Peter Obi are playing presently. So, as to the best of, I mean, honestly, it's just a topic for light banter topic. Let them continue to bask
Wait,
about it.
Hassan. What woman asked you? Wait, Hassan. What woman asked you? You are a Northerner and you are a Muslim. He wants your perspective, open perspective on that issue.
I think Hassan dropped. I think his connection dropped.
Okay, when he comes back, he will meet us here.
It's just taking us. Even the conversation has just gone in its own direction, but that's good though. It's an organic sort of something. But Baba or Bishop or Ola, 68 lawyers elevated to SAN ranks. And then I was checking, and we have well in excess of 1,000 SANs now in Nigeria. Do you approve of that? Is that excessive? Should SAN not be something that is difficult to attain, and there are very few of them that are elevated to that status?
Sorry, my phone just misbehaved. So Baba, the thing with
Alaji, what type of phone do you use? Because you are giving your status. Given your status, your phone should not be having such kind of problem. So, are you pretending, or you should be
have you ever been to an arid zone?
Whatever this name that I don't know.
Hassan, I want to buy land in Maiduguri. You find one for me.
There is land in Maiduguri. Maiduguri is safer than a lot of other places, even in South.
I know.
The thing is, there are no-go areas within Borno, but not Maiduguri per se.
Yeah, but somebody where a Yoruba man can live, is there a space?
There is a settled Yoruba community inside Maiduguri that have been there for decades, for generations. Like
those are no longer Yoruba now; they are Kanuri. So you just call them.
No. They speak Yoruba. They observe every Yoruba tradition. They go to their villages in Ojun. What? I don't remember all the names, but these people are known even during every
Hassan, do you know there are indigenous Kanuris in Ibadan? The Kanikes.
Yes, it's possible. Not they can't be indigenous, but
they bear the name Kanike too.
No. See,
their name is surname is Konike, and their grandfathers have Kanuri mark.
Their grandfathers are Kanuri.
The concept of being an indigenous person is this: you leave your area maybe like for 4 generations.
You guys are not allowing us to answer that question.
The
conversation
Why? Yes, the conversation is about this. Yeah, put a question.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on. Let me
answer the question.
Hold on, Hassan. Let's just so it's actually a structured conversation. Let Baba put that question to you again, and then you address it, Baba.
I repeat, as a Northerner and a Muslim, what's your perspective about this agreement being brandished by Okonkwo of a one-term Obi's presidency? Of what benefit is it to the North, and do you trust the paper on which the agreement was written?
Okay, full disclosure before I even answer. I'm a Kashim Shettima man, right? So that aside, I would remove that lens of being a Kashim Shettima person and look at it as a northern Muslim. Truth is, Okonkwo has no credibility worthy enough to even command the kind of respect for him to, even say that he is now subordinate to Peter Obi, that people will give him a listening ear. He has ruined his reputation by, this jumping from here and there, exposed himself as just a power monger and all that, and chipped away from Kwankwaso's credibility is the governor, the present governor, what's his name? Abba
Yusuf.
Abba Yusuf. Now, initially when they had the quarrel and it happened, a lot of people were saying Abba is a betrayer, but what eventually happened was that the real story of what happened began to seep through, and if you begin to hear between them and how the relationship deteriorated, you would understand that Kwankwaso is not the kind of godfather anybody would want. And if that is the case, then Kwankwaso will not be a good president per se. He demands 100% loyalty, and this goes for a lot of Nigerian, what do we call them, godfathers, right? They demand you give them 100% loyalty, but then in return they give you none. In fact, there is a level of contempt that they give you. And for me getting to public office and taking you as the godfather, I am expected to respect you, your decisions, but there is a stage, there is a point where it becomes too much. It becomes like you are trying to dignify me and make it look as if I do not have the capacity to handle the office in the first instance, that you have to make every decision, and those decisions that you are even trying to make are not even in the benefit of the people. If they were in the benefit of the people, then you wouldn't go behind closed doors and try to make them, you will try to bring them in the open. So you demand 100% loyalty, but then give nothing back. And then there is a point where the person will have to snap. And essentially that was what happened between him and Abba. Abba did not cause this. Kwankwaso caused this out of desperation and indignation and this narcissistic godfatherism kind of mindset. So Kwankwaso doesn't have any credibility. I doubt if Kwankwaso would command previous votes if he tried.
Is it being discussed this one-time thing with Peter Obi? Is it being discussed in the North, and what is their take on it if it is being discussed? Are people paying attention to it? And what's the general feel for? Is Peter Obi even? Is it being discussed as anything realistic in the North, Peter Obi?
That's the crux of the matter. If anybody is even having any illusions about Northerners voting for Peter Obi, that person should please start recalculating and re-strategizing and doing something to try to change that. If anything is possible to be done. The only person that could get votes in the North is Atiku. Not Obi. So Obi would get the Southeast. Atiku would get. It's just a repeat of 2023. And then, if that is the case, why are we wasting our time discussing the specifics? We already know the general direction. That's just what I will say.
Oh, all right. You came in saying that you would rather Tinubu did not win 2027. So give us the reasons why, but condense it into a short summary, and then we're going to Bishop.
I think you misunderstand me.
All right.
What I was trying to say is that there is this possibility that before 2027, the world is in flux right now. We may not be feeling it, but I assure you, in the next couple of weeks and months, everybody will feel it, and that may change the whole global, geopolitical calculation. If that happens, and that is a big if, okay, then, and it imagines that this Chinese, Russia, and Iran, resistance against the Western dominance and hegemony, actually takes shape, then it opens other doors for others to negotiate, not necessarily with the West right now, but with the East, who are now in direct competition. Now, the concession.
Are you saying that the Iran war is going to consequence on the Nigerian elections?
I'm not saying it's going to. I'm saying that there is a possibility that if things continue as they are now, escalating, and if at that point in time when we get there, the general perception of the world is that the East, that is the Chinese, Russian, Iranian bloc, actually holds more power, and the strength, economic strength, which in PPP is already true, and all that. And it becomes very clear that the United States is in decline and as in ruins. Then you can understand how that could affect the calculations. That's just what I'm saying. Right now, the way we have been doing things is to go to Chatham House and you go to Capitol Hill and do your things and then come back to Nigeria. But another door is opening. Look at our borders to the north. There is something is happening. The world is changing, right? So don't just push these things away and look at them as if we are living in one island that the world will not affect us. If
the Nigerian election is in less than 6 months now, so what change will take place?
You underestimate how fast things can go bad, one man, when there is this kind of what's happening.
Donald Trump will still be the president of Nigeria in January, of America in January.
If the world is at war,
yes,
serious war, and the United States has appeared defeated, do you know that the stock market could crash in a week?
Right. What?
So if the stock market crashes in a week and the American economy goes into depression, the whole global economy goes into depression.
Right.
You see, it changes things. Now, it becomes
hold on. If the world goes into a depression, how does that affect the Nigerian elections?
Okay. Listen to me. Mm-hmm. When the global economy goes into depression, there will be countries that will be hit harder than others. Nigeria is essentially hedged with the United States, its economy, its policies. That the goddamn economy and the naira is even our reserves are in the USD. So, but I assure you that the East have other plans. If the world were to go into a depression, it is the Western world and those who are more aligned to them that will feel it harder, because the East is actually the manufacturing base of the world and it's more self-sufficient than the West that we're hedged on.
How does that affect the Nigerian elections?
I'm telling you, you think it doesn't? What I'm telling you is that one of these candidates, whether Obio, whether Atiku, can see the opportunity to go and make a deal with China or the East. Look, The Americans are weak.
Why will Tinubu not make that same deal if the America collapses?
He cannot make two concessions. They will know now. They cannot concede to two powers. That will.
Why not? Why not?
One man, don't say that now.
Hold on. Whatever Tinubu is conceding to the Americans is what Obi or Atiku will concede to the Chinese. So, and for them to concede it to the Chinese, he has to be removed from the Americans. I can't see where the logical flow through is in whatever it is.
No. You take double speak as if it's an accepted strategy in international politics. There is strategic ambiguity. I agree with that can happen, but what you are saying now is just pure hypocrisy, and it's a man who lacks integrity or that will do that, and you'll be taken as a fool that you are. You cannot sell a piece of land to the same to two different people. Especially that would be illegal anyway, but because
hold on, let's use that land as the basis of the conversation. So you are saying there's a piece of land that Tinubu has conceded to the Americans, and that concession ties Tinubu to the faith of the Americans in a fast evolving world. But you are saying that Atiku or Peter Obi can form because the land is the price that Nigeria has to offer. So you are saying that that Atiku or Peter Obi can concede that land to the east, but then for them to concede it to the east, then they have to take it away from the west. So I mean, I'm a bit. Are you? I don't know. All right.
So you don't even know that right now inside Nigeria, all those parties are represented, and they have armed groups that are in Nigeria, but and they are still doing their best to gain ground. Each of them wants to push the other aside. So all these things that we are seeing, that we are saying, Christian genocide, Fulani headsmen, Boko Haram, all the manifestations of all these things. And the thing I'm trying to say is that it may get worse as if things escalate. And if things escalate and it now becomes like that, then it's a zero-sum game. When it's a zero-sum game, I think we are talking too much in abstracts and things that may or may not happen. But that is how slim the chance is. So if this happens, then it opens a door, because it will not be the United States that you think that will be talking about at that time. That would be a United States that has faced serious, probably internal problems. Maybe they have lost a lot of influence, and they may retreat inward and may leave Tinubu to his devices or decide to support him or whatever. However, the other side could decide to support another candidate and back him with their technologies, so there may be a scenario where that can happen. And then in that kind of scenario, then maybe that somebody has a chance.
What you're describing is too vague and far-fetched.
It's too far away. Yeah, too far away for you.
It's far-fetched. Not far away, but far-fetched. And too vague.
I don't think so. I don't think if you listen to people who talk about security and strategic geopolitical situations, I don't think people really understand how close we are, to Armageddon in what is happening. Because, well, let me just keep quiet. Maybe this is not the discussion we are going to offer. Somebody will come in and say what. Let me just keep quiet. But as regards Kwankwaso has lost credibility, even in Kanu, not to talk of anywhere else.
How do you think you'll perform in Kanu? Just give us a little flavor of. How do you
I'm not a Kanu. I'm not. But I have friends that are in Kanu and who were who were previously for him, but who are now no longer with him, and now with and it's all a sympathy. They are sympathetic to all the people that left Konkoso, left him for the fact that when they learned what happened, they were sympathetic to Abba, and then they did not see why Konkoso should behave in the manner that he has always behaved. It's a similar situation with Fubara, and but I think the difference is that unlike Fubara, who did not go toe in toe with what's the name of this arrogant Wiki. Abba actually went like Abba with the way we do our own dobale in the north, we squat down. It's not as if we lie down flat like you people do, but Abba would squat down for Kwankwaso when he meets him to greet him. He gives him all this reverence, all this respect. Everybody in life, somebody must help you, and you must help somebody. Kwankwaso did not become what he did just because he was born special or something like that. People helped him. People gave him the opportunity and the platform.
Ganduje that put him there. Now, was it not Ganduje that put him
there? Forget about Ganduje, man. Forget about Ganduje. That would be to be even arguable. But we know that he also had people who helped him to become who he is. So just because you help somebody does not make you God. And at some point, come on, you've got to let that person be the human that he is and implement what he thinks is best. Let him have some agency. Yes, get some candidates, but how about the control of the budget completely? You want everything for yourself, and it's not even for the benefit of the state. It's a crony kind of thing. You want the money to come back. You see, and what Abba exposed, he said, it's not even half of the things that he can expose about his boss, but he still believes that his boss is his boss, and up till now he will continue to respect him. But as far as the direction of Kanu and what is best for Kanu people, he has assumed responsibility. He said because the time he held the Quran to swear, he was not swearing with the name of Konkoso, he was swearing with the name of Allah. And right now it is between Allah and Konkoso. And how do people of Kano want him? Who does people of Kano want him to choose between? Is it Allah or Konkoso? Well, do you know what people will shout now? People shouted that you should choose Allah. So it's politics, man. And Abbas himself gotten his game right. I can't blame him.
Simba, not Simba. Hazan, truth of the matter is this: the outcome of the Kanu. I don't want to use the word debacle. The Kanu rumble in the desert is as clear as day. We know where the logs will fall. We know the direction the river will flow. Obviously, Kwakwanso, unlike before, cannot have Kanu on lockdown the way it used to be. Before, it was going to split three ways, but two of those three power blocks two of them are now into one, and the other one on one side. Because no matter what you want to say, Shekarao is not a small. It's not a small name in Kano politics.
Not a small player.
Shekarao, Ganduje, Deputy Senate President, the current governor, and all of them on one side. Let Peter Obi and Kwakwanso and the Obidient and the Kwakwansia, let them continue to delude themselves. Let them continue to live in their, what do they call it now? January 16th is just around the corner. So no need to sweat too much on that. By the way, let me just use that opportunity to take over my microphone. Thank you for your interjection.
Yes, take over the microphone. And take over it from this point. Peter Obi being at the top of that ticket is what ultimately will undermine Kwakwanso in Kano State. Because the people that are happy to vote for Kwakwanso are not happy to vote for Peter Obi. And if Peter Obi is at the top of the ticket, then they have to vote
one man,
else.
I actually don't agree with what you are saying. I don't agree that that is the case. Do you know why?
Yeah, make it in 30 seconds.
Yes, sorry for the yes. The reason why he Kwankwaso is not favored is because of his fight with Abba and the way they separated and the way Abba has won the psychological warfare of managing the population's perception.
Sorry, Hassan. That wasn't what I was saying. I concede all of that, but I'm saying because there'll still be people that favor Kwakwanso in Kano. But what I am saying is that those people that favor Kwakwanso in Kano, they would not favor a ticket where Kakanso is subordinate to Peter Obi. They would not vote for Peter Obi now with Kwakwanso being a bad boy.
That will be a hard sell. That will be a hard sell. Let me just continue. Thank you very much, Hazan. Truth of the matter is this: with Kwakwanso and Peter Obi, with Atiku and Rotimi Amechi and Tinubu and Shetima, whichever way they pair them, Tinubu is in a better place today than he was in 2023. There are so many places because the forces against Tinubu then, if you remember very well, we were here on this platform. We were doing an analysis. Tinubu, people put a wedge between Tinubu and even Buhari. The party machineries was hijacked away from Tinubu. A lot of people that should have supported Tinubu with funding, all of them at Rotimi Amechi, and named them, they held back. The state immediately used Naira scarcity to punish Tinubu. NNPC used petroleum scarcity at the eve of election. So the odds were stacked. It was monumental. It was gargantuan. The odds against Tinubu there. Now all of these factors are now working in his favor. Did you listen to the pronouncement of the 5 Eastern governors yesterday? I was saying somebody on this platform a few months ago that Tinubu will get the minimum of the 25% in majority, at least more than 3 of those Southeast, I mean. And somebody was arguing with me. It is obvious now. Tinubu even has the South on more of a lockdown than he had the Southwest. So the factors are really, really, really in favor of Tinubu today. Now, let us paint a two-way scenario. Let us assume, without considering, that Atiku and Peter Obi are on a ticket. Then, with all this that is working in favor of Tinubu today, it will still be a battle for them to be able to edge him out, being the incumbent and all the things. Let's assume now that they are not together, they are scattered like anything. It's going to be a stroll in the park. Yes, I'm not saying that Tinubu should go and sleep, but quite honestly, this election will not. I mean, it will be easy to call. It will be too easy to call. The only thing that keeps, I'm not surprised because Nigerians are eternal optimists. We are so optimistic that somebody that has not done anything will believe that there's a 50-50 possibility that he can open his door and meet $1 million on his bed, even when he has not done anything. So that's how optimistic some of us can be. And we believe in all these fake prophecies and marabouts and the rest. But as it is today, if anybody wants to be very objective and is a very critical analyst, he will tell you that Tinubu is in a better position. Forget all these things that and FAYOSE used to say, is your life better off today? People are hungry, 53 million people. Tomorrow, 163 million people are living below poverty. People are dying. And when you ask them, where are people dying of hunger? They will turn it against you because of the public sentiment. So the bottom line is, whether it is from Kanu or Kaduna or from Jigawa or from Borno or even Adamawa or Yobe, name it, or is the South.
with 34 governors working and saying that they are going to work, even the ones that are not working for him, Bauchi governor and SEYI MAKINDE, they cannot openly come out and say they want to campaign against Tinubu. SEYI will not do it in Ibadan. Forget all this small sniper thing is doing. So the odds really, really favor Tinubu as against them. That's by the way. Woman, put your question back.
No, let me help you, Bishop, here. Look, there are only two politicians standing today. One, the Jagaban. Two, Nyesom Wike. Wike was in the same position Kwankwaso found himself. Wike took his structure back.
Yeah.
To the consternation of people like me and several millions of others. He took back his structure. Jagaban was tested 2 occasions in Lagos.
Yeah.
He got back his structure. Those are the hallmark of politicians who know their onions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. So, I mean, on the forthcoming election, I think we can just rest it at that. On the other things, the letter from the American president, I don't know whether it was deliberately that it was delayed. I don't know whether it was because of whether it was just a coincidence that they released, but whatever is what, America sent their resources. They sent their soldiers, their personnel.
Bishop, that letter is a bad news, yo. It's a serious bad news.
No, I don't agree with you.
It's a bad news for obedience now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now I was wondering. Okay. It's a bad news. They have not even they have not been able to recover.
It's fake now.
And that's what they're saying. Now that's the fourth default that is fake. So that's okay. Let them continue to
Where are those descendants of those army from where those who campaign? I have not been hearing from them lately.
Army from where? The IPOB.
No. There is a group in America who are ex-American servicemen
what's the guy? Or something.
They used to give press releases, but I've not heard from them recently.
No, they actually think they are dealing with Jonathan now. They think they are dealing with Jonathan. And that's where they
exactly. So for me, that letter, so after that operation, I don't think it is out of place for the president to send either emissary or a letter of appreciation, because they left something now. They invested money from that December strike till the little we were able to achieve, even though there was an up spike in the look at the amount of equipment they recovered from those terrorists, and they said that they had 3 aircraft loaded with those things, equipment, high technology, things that can, if all those things were unleashed at once.
Sorry, Bishop. Let me drop hand over to Ola. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Ola, check your WhatsApp. I left you a note. Thank you, everyone. So carry on.
I'm here. Yeah.
All right. So that they were able to unleash the kind of things that America took. So it is not out of place. Actually, it was one man I wanted to address on this, because he was asking a kind of a rhetorical question earlier on as to why will Tinubu write to Trump. I think he should a letter of appreciation, and it shows the tone and the appreciation of the president of America in replying back to that letter and still offering himself that, look, this partnership will continue. Because the truth of the matter is this: they might be operating in West African sub-region today, or in Nigeria in particular, but anywhere in the world, terrorism is a cancer. It's a cancer. The more it eats, the more it wants to eat. It keeps spreading. People go everywhere. But we have made tremendous progress, even though our media seems to be, they are not appreciating that fact. We made tremendous progress. So I don't see anything wrong in the president's writing to say thank you for the men and the resources that you sent to us. And I don't see anything bad in the president of America replying back. The only thing I don't understand is, why are people crying that? Why did they not release that letter since on the 6th? whenever they release it, it's immaterial. The important thing is that the president of America acknowledged, and Nigeria is coming. I mean, the president is coming in September. They are going to meet face to face. Maybe they are going to be on the side meeting. So I don't see anything bad in that letter. That letter, the only people that should be angry, they have not recovered from it. Is the man that spent 1.2 million to go and beg lobbyists to go and talk to $1.2 million.
Even funny, Bishop.
$1.2
The letter
million.
was dated the 6th. It will come in diplomatic pouch to American embassy.
It might
Before
arrive on
they
the
will
10th
now
or 12th.
dispatch it to Aso Rock. It could take about a week.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So what is all this on this?
They will always look for, they clutch on anything. They want to hold on to anything. So for me, I mean, it's a win for Nigeria. It's a double win for Tinubu. It's a win for the 2027 election, because all those things they want to use to campaign. And by the grace of God, I hope, and I'm still sure, we are going to be receiving some other contributions from other, whether it's hardware. They said that they still have, as we speak today, there are still some Americans in Nigeria that are involved in training and in reconnaissance. They are getting information. They are giving our people information. They are pinpointing the location of those people. So those ones, you don't need to know where they are operating from, but they are there. They are not boots on the ground. Every time this crying boy in Arise, we always talk, we brought Americans boot on the ground. You were crying because of the problem of insecurity. Now a solution is being profiled, and you are still crying about the solution. What kind of a people are we? We cry about the problem, we cry about the solution. What exactly do we want? Anyhow, that's by the way. Baba, I want to say something to you. Awori Jato. I don't know whether you are worried. I know you are not Egba. I know you are Libusha.
I'm an islander. I'm not a worry, but
okay,
they are all my brothers.
Àwọn kankan wà téèyàn ń fi sórí òrùlé sùn o. Let me just leave it at that. Àbọ̀dọ̀ lásán fún wọn láàbí o. Ẹ bá wa sọ fún wọn.
No, we are taking care of that. No, Bishop, that is settled. All we want, Amzat, when he comes in, he knows what to do. Forget it. We don't say things.
That's
why I'm saying I'm impatiently waiting.
I want to leave it at that. We said something earlier on. Ó jẹ́ kí n rántí òwe kan ni wọ́n ní kànìké torí ó kàn kùn gbẹ́. Nígbà wọn sọ fún mi ibi tó bọ́ sí ló ká mi lára, ibi tó bọ́ sí ló tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn, pé nígbà tó torí ó kàn torí eyé pín ní àtẹnì tó torí ẹ̀ wá tó. So ẹ jẹ́ ká fi síbẹ̀ ọjọ́ ń bọ̀ lólúwa wí. Now let me send a message to Mama. Our Mama be this too. Mama went to Akwete to go and give them 2 billion. She ran down our own Adire. No, she did not come and give us 2 billion. She ran down our Ashoke. Our Ashoke used to be too heavy. If you don't want to promote Ashoke, don't promote it. Go and promote your Akwete and keep quiet about our Ashoke. Ashoke is our heritage. You have not given them 20 billion in Adire industry in Abeokuta. You have not given us 20 million in you are giving 2 billion. We are not. I don't have anything against this. But now use the occasion to now run down Ashoke. It's unpardonable, it's unforgivable.
But that's beside
where did
he
give 2 billion?
Bishop
In
and
Abia
panelists. What do you think of this policy now, where they are giving out laptop phones and things like that, asking people to go to a certain portal and get 1 million? I'm not sold on that kind of policy.
It's Baba, that one is for be gift to now this what do they call this thing now? This policy it's like a loan. Easy buy. What's the name? There's
credit corp specific to laptop.
Yeah, I know credit corp are targeting young graduates.
I know it's election nearing period anyway, so anything goes. But I'm not sure.
Baba, President Tinubu credit call were part of the things he promised. What's happening? What's happening?
Alhaji Azan, you know how your your system is sounding like all
please.
those I Brigadier Sani Abacha. So like the doctor, like all those videos.
What's happening now? Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm back now. I'm hearing cracking. Static.
It's Hassan. He has to mute
It's still
himself.
from Hassan.
Or
If
go
Hassan
out and
can
come
just,
back in.
you can change your direction or log out and come back.
Is it me that will change or Hassan?
No, it is
Hassan. Muting. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank
now.
you. So, I mean, I was not really too pleased with that. I mean, the other time they were making mockery of the Southwest, that you give them rice in the Southwest. You went to Owerri, you go and distribute cars and electronics to them because they have more value. Now, you are telling us that Ashoke is inferior to Akwete. People will interpret it different ways. I just felt I should let that one.
No, but the way I hear it is like she's telling them, look, they could also rock the Akwete like they rock.
I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that.
And turn it into
I don't have any problem with that.
That's how I interpret it.
I don't have any problem with that. But I have a problem with saying running Ashoke down. She used that occasion to do that by saying Akwete is lighter, is better. Ashoke is too heavy on her body, she cannot wear it. That's not an occasion to say something. That was a slip. I like the woman very much. That was a slip, and I hope people around her will call her to order. Yeah, that's the truth. What was the other? Woman, don't go.
What do you make of this revelation about Ndume still having his hand in the cookie jar despite his experience in 2016 and so on and so forth?
I listened to his interview and I heard today, I've not confirmed, that young man that called himself whatever has been arrested. But if you listen to the interview of that young man, I think he was a little bit too...
The numbers are outlandish, actually.
Yeah, it's outlandish, exactly. It's too thick. It's not really making too much sense. It's not making too much sense. So, but they've invited him because if he knows as much as they claim he knows, then he should be able to help the security operatives. You say you are intermediary to or with known terrorist groups that have been killing people in their scores, in their hundreds, in their thousands. Then you should be able to help the military. And I listened to Ndume's interview. Ndume said he had petitioned and that the guy was trying to blackmail him, that he's been blackmailing people, collecting money from them. Something like collected money to secure release of some people. Some people gave him money and those people were still killed. Eventually, they were never released. So you have questions to answer. Maybe you are just playing a fast one, and because you have been playing it, you became very comfortable with it, like Adeniyi, or what's his name?
Yeah, you took that out of my mouth.
That Ogbomoso boy. That Ogbomoso boy that you graduated, Atlantic he served in 2015. 2015, pa. Can you not even imagine? And you are lucky with the Arama, you just exposed yourself. I mean, long may he be in Kirikiri or in Kuje prison, anywhere they want to send him to. So, the truth is that Ndume, from that true interview, I don't think Ndume really has any problem, anything to lose sleep about. It is the young man. But if the young man has anything, if he has anything against Ndume, he should be able to bring it out. But from those interviews, because I listened to the young man, what's his name?
Something about Sadiq about.
Yes, if he has anything, let him bring it out. I think we should be more serious about tackling this insurgency and bringing an end to it. I listened to what Pamabago said about warning people that are preaching extremism. I think it is fair. And
that Niger State governor.
Niger State governor. Yeah.
That guy don't go this, you know. I heard that he removed all those Fulani they treated.
Yeah. That it would
He's suspended.
anybody that preach any heresy or has done something in the mosque, he will not only remove them, he will demolish their mosque, their place of worship and the rest. I think we need to be very serious about certain things, and we need to extend it to our churches too. We need to be disciplined. I mean, as much as Erufai had fallen off about 3 or 4 years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, when he came up with that, we should be able to regulate certain things. Some people everybody just tie. Everybody just carry to mind for her. You don't even know who trained you. Where did you start from? They just carry Bible. They are teaching the opposite of the doctrine, and they are getting people. And I said then that, look, it makes sense because I supported that. That was where we were. How we were when John Jones, is it John Jones now? Guyana's tragedy.
Jim
Jones, thank you. That was how we are when he started his own. The one that did his own in Kenya did his own, the China one. We don't even see that kind of thing now again. That's in rain there, no. But I remember Guyana's tragedy very well.
Kenya was just like 2 years ago now.
Kenya. No, okay.
Kenya's one. It's recent.
That was another one. What happened in Kenya before? That means repeat itself. That's true. Thank God our Jesus Oyibo did not get to that level. So for me, yes, I support Farmer Bago. I mean, if he can walk the talk, I know they would threaten him with everything. If they could threaten when the Ebola happened and this man, Atiku, tweeted about it, and somebody came under Atiku's tweet and threatened him that okay, he will come and ask them for vote. And before you know it, as if it was a BNP. What is a D in English? BNP. And he went and quickly deleted it. I was not looking as if he was operating under a spell. Because I cannot imagine that just one nonsense guy will come and threaten you. And the same guy now was calling for, a few days ago, was calling for justice for some people, something that has nothing to do with. Yeah, we are not saying that anybody should not people should not be given justice. But if that person deserves justice, how come Deborah did not deserve justice? And after all that outcry and the rest, you have not been able to say, okay, no, it was an error, and now call for the persecution of those people. Those people were trying to call.
Forget. We are waiting for political commercials to start. You will hear it. You will hear it. Atiku will hear the message. Even this one is going now. Something that has been open and short case of drug money or no drug money. We've forgotten about Halliburton.
Halliburton will come back now.
That one is just wasting money. It's just wasting money.
Halliburton is so fresh. People went to jail in America.
It's just wasting
Dick Cheney,
money.
even his death that saved Dick Cheney, America's vice president.
What's the other guy?
Forgotten. His ex-wife is there who will testify. They never see anything, no.
So
basically just 5 months plus, so it's less than 6 months. So.
Less than 6 months. So let's just say 6 months at the most. January 16th. And the guy that said, the tape that a woman played sarcastically about the man that said that, he said something like that before, that there are indigenous Igbos in so many of the Southwest states, that they even said that it was Igbos that own Ile-Ife, that owns Ijebu Igbo, that owns Oke Igbo, that owns Bode Igbo, that owns... Now he came and said that indigenous Igbo in the north. Everywhere in the north, indigenous Igbo. And I did say something. I said, look, when I don't know how to address that guy. People like this talk, and their leaders, nobody is calling them to order. They are setting themselves up for a very, very terrible thing to come. Honestly. Because they will just be silence is content. When they were saying this exactly, when your children were saying these things, what did you say? What did you rebuke them? Did you correct them? Did you tell them no? How can somebody wake up one day and be telling us today that it was Igbos that owned Zamfara 1,000 years ago? So it is only Igbos that are everywhere. Everywhere it is only Igbos. So every other person,
You
so
see, they
you go to
put
other
it in
people.
the realm of banter, but they don't realize that
It's not
those
banter. What
are
are
the
they? All they
receiving
are doing is
ends.
not banter.
They
They
don't
are doing
like it.
everything in this day of what do they call this thing now? Internet, AI and internet. By the time you keep regurgitating some of these things, people will now ask in the future. The AI will now be bringing them out as facts, and that's the mistake a lot of people are doing. If you bombard and you are peddling the same story, and the thing becomes so overwhelming, very soon it will not be becoming a reference point. And hey, we have seen it happen before, and it's very dangerous now. And people will kill to protect their land. So if you are saying this and people are not responding to you, they are only waiting for you because one day you now want to act it out. You now want to prove that, yeah, after all, because you believe the lies because of your gullibility. And I'm concerned because they are just pushing themselves to the precipice. One day there's going to be a pushback, and that pushback can be violent. It can be an uprising. So Hassan was speaking earlier on. He said something about Doomsday Armageddon. I remember one article that was written by what's this man's name? This former Secretary of State, United States Secretary of State. What's his name? No,
Henry Kissinger.
Henry Kissinger. I was going to say Lance Morrow. It's not Lance Morrow. Henry Kissinger. That said, look, there was an article I read many years ago that about the doomsday when he was talking about the race.
Mutual assured destruction. Man.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, sir. You read it. That article is probably more than 40 years ago now, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think I must have read it about over, but I still remember some of the lines when he said that, look, we are doing like we are running a race. You know, like the doomsday Armageddon is imminent. It's like it's coming. So if we are not careful, we are pushing ourselves to that precipice. When Azan was speaking earlier on, and he made that reference, I was almost going to say that when he was talking about the likelihood of the world, what it was, I said, are you expecting a nuclear debacle, or are you, in the Middle East with this ongoing, unending, senseless war, like the wars we've had before? If you read America's senseless wars, there are too many of them. Are you expecting something in that region, which is a possibility? So if this will keep pushing, one day other people will push back, and their own pushback might not be your own kind of ordinary empty talk. They will carry it out. You have no need to us in the Southwest. They are not taking it to the North. It is the Igbo that own the North. Go ahead. Thank you very much. I've forgotten the meaning of the topic.
Now, like what I used to say, you see Igbo and Fulani, they are the same. All about them is land grabbing, And when you even look at their performance in this last even VAT, this thing, you understand. Funny enough, it's very similar. That means that one is not producing, is creating mayhem in his territory. Another set of people is like they don't stay at home. So they do everything. They are the one moving the economy forward. They are the one building Nigeria, and yet I think Oyo State is performing more than the entire Southeast in terms of VAT, if I get that data right. And yet you are the one you are the one sustaining the country according to some misguided few. You understand?
Ola, you are talking about the VAT, right?
Yes, sir.
That's insulting. How can a certain part contribute 2-point-something trillion and got only 700 back?
Exactly. Very terrible.
That is crazy. And somebody did only 2 billion and collected about 40.
Yeah, that's like almost 2 billion to 40. That percentage
Baba,
is
why are you complaining? Is it not unity type of government that you are practicing?
Unity. Unity.
So if now that you know that it will not be better for unity government.
No,
you cannot be complaining with Ola. You people should not do that. See, let me tell you, there's no way you can have the kind of constitution that we have and the kind of system that we're practicing that you not say that everything should be equal. It can be equal now. Why are you not surprised? Okay, even if you look at that bat, even in states where they are even ravaging with insurgency and
security,
you can imagine even Borno is doing better than some even southwestern states. So what are you saying?
Oshun is the only one that's not doing well in Southwest. No, it's only Oshun out of 6.
It's not only Oshun. What is the contribution? Go and look at it. Go on. What is the contribution of even Ogun State that you think that's supposed to be top up there? Where are they?
Wait. There are 37 in all. So don't lampoon Ogun. Ogun, I think, was number 4. If my memory
cannot be number 4. It cannot be number 4.
Serves, let me check.
No. I think Lagos is number 1, followed by Rivers, then followed by most of these south states. Ogun is like going to like 8 or 10.
Apart from Rivers, there's no state that is ahead of Oyo.
No, Oyo is not. Let me tell you, apart from Lagos, the only state that is doing well in the southwest is Oyo.
It depends on how you want to look at it. Now, I don't know the year, are you talking of 2024 or 2025?
I'm talking about the recently released one, the first quarter, the H1, what do they call it now, of this year, 2026.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it. I'm scrolling.
And it is 24 on that list, right? If my memory serves me right.
What does that want me to you? So if you are 24, is a good mark.
Like, seriously? Okay, go ahead. I won't say because it used to be around 16, so whatever led to that 24, I don't know yet.
That's what I'm saying. If you look at that, the only state that still maintain their usual destiny was actually Oyo and Lagos. The other southwestern state, they are down.
So what are you driving at?
What I'm saying is that we should be concerned about the southwestern states that are not doing well, instead of saying, no, this one is contributing this and there is only this one that you are getting back.
Oh, sorry, Ekiti still maintaining 16 too. I beg. You don't shakara me now. Me, I'm almost even this thing.
Look at Borno.
Hey, it depends on how the VAT is realized now. Some are basically government projects.
Wait, Ola. What I want us to speak about is that, so what does that one tell us? If you are talking about a state ravaged by insurgency that even some part of that has been taken over by insurgents, and they can still be doing that well, what does that one mean? Even Kwara, look at Kwara.
I think if I get this thing,
Kwara is doing far better than a lot of southwestern states.
Okay, now what is VAT?
Don't start asking me all this. Whatever definition, it applies to everybody. So don't be asking me questions about what is VAT. Whatever the definition, whatever the mode of collection, is applied to all states equally.
Okay, hold on. VAT is a consumption tax, right? It's a consumption tax, not necessarily production tax. Okay, so if you want to separate something, you understand there are many metrics to measure.
So if it's a consumption tax, what does that one mean? That shows that the level of poverty in your state is still very high. That's why they cannot consume.
Not necessarily.
Hold on.
I think it's not necessary.
Simba, hold on now.
Different from, it doesn't mean poverty. And it's also scale of preference. I may like Gary, you may like cupcake. Prices are different. It's about lifestyle.
You should stop all this. I'm trying to change your direction of thinking. I don't want you to go in that one and say, oh, we are producing so much and they are sharing it to other parts of the country. No.
Simba, hold on, Farabale, and listen good.
What about the oil from the South?
What are you doing about it? Listen, Farabale. Now, VAT is a consumption tax.
Yeah, exactly. Tax, right? For consumption.
Now, when we say consumption, it doesn't mean when you go and buy bread only. Even government project like construction going on in your state, maybe you buy iron from people producing there. You do a lot of things there. Maybe your procurement is within that area for that project to be executed. It's part of this. So now, if you have every government project now going in Ekiti, for example, you may likely have a very high VAT. Now, what does that tell you is this. If government of a particular region is doing critical projects, they are going to pay VAT. So now, let's give it this way now. You understand? You can give 10 billion to Ekiti State, and Ekiti State may decide to use the entire 10 billion for construction. And by the time you calculate 5% of that Ekiti State VAT, you understand, you are going to get 5% off the entire 10 billion. Whereas some states you have that 10 billion, you now ask yourself, what are they doing with their own 10 billion? Now that states are getting more money, there are supposed to be a lot of projects going on. So the question is this, what are they doing with the money? So that's the area you want. So when you want to look at maybe production tax and all that.
So the money that is coming to our own state, the state in the Southwest, what the question is supposed to be asking them, what are they doing with their money? And the other thing that it also shows the activities, apart from even what the state is doing, it shows the disposable income of the people in those states also. Is a reflection.
Now, the point is this. You know, Wike was the one that argued these things seriously and was even battle ready that time. You understand that? Why do I spend my own money? Why should I realize my own money by spending and get consumption tax, and you are now taking it to another people that refuse to spend? Now the question is this:
the people that you are saying now, Ola, the people that we are now saying they are not spending, they are not spending more than us.
Who?
What do you mean they are spending more than us?
I don't
when you take it zone by zone, you will realize.
Baba, I don't want a zonal thing. Forget about zone by zone.
I don't find the table actually.
We have 6 states in the Southwest. You understand? Even with all the industry and everything in Ogun State, look at the performance of Ogun State now. I thought Ogun State should be like number 4, number 5.
Well, it all depends actually on the why.
Look at Ondo. With everything. In fact, that Ondo is a disappointment. Ondo, I don't even know what is happening in that state.
With all everything that they have, not all items are vetted.
I don't like giving. Well, don't give
is it not a fact that petroleum is not?
But you need to understand it first before you even fight.
Okay. I will yield to you people. If you people want to just follow what you want to follow, you people should go ahead.
What I'm saying
that I'm disappointed in the performance of our state, and you are saying you are trying to exonerate them.
You must know the basis, the reason why you are disappointed. Why are you disappointed?
Because of the performance.
Why? What type of performance?
Okay, so why are you praising Southwest? Say they are contributing more.
Hold it now. If Ekiti State budgeted 200 billion to construct road, and everything is procured locally there, you understand? And assuming they are going to pay 7.5% of 200 billion. That is the amount of VAT realized there. But if it is not having 200 billion projects, They won't have that VAT.
So what are they
what are you
doing?
talking
What are
about?
they doing with their money? Ola, what are they doing with their money?
Oga, Ekiti, I still maintaining the position that it is. So for Ekiti VAT to increase, that means they have to increase their projects. Now, but what type of project are they doing? Are they performing now? That's why you have to look. Okay, it's different from what they were doing.
Give me. If you have the data there, what is the performance
It's not even about the data for you even understanding the concept. You understand?
So you know one thing I don't like the way you normally when you want to say
no, you are missing it. You are missing it. And
I'm not missing anything. It's the same thing. It's the same way you behaved last time when we're having a discussion. You will believe that somebody don't understand what they are saying when they are not agreeing with you. That is your problem.
Hold on. We are talking of
so
VAT.
you want to tell me that I don't know what VAT means?
Hold on. We are talking of VAT. Now, when we are talking of industrialization now, for example, we know that Ogun State is supposed to industrialize. If they are charging corporate tax, it's totally different. If you are charging payee, it's totally different.
Ola.
Just like okay, continue.
Ola, let me ask you this.
You don't understand this thing, but you are
if there's
no major project for VAT to be realized, you are not going to get it. But what we are fighting for is this: why should I execute project in my state?
So
and
you are limiting VAT. Ola, so what you are doing now, you are limiting VAT to only government project. Is that the way it is?
Get this thing first of all before you even argue it. Get it before you even argue.
So what is there now that I'm not getting? I don't understand you. What is there that I'm not getting?
Okay, hold on. Now
you said even in the basic in the basic term, you said it's consumption tax. Is it not consumption tax? Is it not a reflection of the consumption of the people living in the certain community? I don't understand though. If there's any other meaning, just give me.
Let me tell you something. The fact that we have VAT in Ekiti, that Ekiti is ranked higher than Osun State, tells me that there are more projects ongoing in Ekiti more than Osun State. Because how do you consume if you are not doing any projects? So now it tells me that story. You understand? But when we are talking of other things, like maybe Osun State is getting the payee and is getting some other taxes, they are supposed to make more than Ekiti for sure, because Osun State is supposed to be a larger economy. But despite that, Ekiti is making more VAT because there are more projects going on in Ekiti more than Osun State. Right? But if I don't have a project going on now, I won't just go ahead and boost my VAT for nothing. So then I will have to move away from VAT and look at all that. But my own hunger is that why should a state be doing a project and realizing VAT, and you are giving it to an area where they are not doing projects? It's just because of part of my money is what you are spending. You get your money, you are not carrying out project to realize VAT. There are those people producing that VAT, you are getting their own money, and they are getting multiple times of what I realize in my state. We are not talking of payee now. We are talking of VAT. Because we know that payee in most cases, we go locally. And corporate tax now, the federal government will collect that one. So definitely Ogun State is likely to get a very high corporate tax. Like maybe you do your end of year report, and as a corporation, you are paying. Ogun State, maybe by the time you take maybe Lagos State, if not Ogun State will even be higher. You understand? Let's say Lagos State is the highest. Maybe Ogun State, Rivers State, and probably Oyo State will be the next when you are calculating all those stuff because of the level of industrialization. But this VAT is consumption. So consumption will come from different things: your population, the volume of project that is going on in your state. So if I'm creating economic activity in my state, and you are not creating your state, why should you use part of my money now to say, okay, because you are not getting this, you are not giving to those people that are impoverishing their people? That's where the problem is.
So Ola, no, let me now ask you now. So if I go and buy a television now, or I go and buy something in a store, it, you understand? Is it not a reflection of the disposable income also of people living in a certain state? Can it
That's
be?
correct. That's correct.
So so why? So what is your argument now? So what's saying now? You cannot tell the Lagos is leading just because they have more projects going on. It's because people there they have more disposable incomes. That's why Lagos is ranking first and the population. Look at Kanu also. Kanu, you can say because they also have a lot of disposable income. They have a lot of rich people in that place, and they have the population. So you cannot tell me that it's because of the project that's going on. Rivers State, we can say they also have a lot of disposable income because they have multinational and those multinational VAT, the government. That's why. So we can explain every state. So, but states that are predominantly civil servant, like Ogun State, that has a lot of company, people should have a lot of disposable income also in that place. That's my argument.
You are looking at it from.
I can't even find a table of all the states. That's where my frustration is.
Oh, what
because
are you
I
looking
really
for?
want to break it down.
Okay, VAT.
No, what I'm even trying to tell Simba is this. You understand? If you want to use consumption, no matter, you understand, if you want to use private consumption, you don't want to use public, then population, we have advantage for some people. Like you mentioned TV now, it is not every time you'll be mentioning TV. Now, in Lagos now, you can have different activities from someone that we go to National Theatre to go and watch artist play. So you can go to some recreation park, you can go to some kind of ocean view to go and enjoy. On Friday, you party, you organize different shows and all those things. You understand? A lot of activities going on there. So you can compare to area like Ekiti, for example. Now, for Ekiti, maybe simple life, you buy your TV, you are not going to buy TV every year. You do some other thing. So where most of those VAT will come from will be public projects. So now, as it is now, Ekiti seems to be having some frequent public project that is still giving that VAT, that make that VAT to rise above Osun State.
So where is Ekiti?
Normally,
where is Ekiti?
You say what?
Getting Ola, where is Ekiti getting money to do those projects? Where are they getting the money?
What?
To do more public projects.
Where
is the Ekiti getting the money?
From the allocation from the federal government and private investors. You understand? From private investors.
And if you look at, I'm very sure when you look at even the allocation from federal government, Ekiti will be the least in the southwest.
Your microphone is failing you, so can you repeat that?
I said if you look at the allocation from federal government,
52% of the total intake of VAT
in the southeastern state.
More than half. If you look at the Lagos, 819 billion, Rivers 278, almost 3.5 times. Before Oyo State with 79. Look at 278 of Rivers to even Oyo 79. So the disparity is there. They have more disposable income in these places. But what I'm saying, right, if you say places like Ekiti or Osun are not firming up when it comes to VAT, it all depends on what is happening in those areas. Their priority is different. Because in Osun State, I don't think they have plenty of hotels or house of cinema houses or bars and stuff like that. So it all depends on facilities. They are all developing states.
Exactly. Because what I'm trying to explain to Simba is this. You understand? Now, we have a Agbeyewa farm now, for example, which is private. That place, I heard that that place owns the largest, the single largest cassava farm globally. Right. Then we have airport projects that, yeah, we can say it has finished to a particular extent.
Where do you think Oyo is getting? Where do you think the VAT is coming
Not
from?
even less soiling someone land and you are jumping to another question. How will you even understand this when you even argue this way? Or is it a matter of
you still see your data? Continue, teacher.
No, I'm not. It's not about teacher. We are here to exchange idea and learn from one another. So
continue. I'm listening.
Look at this from this angle. Osun State is a larger economy than Ekiti State. How come Osun is not giving us VAT more than Ekiti State? That's the problem. I think Osun is 34, while Ekiti is 16 on the list. How? Then when you mention Borno now,
Osun is Ola, see my state, and that's where my and guys, that means my people are getting more impoverished.
It does not necessarily mean your people are poor. It does not necessarily mean your people are poor.
Okay, if you don't see it as a reflection of disposable, if people have a lot of money to dispose, you can go and watch film, go.
No, see. Okay, now if you really want to know,
cinema, go to spa, go to supermarket.
What I'm telling you is this, Baba. What I'm telling you is this. Ekiti, you see now, if you take away some major project that is happening in Ekiti currently away, they are going to have less VAT than Osun State. So if Osun State is relying on private consumption only and they are not adding public consumption, you understand, they may not get enough VAT. Because when you look at it now, when you talk of Osun State, they have more university than Ekiti State. Whether that's my assumption, because apart from
you hear me, sorry.
Go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Sorry, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
I can hear you, but it's breaking.
It's Simba that is breaking up.
So what we are saying now, look at it this way now. Switch it over now. Look at internally generated.
Ola, let me tell you. You know, Osun State has almost 20. If you count it, Osun State has almost 20 universities.
Okay.
And so all those ones are then not paid. Why should they perform that?
Now it depends on what they are consuming. Are they paying on food consumption? Are they paying VAT on food consumption? When you buy your rice and beans and all those, are you paying tax on? Are you paying VAT on food consumption? Are you?
Ola, if they are not paying on food, Ola, there are so many other things that people take transportation.
Yeah, that's so many other things. What I'm interested in. I don't know your state like you.
Hello.
I think
can you hear me, guys?
Hello.
Ola, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Remy.
I think you guys are not factoring some of this South state because of the oil-related activities that is there. So that VAT will be high. Because when you partake in businesses, of course, but to be frank, Simba is partly right. That means there's not a lot of commercial activities really taking place in states like Osun and Ekiti. And the reason why Oyo was there is because Oyo has been the major capital city of Southwest since long time ago, and they have a lot of industrial hubs, and they are still there. Maybe they are not performing at optimal level now, but they are still there. Some of them are still operating, and the population also helped them. So that is the major reason. So I think for me, I think all the other
Okay, let me.
Southwestern states should up their games. Because when you look at the VAT breakdown, if you really look at it very well, you will see that the South states are performed because of the oil and gas activities in their region. And Kano, being a commercial capital city of the Northwest for a long time, they came third here because of the population and because of various commercial, especially on agriculture. So actually, to be frank, Oshun and Ekiti should up their game a lot. I think he is partly right when we consider to check the figure state by state.
Okay. Now, the thing is this. You understand? When you say there's no economic activities, you understand?
I did not say there's no economic activity. Maybe
no. Because that's the basis for which you are supporting Simba. You understand?
No, I say it's partly right. I know. I'm not saying it's.
Hold on now. Hold on. I understand you. Now, what we are missing here is this: we forget that we have formal and informal sector. An informal sector in our country alone is about 60%, even moving closer to 70%. Now, if Ekiti want to capture its VAT now, it's going to be on the formal sector. You understand? Mostly. Although there be some area whereby someone in the informal sector, you go patronize a formal setting that you don't have an option, you have to pay. For example, if you are going for any services at the university, in quote, assuming there's VAT, which I don't believe there's VAT anyway, there's no VAT for your school fees or whatever, because I'd be surprised there's VAT for your school fees. But look at Afelo Babala University, for example, now. If he's doing a major project expanding his faculty, you understand? There you are bound to pay more VAT. If you are having Ikuderi farm expansion, you understand, working in the Promacedo, you are going to pay VAT. If you are consulting road, you are buying
materials VAT exempt too.
They are VAT exempt, but there are something that will be done.
VAT exempt, some medical this thing. That's why I suspect Ogun State lagged behind, because most of the factories there, most of the things they are producing and are VAT exempt, like sanitary pad and all the rest.
Exactly. So, but my problem is this: since VAT measures consumption within your state, I think the sharing formula is not fair. You understand?
Yes, I agree
that's what I think. So because now, if I'm still going back to Wike. Wike said the project it was executing in Rivers State was the reason for that number of VAT. That's so how can I get my own money and use it for a project and generate VAT, and someone got his own money, pocketed it, and you now want to share my VAT to the person? That's one of those grudges. So the thing now is this: people think when they say VAT that it has no. Now, when you now look at internally generated revenue now, you understand Osun State is making more than Ekiti, which is expected. It's expected because it's a bigger economy, larger workforce,
and it's proximity to Oyo State.
Sir?
I say Osun proximity to Oyo State.
Exactly.
Helps also in that IGR thing. Exactly.
So when we look at IGR, it's another thing. VAT is another thing. So the way everybody keep his own IGR, his own payee, why can't we find a way that even if you are not going to keep the entire VAT, keep 90% of your VAT. Don't go and give to someone that will break bottle of beers, that will not generate $1 billion, for example, and you'll be giving them like 50 billion. Where's that done? Because you are not allowing activities that will generate VAT within your state. That's the point of contention here.
Ola, sorry, I was just checking the VAT receipt for 2025, and I was checking states like Borno that contributed as little as hold on, is it Borno? Yeah, no, Bauchi. Sorry, Bauchi contributed only 24.66 billion, and got 98.62 billion, about 399%. My God, for God's sake. Why some state like Lagos that they contributed almost contributed about 3.4 trillion, and they got about 673, about
something.
16.62%. What kind of country is this? This actually encourage laziness. You don't need to do nothing. You don't need to contribute nothing.
You understand? Okay. Let me give you an example. Remy. A state sponsor bandits commanders to Arch. Now, I don't know whether there's a VAT attached to tickets for this, but I know that nationally there's supposed to be something. Now, if you use that money, for example, to say, okay, you want to build some infrastructure, while you are buying a rebars, iron. Hold on, Mafarabale, let me land. Now, when you buy iron rebars, for example, you are going to pay VAT. Probably on your Dangote cement, you are going to, is there any VAT on building materials? I don't know. So don't let me just talk about that. So there are some other materials that you are going to buy to finish that construction that is going to command VAT. So because of your project, because of what you are doing in your state, you are now generating more. It simply means that because VAT sometimes can signify that you are doing something meaningful. That you are doing something meaningful in your state.
You see, we've had this debate about this VAT thing before. One of the things we are not considering and we have to put into consideration is, apart from the VAT exemption, there is always this headquarter effect on VAT. For example, almost everybody in Nigeria uses MTN and they pay VAT on MTN. Or the MTN, the VAT on our calls and data goes to Lagos. For example, all the banks, I know how much.
Now let me debunk that because it's just I heard that argument that time, but I didn't say anything.
What do you want to debunk?
Let me tell you
that
one
there's
thing.
no headquarter effect.
No, hold on, sir. All those organizations can be mandated to granularize all those VAT. Now, MTN can trace card that Richard Card bought in Kaduna easily, because when you recharge the point of that thing, you will get the point of you connected. So because when in the bank we used to divide transaction per region.
Hold on, sir. They can does not mean they are doing it now. Presently, there is the headquarter.
That's what I'm saying. It is very easy to do.
That's what I agree with you. They can do, but they are not doing. I'm talking of presently. The amount we are referring to now.
Bank transactions, they are localized now. Is that not?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because
they are not localized. They are not localized. Do they release? I'm coming.
Hold on,
I'm just asking a question.
Hold on. Myself and Patoski work in the same bank. We know that VAT in this thing, they are localized. We know. It's not that this is not that they are telling us.
There's head office effect. We know. Actually. Because there are transactions that
in Ekiti, it's in Ekiti. The one you do in Lagos is in
Lagos.
Lagos.
No, now when it is reported,
it's going to be done by head office. So I can't hear
head office. Head office. No, my report. Head office. No,
so I agree with him on head office.
Let me give you a practical example. Somebody that is buying, let's say a company produce something in Ibadan, and somebody order the product from that company from Ibadan to Ilorin, and that person is just selling to people because they're giving her a price. Okay, this is the price
she just put her own price. She's not collecting VAT. The VAT has already been collected before they even sold the goods to her in a lorry. So where is that VAT going to be? Is it going to be in a lorry or is it going to be in a bad?
Of course, it's going to be in Ilorin now if they do their
the VAT
calculation very
is
well.
the VAT. No, hold on. Let me
The
tell you.
VAT, the VAT is going to be in Ibadan, not in lorry.
No, hold on.
No,
You see, the
no.
VAT.
That's not the way it is.
Sorry, can I land? Sorry.
Right.
Okay.
The VAT is going to be in Ibadan for him, for that person. But when the person is selling it in a lorry, if he's also a seller, the VAT eventually will pass on the VAT. So the person who actually end up paying VAT effectively is the final consumer, because
Yes, thank you.
the VAT to the VAT that the middleman pays is added to his own cost of goods.
That's what I'm saying, but it's already in Ibadan.
No, I don't get you. He bought
No,
the
no.
You
thing.
buy no. Let's say I buy, let's say, a biscuit. A company is in Ibadan manufacturing biscuits, and I buy the biscuit from Ibadan. Let's say maybe I bought it like, let's say, 10 naira, and they've already included VAT on that 10 naira. I now ship it from Ibadan to a lorry, and I sold it, let's say, 11 naira. I gain 1 naira. So where is the VAT going to be? The final consumer is in a lorry, no.
No, you are
That is
bought.
how the VAT is
No.
supposed to be. It's
So,
Let
but
Ilorin.
me
the
Yes.
company
explain
has
from my
already
experience.
collected VAT before
Hold on.
the company has already collected VAT.
Hold on.
Patrick, before. Okay.
You have paid the VAT to Ibadan. Now, when you are
Hmm.
selling to the final consumer,
They are also including VAT.
if you buy the biscuit 10 naira, the VAT is already included in that your 10 naira. The
Yes.
cost price to you is 10 naira.
It's 10 naira, yes.
So the
So
VAT
I
you
will
pay,
pass it. I will yes. No,
you now
the
pass it.
payment is in a lorry, but the VAT is already credited to Ibadan. That is what I'm saying.
You bought that transaction in Ibadan. The value addition, the value
Mm,
addition for the asset that you bought took place in Ibadan.
mm,
You understand? So you are paying it. Now, when you bought it from Ibadan person, you now transported it to a lorry. Maybe they delivered to a
mm,
lorry by courier. You add the cost of that your biscuit you paid, you bought in Ibadan. You have already added VAT to your cost price for your cost,
mm.
plus the
I
value of
know.
transaction. You will now do VAT on that to the final consumer. So the portion of your own VAT is going to Ibadan. So it's the final consumer that.
Let me
And
come
that's
here.
what I'm
Let
saying
me
now. It's the
explain.
same. Wait, Patrick, that's what I'm saying. So, but the final consumer lives in Ilorin, which is supposed to be the VAT, the person that actually paid the VAT is in Ilorin, but the
So
VAT is
that
not
VAT
coming
is
to
going to
Kwara.
be in Ibadan. It's going to be in Ilorin.
It's
Yes,
go-
let me explain to you, Simba.
That VAT is going to
no,
Ilorin.
wait now. Patrick, let me have this conversation with Patrick. The person that is okay, the money, which state are they going to credit that VAT to?
It's Ilorin. It's Kwara State.
How would they credit it, Lori? So the
Let me
money that
explain. Hold on now.
the company has already collected in Ibadan.
Let me explain to you. We
Okay.
need to put numbers to it. You see, the VAT is for value addition. Now, if
Mm.
the person that bought raw material, you bought your raw material, for example, from Port Harcourt, you pay VAT on that raw material addition. You as a manufacturer, maybe you bought that raw material for 100 naira. You pay VAT of 5%. So your cost price of that raw material is 105, which included your own VAT towards some. That VAT, you have not paid it.
When will it be my turn now? Is it talking and everybody is talking?
That VAT, no, I'm answering a question. So don't worry. Let me just finish answering this question. So, can you guys hear me?
We
Go
can hear
ahead.
you.
Now, that 105 is the cost price to that manufacturer. He now added his own value. Maybe he added value to it. That 105 became 120. Now, when he wants to sell it, he's going to charge 5%, which is 6 naira. So the selling price, maybe after his own markup, everything, the selling price is supposed to be 126 based on that VAT. He now added his own markup to it. So maybe everything 130. You know, in his own case, he has not paid that VAT because òun ti gba VAT yẹn padà. He has collected the VAT back from selling. You understand? He will move to the next person. Effectively, it is the final consumer that is selling to will now pay VAT. You know that guy is not selling to anybody. He's the one that consumes the VAT. But at every state, manufacturers are paying VAT based on the value that they have added to the asset. The man in Oyo State that added value to the raw material I bought from Port Harcourt is collecting a higher VAT than he paid. You understand? He's collecting a higher VAT than he paid. Are you following? Are you hearing me? I don't
Yes,
think.
sir.
Now he's collecting a higher VAT than he paid. So the question is that, you know, that man in Lagos, for example, he paid $5 naira as a VAT, but he collected 6 naira as a VAT, right? Now that 5 naira that, hold on, let me not
you are
confuse.
making it more complex. Yes, you are
No, let
making
me
it more
explain to you
complex.
why it happens that way. There are two kind of VAT. There's a VAT payment and the VAT collection. If you're a manufacturer, for example, you pay VAT of maybe 5 naira on a particular item. That VAT you paid on that raw material, government will refund it to you as a VAT credit. So when you are
I
doing
don't
your
even,
VAT, when
you people cannot explain because you're always
no, let me
bringing this
explain
your
the
Western
hold on,
idea
let me explain the
into
logic to
what
you.
you
This
are,
will you will
who's
understand this thing.
returning
Hold on,
what in
Simba. Hold
Nigeria.
on, Simba. Just give me 1 minute now. I will leave it. There are two sides to VAT. There's a VAT payment and VAT. There's a VAT final payment and there's a VAT credit. If as a manufacturer, I buy something, you understand, and I processed it. Maybe I bought something of
Why can't you explain this thing based on what I just explained to you?
no.
A
This one will
company,
make you
wait,
understand.
wait,
Hold
wait,
on
wait,
now.
wait.
Because
Okay, okay.
what you said is only explaining one aspect of the VAT, and that will not make you understand. If I'm a manufacturer now, okay, let me explain based on what you have said. That woman came to Ilorin. That woman paid a VAT of maybe 5 naira to the person that I bought the biscuit from in Ibadan. Are you following me? And he now sold it to somebody who consumed it in Ilorin. Now, maybe somebody who consumed in Ilorin paid additional VAT of 5 naira or 6 naira this time around. You see, that woman that sold the biscuit
They
in
don't
Ilorin.
pay. Wait, wait. The woman in Ilorin. If that's what I'm saying, you people that are still abroad, you don't know how that thing work in Nigeria. In Nigeria, is the company that is selling to the wholesaler that collects the VAT. They are just
The
wait,
wholesaler will
the
pay VAT,
wholesaler
Nabi.
the wholesaler is not paying VAT. The wholesaler will just buy. It's okay. They see everything as the cost price, and they
But
will
VAT
just
has
put their
been
own markup.
included. VAT has been
Yeah,
included.
but what I'm saying is the company that have already gotten the VAT from the wholesaler. You
What I'm
understand? They've
telling you
already
now,
passed
what
it.
I'm telling you is that the wholesaler will also add VAT.
They don't have VAT. That's what I'm saying. The
No, that's
wholesaler
the
in
system.
Ilorin.
Then that
That is not the
system is
system.
wrong.
I'm
That
talking.
system
I
is
mean,
wrong.
I'm telling you. Wait, if you say it's wrong, but that's what we practice in Nigeria.
No, I'm sure they will.
I
I'm
know
sure
what
the new tax law will correct it.
I don't know, but what normally happens is that when a manufacturer manufacture goods, by the time they are selling it out, they've already added their VAT to the cost. You understand? Then so the wholesaler, the retailer. So if you buy biscuit, how will you know? They just say biscuit is 5 naira. You pay your 5 naira, you go. You
And now, but
understand?
VAT
So
is already included in that biscuit that I bought.
what I'm saying is already so the VAT is already paid to the company. It's not paying it to the wholesaler and it's not paying it to the government of that state that is getting that the person is consuming the thing
No,
from. That's what I'm
the
saying.
a leakage in that system because the company is losing money.
Patoski. Patoski, let us move away from this topic. You know, Simba will no go agree. Simba don't have his own mindset on this. So
No, I think Simba is right, but
Ola,
that term is
Ola,
wrong.
Ola.
hold
Ola, make we
on, let's
Ola,
Zita.
wait
Hold
more.
on, hold on. I'm going to Zita.
Let us
Hold
learn
on.
from the system.
Hold
Let's
on. I
learn
say
from
I'm
this
moving
one.
away from the topic. We are moving away from the topic. Zita,
Okay, why are you
Zita,
moving
there?
away?
Because I want to move it away. I don't have
Okay,
any. I want to move it away so that, Madam Zita, I'm calling you now. Okay.
I
Who
don't
came
even know
after
why you
Madam
are
Zita?
calling her because some people came even before her now. You've not called the
No,
people that came before her just because she
Who
talked.
came
That's why
before
you are
her?
calling her name.
No, we came before her.
Remy was there before her. Remy was there before her.
That's not true. That's not true. Zita was there before Remy. Because Zita came.
When I came here, she left.
You know, he came and dropped, then came immediately. So then Remy came after. So Remy, have your floor now.
Okay, can you? I think you are discussing about what is the major topic? I'm sorry. Can you just refresh?
Okay. The one of the major topic is the Olorioko of United States of America said Tinubu is his friend in whom is well placed. So that one he wrote later, but unfortunately, it's a sad news for some people. I don't know. So let's keep it at that. Then the other one I added is the guy from Niger State sacked the Fulani district head. So anybody that remember the remaining topic, I beg, please remind me.
Okay, I will not
At
take
least
too
I
much
remember.
time. I think you mentioned about the what do you call it? The lobbies by Atiku.
That's another one too. Thank you.
But the other one you spoke about, I did not even hear it because your voice was cracking, or we couldn't hear. But whatever.
Oh, my voice is cracking?
Yeah. We couldn't hear what. Yeah, it was off for some few seconds, so I couldn't catch you. Yeah, but let me just quickly talk about the lobbies. It's just that I think people are right now that the opposition, they don't know what they want. This particular thing, you went to America, all of this thing, you are putting it again, thinking that the president, Trump, what can Trump do? The question is that you just come from America and then remove Tinubu because of that. This is a closed case in America.
No, not remove Tinubu only, and install Obi or.
Yes, I don't understand. Sometimes I just laugh over it. I think sometimes, like, you were paying about $1.2 million for this kind of stuff. Why don't you use that money to create more employment for your home state in Adamawa State? Why don't you use it to help them in agriculture in your state? Is it a must? You must become a president, but it's okay because the money was stolen initially from day go.
I think Remy, it is his right to use everything that he has to win an election.
I'm not saying it's not his right, but this one has been over. This particular case, it has been overstretched for a long time. If you go back to what can America do, open the case again. What again? It's already closed case. The guy already paid. They already removed fine and what about forfeiture some money
His
from.
time is locked. If he gets it, fine. If he doesn't get it, that is it. It's just
I
fine.
think
Is locked.
it's an exercise in futility, because the guy you are dealing with, the president of America today, is a deal maker. It's all about money to him, and the money is about his own interest first, and then American interest. So, what kind of thing? What can he gain from that? So, to me, I just think it's an exercise in futility. So, I don't know what to talk about that one. At the end of the day, it's a dead case. So, but the point I don't like about it is that you are just watching, dirty line and everything. You yourself, that you go there, you yourself, you are not so clean. Your wife was jail. A senator was jail because of your scandal. So when you come with a clean hand, you do not have you have more dirty hands. At the end of the day, they will not attack you back. So do you think?
Do you believe that what Atiku is doing can lead to what can stop election in January? Because some people are already predicting that there might not be election next year.
I don't think so. I don't buy that one at all. No, it won't stop any election. Election is going to take place in Nigeria, whether they contested or they did not contested. So now let's put another scenario. If at the end of the day, at the court in Nigeria, they now disband or disqualify ADC, what is going to happen? Everyone will not fall. Or the disqualify will be, not everyone will not fall. Nigeria will move ahead with their life because they already know that these politicians are the same. So to me, I don't say there's going to be an election because that is not the only election we are going to have. The senatorial election is there, the gubernatorial election is there. So why should the ambition of one man now truncate the everything? So I do not say anything that is going to stop. So sometimes when you read everything or people talking, they don't like Tinubu, it's a lie. It's just cheap politics. Because the major strength of APC is also in the Northwest. And when it comes to party politics, they don't joke with it. You will see when the election results start tripping him in January, you will see the result. Everybody will be surprised. Okay, let's put that one beside. And then the Niger State governor calling all the Fulani heads in their community and warning them, I think it's the right thing to do because Niger State, they are not Hausa people. They are not Fulani. I think majority of them are Hausa and other tribe in Niger State. So why should you come unnecessarily and then foment trouble in their state? So I think what he's doing, that is the way to go. And the reason why they are doing like that, because they have seen examples of how people from the Southwest have to put pressure on their state governor and also on the presidency to take action. And they have seen how people's effort can make things turn around. You will see that when this thing happened, majority of the Yoruba people start profiling people in their state. They start pointing fingers to people who live in their community. That is the way to go. That is a very good example. That, oh, I know this Fulani man living there. Even if it's not a terrorist, actually they will profile him. That is the way to go. This security is with everybody, and it starts from us. You say something, say something. Don't just keep quiet, because when it happens, you might not know whose head is going to fall on. So you reporting people that you suspect is good. And at the end of the day, I like how the Southern Western people rise up to the occasion and start profiling people. It might look somehow, but I think that's the best thing to do. Now, today, an average Southwesterner is more aware of his environment. This thing have taught them a very good lesson. Although it's in a bitter way, but it has taught them a good lesson that you must profile people around you. And I think, unfortunately, most of our Southwestern governors are lazy. Why not drop something like, even before state policing, why not say, okay, in my state, all land tenant that is living in your household, you must come to the local government or the state secretariat to submit their names and their occupation, so that I will know who are the people living in your house. That is another way to go.
Or the local government should do censor, then and by escalation to the states. I think local government should be able to do censor better now.
Even they cannot do that censor, even before we have the state police, because there's so many things on governed spaces, and there's so many things we are not doing in that country. For example, we don't know how.
Just round up in 1 minute so that.
Can you give me one more topic so that I run off so that another people can talk? Because I
I don't know the topic you want to pick in the one, so.
Just say.
You know, this expansion of division of the military, or you want to talk of this Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, you know, which has been approved by ECOWAS.
I think I will talk about the extension of the many division of the Nigerian army. I think that is a very good way to go. Although recruiting about 26,000 people is a little bit far short, but at least that's.
Is it 26 or 28,000?
20,000. Although it's small, but that's a good way to go.
For the military, why police and forest guard, everybody will be doing this?
Only for the army. It does not even include Navy or Air Force, only for the army. But I think if our President Tinubu, I will come up with a kind of a special bonuses and revenue salary increment, maybe almost double, so that it can encourage young Nigeria to join the Nigerian army. Because at a stand today, that is, they are collecting, so it's better. He has increased it from nearly 60,000 to about 100,000 naira per head. But I will probably take it to about 150,000 naira for a soldier. And I will also give a kind of so many bonuses for them, like their education for their children will be free up to university level. Even if something happened to them in fighting terrorism or war, their children are well taken care of in terms of scholarship. So this will attract a lot of people to join the military, because if anything happened to them, because the most important thing to your child is to get that good education to the university level or to whatever kind of trade or skill he or she want to acquire. So once this
but how do you know that people are not attracted?
The reason why I say, because when you look at the breakdown, most time people from the southwest, they tend not to join the Nigerian army because they thought that joining the Nigerian army and taking them up north to go and slaughter them unnecessarily. So it discouraged them for joining, and that is one. And then the perception in the southwest is like that: why do you want to join army? Why can't you become a lawyer, a doctor, a this, a that, or something like that? But everybody cannot be doctors. So if you are not up to that, you don't have the requirement to enter the university as a doctor, joining the armed forces should also give you a better life, whether as a non-commissioned officer. So when you lay all of these things down for people, that free ed for their children, free education for their children up to university level, I think this is good.
But the form for the military, the recruitment form, is usually oversubscribed. So why do you think people
when you said about oversubscribed, where are the oversubscription coming from? Is it from the northern part of the country or is it from the southern part of the country?
Okay.
Because when you start to look at the breakdown, you discover that more people from the north central and also the northern part of the country, or the other northeast or northwest, tend to join the army. Because for them, you don't need to wallow yourself too much to go to the university. You don't have the required qualification. So you can quickly join army as a non-commissioned officer. Why not? I can give you a better life with discipline and the rest. So, but there will be a caveat that if you do not serve the Nigerian army for like 15 years, then maybe your children cannot get that scholarship to university level. Because you cannot just serve for 1 or 2 years and then say you are going out. You don't want to gain. So there must be some caveat that attached to it. If the bonus states and the rest
don't you think the expansion of the division, and the way they are building a depot across the country, we encourage enrollment. So unlike when
of course, you are right.
part monopolized. So don't you think that's one of the problems?
It will encourage enrollment. It will also encourage good security. And
I think he said recently that he increased the divisions to 11 or 12 or so.
Yeah, I think to 12.
Yeah.
To 12. Yeah.
And he asked 20,000 new soldiers to be employed, to be recruited.
No, let's look at it now. In space of 3 weeks now, the 50,000 constables recruited under the Nigerian police force, they will start their training soon. And then and before this 20,000, I think it was last year, or maybe they have already recruited about 10,000 to join the Nigerian army. I think some of them have passed out. One of them is the one that passed out in, is it in Benin City or Makurdi, the one that recently passed out? So I think this president is really, really, really trying. This is the first time in the history of that country that we see massive recruitment into all these military and military parastatals like NDSC, Nigerian Coast, Nigerian Forest Guard, the Navy, the Air Force. In fact, I think coupled with that, luckily for Nigeria, the private sectors are also recruiting. So if you have a cousin or nephew or whatever, a junior brother in Nigeria that is looking for a job and he has a good certificate, I think it's the best time to look at Dangote, Bua, all of them are recruiting now. So I think we are on the right track. So I hope we can be on this track like for 20 years. Then maybe Nigeria can be a better country.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
stop here. Yeah.
Yeah. Who is the next person? I think you'll be who came between
Remy
who
spoke
first came
before
between
me.
Remy person? Eh?
I came before Remy now.
Ola,
I'll
call
be
Zita
calling you
again.
now.
Call Zita again. Call Zita again.
Zita. Zita, oh yeah, fire on. Madam
I don't
Zita.
know what you now they talk now.
Okay, I will give you the topic. So your
Is she responding? Is she responding to you?
yeah,
But I can't
she's
hear her
responding.
voice.
I think your system is the one creating problem for us. So you can get out and come back. So, so Madam Zita, so your uncle, he paid $1.2 million to revisit Tinubu's narcotic case. So, and why
Who
should
is
not
my uncle now?
Atiku now? You said it's your uncle now. You even look alike.
Is he handsome I look?
He's a very handsome man. No?
You people don't know that Atiku look dumb. Anyway, continue.
But he's a very handsome man now. If you resemble that person, then you'll be hot.
Atiku looks dumb. He looks stupid. Anyway, continue.
Now the other topic is
He paid how much to who?
To lobbyists to help lobby and bring out to revisit Tinubu's narcotic case. Already the case that already closed by.
Is Tinubu contesting for the president of America? He's not the president of Nigeria.
Another topic is this the letter from United States of America president to say Tinubu, good job, I did here for you. So that has been a very
they say it's an old one.
Well, say no matter how tall your horse is, if your enemy see that horse, they will say it's just the size of a goat. So,
but
that's
okay. Continue the next topic.
So then, in Niger State, the governor of Niger State, is going after the Fulani in District S. So he removed them. Then again, I think he's been telling any extremist that all the preachers that is going to extremism, that okay, not only that he will arrest and prosecute those, but he's going to demolish the mosque. So then you may want to, I'm just listing them, you may want to talk on this, what do we call it? This gas pipeline project, is it Trans-Sahara Africa, or whatever they call that gas pipeline project. So you just call it Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, African Atlantic gas pipeline, you understand? So that has been approved at ECOWAS, that country is involved, so they've approved and they put the framework on ground. So which of the topics do you want to speak about?
Okay, let me start with the gas pipeline. That thing is a very huge project and very good too, but the insecurity in the Sahel is going to make it a waste of time and money. They'll blow those things up. Any little thing you do them, because those Islamists, their brand, their touch. Any little thing that happens to them, they can even go on a conquest and their leader is being killed. They'll go and blow those pipelines. So before we talk about such a long pipeline, we have to get the insecurity in West Africa. Get it to a reasonable this thing. Then Atiku, I don't even know why they don't want to meet Tinubu They should go and meet him in the field now. Tinubu is not contesting for the president of the United States. He's contesting for the president of Nigeria. Abi? Or has he changed his mind?
No, at least, maybe they are expecting Trump to come and remove Tinubu for them and install them there. So, miracle can happen. So maybe they have the target.
How convenient. Anyway, the Niger State man, I hope they don't kill him. Because that place is not, those people are really concentrating on that North Central. Yeah, most of the madness, apart from Boronu, most of the madness is in that North Central. They should. I hope he stick to what he says he's going to do, because that's a very good move. If they make him blow we demolish their mosque,
Yeah.
What? There's another topic you just said now.
Are you talking of the distribution of military division or?
No, there's another one you said.
I think it's about the Niger State governor.
I've said that one. There's
so
another
is
one.
It the letter of recommendation from Trump?
Yes, I think
that one you want to talk about.
Yeah, well, one thing about that thing, when things happen, people don't look at the difference. Tinubu is taciturn. When I mean taciturn, he's somebody who speaks little. When you are dealing with such a person, you have to be very careful. The difference between Tinubu and the other, and Jonathan, that people are trying to use the same strategy they use in kicking Jonathan out to kick Tinubu out. The difference between two of them, Tinubu does not deny those things. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. No,
Tinubu,
they deny now. They
please, Tinubu does not deny which thing.
He doesn't deny the insecurity. Do you understand? Tinubu has not come out to say that to 120 people that we are taking, we are not taking. And he has never come out to downplay it. Okay, let me do the conclusion. He has never said anything. The only thing you will hear from him is that they're fighting it and they will continue fighting it. But Shikina. But Jonathan denied it. If Jonathan has acted fast when that thing started brewing, I don't really think it will be this bad. You know what we give them? Bass. Scatter everywhere at that beginning. Take a decisive madman decision. I don't think insecurity in Nigeria would have been like this. Because if you talk to Northerners, during the time of Jonathan's government, if you talk to Northerners, they will tell you that that thing was happening. They buy police, they pick children, they buy this thing, they've been doing, and the government was hiding it. He said they used to ask any Northerner, maybe any day Hassan come here, you can ask him. The government keep hiding it. Jonathan was doing it as if it was no news. That thing was raging in the north, and they ignored them until that Chibok girls, which he denied, but it caught the attention of international community. And that was what brought those people to the limelight. Because of Chibok girls, they later recognized them, and they were like, okay, if we take plenty, they go carry them for news. So it became the order of the day. If he has handled it, I don't think they would have been able to do that Chibok girls. So what am I saying in essence? Tinubu is not, I'm not talking about the letter. I don't see any letter. But what I'm saying is that he's not denying it. That's the difference. And the whole thing is in the news. Hey, 120 has been kidnapped. Hey, this person has been killed. Hey, these children, hey, they've gone to the... He's not covering any of the news. The news are out there for anybody to read, and he has never come out to say, this one did not happen. This one did not happen.
Should I tell you why Tinubu does not deny anything?
Why?
It's part of his strategy. He will let you complain. Then he will now put your complaints and rank it. He will solve your complaints. Then you will now praise him for solving your
No. I wouldn't go there with human blood. No, I wouldn't.
But that's how he has always.
I would not sit down here and say that, because this is one of the things I fight. No matter what you're doing, those people that are kidnapping are young girls. They're kids. I even heard that a 2-year-old child was kidnapped in that of Oyo. So I wouldn't sit down here and say that it's for us to complain. I wouldn't go that route. The only thing I will say, keep the kids out of it. As long as we are doing the madness, keep the kids out of it. I don't think so. I don't think it's complaint. That insecurity in Nigeria is beyond the physical eyes. A lot is going.
You don't understand what I mean by complaints. I'm not talking specifically. I'm talking about like if there is a problem, right? He's not going to immediately solve the problem. He's going to wait till he can use it to his advantage. That is how Tinubu does. No matter how you attack him, no matter what you do, his own strategy is, how can I use this to my advantage? If he had solved if he had solved these issues, majority of these issues at his first office, what will he have left to for you to congratulate him for at the end of his campaign? Majority of these problems are going to be solved when it is getting closer and closer to the next election, so that you have a lot of voters saying, oh, this is what Tinubu has done, no, this is what Tinubu has done, and everybody will start praising him. He has been doing this thing for decades.
Can you listen, please? Let me tell you something. I'm sure you are not in the military, and probably the way you are talking, you've not listened to any of your military family members who are in the military. Insecurity is not something you solve immediately. Insecurity is not something you solve immediately. That is number one. The problem with Nigeria insecurity is that our military is the insecurity. I will keep saying it in this platform. Hate me, like me, I do not care. That is the only difference between Nigerian insecurity. Our military is the insecurity. You can be solving in a country, you can be solving insecurity. Something happened in Oyo, you are battling that one. Before you say Jack Robinson, another one has happened in Kanu. It is a country, not a house. As they're battling it, you will hear that Imo State, something has happened there. It is a country. The only thing is that over the years, with the experience and circumstances and situation that happen in a country, they start putting on some security measures. Not that insecurity will not happen. So for you to say that he leave, solve it to his credit, his job is actually to solve the insecurity. Whether it's not all the insecurity in Nigeria that he has solved. So why would you say that he keep it till he solve it? He can only solve the ones he can solve. Those ones in the mountain in Borno State, he can't solve them. So if you think he's doing it for him to get accolades, somebody can use all those ones to still hammer him. After all, we were in that country. We thought the base was Sambisa Forest, just for United States to come and show us that the headquarters is in Sokoto. So I don't think, I don't think that. I don't think so. Nigeria has a very massive insecurity problem. Why? Because the people who you depend on to help you solve the problem are actually the problem themselves. So any president trying is actually trying very hard. I'm telling you, because our military, look at what a state governor is saying. Hello, that means he knows them.
We can hear you.
That means he knows them now. That's what I've been saying here. That means that governor knows them. He knows where they are. He was able to reach them. He has said his own. You do anyhow, you go see anyhow. That's a governor. I hope he follow through. Because you cannot tell me that they do, all this one they come foreigners.
But Madam Zita, when you look at that region, it seems that the only Kwara State governor is the most serious there, because Ododo, the one in Kogi State, that one is like, it's no nonsense. Then this is Niger State now. And I don't know what is happening in Benue, to be honest, but I think apart from Bauchi, is Bauchi is even in North Central? I'm not sure. So
yeah,
I think
Bauchi is in North Central. Bauchi is not. I don't know. Don't know those there. I don't know.
I mean, so I'm not too sure. So
is it not Plateau?
Bauchi is in the northeast. It's not in the North Central.
Yeah, but Plateau and Nasarawa is in North Central, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
With Kwara, Niger, Kogi, and Kwara, Niger, Kogi, and one other. Plateau, Benue. Yeah, with Benue.
It's 6 now. Kwara, Niger, Kogi, Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa.
Nasarawa, yeah.
Okay.
So I think Kwara State is the most serious among them. I think others seems to be very serious.
What they are doing is that this expanse of forest between Kogi, Niger, and Kwara, that's where they are hiding now.
You know, one thing is hiding, another thing is for the governor to appear to be serious.
Actually, but let me ask a question. I want an honest answer. What do they want?
To me, I think this is a worldwide terrorist, and as much as you dislodge them from one particular region, if they find an enclave in another, you will see that they move to Africa, where a lot of people will not know they are there, but because they want to establish their whatever they call it, caliphate or whatever they want to call it, when they start this kind of trouble. And then, unfortunately for our people, which most of our people in that area are not enlightened enough, and because of poverty and so many vices of life, it's an easy recruitment. So they find an easy recruitment, and then you can see, can you believe that the second in command of ISIS will be in Nigeria? That's unbelievable.
We never had that information on.
You've not answered my question, no. Terrorism, they want something now. What do they
want to spread their own ideology.
No, I think they want different things. Some people, when they started from Borno, they said they don't want Western education. Yes. Along the line, some economic terrorists joined them. That all they want is resources and to get rich quick. So, but they have to masquerade themselves in something. So and they are using that religion mask. Mm-hmm. Whereas what they want is actually what they are doing is economic. Mostly, what some of them are doing is economic terrorism.
You know why I asked this question.
Yeah.
Many people where they listen for here, may they listen very well. This thing is, I don't know whether I will call it demonic. if I want to go spiritual. Because why am I saying this? The people that actually carry the arts don't have any money. Now me they tell you now. You see all those ones where they say they see them with stacks of dollars, I just they laugh. Maybe that dollar is on transit. You see those rag tags where they smell, where carry cloth cover their hair. Some of them never bath for 3 days. Carry gun, they do ta for night for Sahel and for Nigeria. Trust me, they ain't got no penny. How did I know? You know, I don't want to talk about the Sahel. Let me not go there before people will start arguing with me. When the Southeast, when they started that their madness, 2021, 2022, 2023, Southeast was on fire. Those boys were running helter-skelter, making videos of beheading people, buying people. My family was felt it for or against. Okay? There are some in my lineage, there are some people who were for it. And I get these young, promising boys of 19, 18, 21, 23 join this madness. Then I have in my lineage too, people who don't want to take ear like me hear that bullshit. I lost humans in both sides. I lost humans. My niece, after her wedding, 2 weeks, they were going back to Canada. They were running to Port Harcourt Airport. They ran into them. They sent on Monday. And it was almost 6 p.m. Rambo. They ran bullets in their car. I don't want to go there because when I remember it, I will find a way I'm poisoning NNamdi in the prison. Now, the people that are for it, the young boys that were carrying the Odike, running around the Igbo land, do you know that they beg for soup to have their bath? I'm not exaggerating. So the question I was asking one of them, the guy later died, is, what is your gain in this thing? He said they promised them a lot of things. Because when they do this thing, people will be shouting, who is sponsoring them? Who is sponsoring them? You find out that their sponsors are mean. They just hand guns to these boys and then allow them to litter everywhere, committing havoc. Actually, they loot. If you watch that, remember that one, the church was, is it in Kwara State, right? It's in Kwara now. Lokoja. Hello. The one that happened before December now, that United States Congress was using as an example. Church service was going on. They came in. The camera of the church carried everything.
Kwara State.
Do you know that those people came? They were carrying handbags. Watch the video.
No, sorry, Madam Zita, let me call Roaster so that Nigerman, are you there? Sorry, Midwest, are you there?
I didn't hear.
So you come after Madam Zita. Okay, go ahead, Madam Zita.
So that was this thing. What you people got this thing? Okay, let me go back to what I was saying. Those ones that are for these guys, they just give them Their sponsors are very mean. If you watch that video, the guy was actually, those guys was actually carrying handbags, picking phones. Does that show you the attitude of somebody that has last touched in his pocket? So that's why I asked the question, what do they want? What they want is it?
They may be picking phones so that you will not call. Just because the ones in the east don't have money does not mean.
No, I'm talking about the Kwara State. Forget about
These ones
the
in
east.
the north have money. They have money.
Because if I come with my own,
That we are carrying women hand. Go back and watch that video, please. And they look something very well before
They
I
don't
start to
want
the
you
comment.
to make phone calls.
Come on now, Solly, come on. You walked into we make which phone call? You walk into a church, everybody run away, leaving their things. Then what do you mean by you don't want them to make phone call? Where they were busy running for their life, is it where they will make the phone call? Come on now. This is a common sense. Who even brought this idea of they don't want them to make phone call? You came into a church well armed. Rambo with bullets roll around you and you start. So many people were killed. And then everybody start running, wiggy, and you were still shooting because you watched the video. The gun was still sounding. And then you come up with, they didn't want you to make a phone call. Come on now, go and watch the video. Some bags safe, they search and collect money. Go back and watch that video very well. So what am I saying in essence? The people that are sending them are very wicked. Look, if I have my way, I remember, Ola, hello,
yes,
Ola. Somebody was saying something about NNamdi Kanu. He said NNamdi Kanu should. I remember that was last week. Somebody said something that they should have given him death sentence or whatever. I think they treated it in this platform.
Yeah, someone said it, but I'm not in favor of death sentence anyway. Maybe I changed my mind because of the
I think no, since they have given him life imprisonment, they should poison him in the prison.
Yeah, I do not subscribe to that.
No, I do. They should give him, even if they didn't poison him, they should give him, what's that guy's name in Palestine in those days? Yasser Arafat. Not before my name you go, my mouth you go here waiting up. You know that one where you go give. You go the waka, go the waka, go the waka, go the waka. 1 year go pass, 2 years go pass. The person go think say in that life. Before you know it, in body go there, in go that life, in body go there rotten.
You want them to be killing him softly, little by little.
Softly now, Arafat style. Just give him. In go there. You know he's very rude, arrogant, pompous, and stupid.
Even if they release him today, throughout his lifetime, he will be looking at his back because there are so many people that they are waiting for him to be released and they want to buy him as well.
He will not look at his back. You don't know these people. They are very arrogant. Very, very arrogant. Even in the face of death, they are still arrogant.
I say give them the thing. Give them. You know, if it no, I don't know whether that Arafat own na food safe. I think say na air. Put down for the air, make him breathe down. You leave one. You don't see where wicked man they kill millipede before. You don't see wicked people where they kill millipede. They carry kerosene, drop for the millipede head. Leave the millipede go the water. By the time in the water from here reach here, the kerosene go setting. You go see action. Now that kind poison, now one make they give NNamdi Kanu for prison. As all the people where they worship him, they go to worship him. why the thing go they circulate.
They will kill you for what you are saying. If your people hear
The
you
thing go
now,
they circulate. The thing go they circulate. The thing go they circulate.
Simba, Madam Zita is not hearing you. Maybe that's why I say maybe you can step out and come back. Madam Zita is not hearing you.
You go there circulate, they go there worship him. NNamdi Kanu is our savior. Hey, is our savior. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In fact, when they give himself, after 2 years, they give him, they know say the thing don't enter well. They go release him. Pardon am, make him come out. And then go there
Madam
waka.
Zita, okay.
I don't talk finish.
Zita, can you hear me now?
I dare hear, they hear you.
I said this thing where they talk this morning. If your people hear you, this thing where they talk, they go kill you.
They will kill me because of NNamdi Kanu.
Okay. You know what you are saying? That was a video of a man that said they should find him. If you hear everything that they do to the man now, maybe small thing, no.
You see, the man, where the man did Nigeria.
They do Nigeria now, na television is na inside television talking now.
The man they stupid. Me, if I enter Nigeria, I won't be saying that. Wait now. The man is very stupid.
Na television interview. He said, in fact, let me tell you.
You know they do that kind of thing now.
Let me tell you the way he talk. He said he was giving the narration that immediately they arrested him, that the insecurity in the south died down a little, and immediately Samepa was taken also and in prison. And immediately he was jailed. So that the next thing that will bring total security to the southeast is for them to find him. That the only solution to insecurity in the southeast is for them to fight.
I know go talk and for mouth. If I live for Nigeria, waiting I go do be say find way reach Sokoto. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if I sold like I desire it now and I'm living in Nigeria, I know how to walk my way around. I go find way enter Sokoto. I go be friendly with the whatever prison where NNamdi Kanu dey. Then I will take it from there. I make sure I give him that substance they give Yasser Arafat. No be something where you go give him, you go do paka, in headless mob go run out there. Hey, they poison him in short. For the first 1 year, you cannot even detect it in his body. I'm telling you, you can't detect it. By the time he enter the second year, the thing go they show small. By the 4th year, in body go rotten, go down life like this. All body go, skin go they fall off. Let's say poison him now to give him quick poison, go die. No, NNamdi Kanu doesn't deserve that too. You know, NNamdi Kanu's coughs. You know NNamdi Kanu's coughs. When they put NNamdi Kanu's coughs, they carry and come out. Dogs go they eat the flesh that's in the drop, they lick, they eat, because I want animals to eat part of his body.
Madam Zita, I pity you. Just help us round up so that let us move to Midwest.
I don't talk finish.
Then after Midwest. Okay.
I don't talk finish.
Thank you. Midwest.
Hello.
Midwest.
Good morning.
Come back.
I
hear you. So, waiting your 1 year for this matter day for grant.
Yeah, the thing is, I want to start from where Madam Zita stopped. For me, I don't think under Tinubu they should do anything like that to NNamdi Kanu, because what I've been able to learn from all these crises is that
Maybe, sorry, she didn't say that Tinubu should do that. It's our own opinion, and it's not a topic. So I don't think it's something that we should.
No, what I'm saying is that even if you want to do it, we tried him under Tinubu administration. That's what I mean. Not under Tinubu administration. Sorry, I didn't put it there. So they shouldn't harm me, because what I've learned about the people of Southeast, especially some of them, or majority of them, even their leaders, is that when they are harming themselves as an Igbo, the leaders generally, they cannot make mistake to talk, or else they will be profiled for destruction. Take for example, all these crises that happen in the Southeast, that there are other ethnic nationalities that are indigenous to those areas, they share together, and they were partially like ethnic clashes involved in these things. You will hear their voices and it will be so loud. Take for example, Yorubas live there and they have some significant population, and those crises somehow involve them and involve another name or another tribe. They would have been so loud, and they will be, they will amplify it to a point where as if everybody hates them. But because it's Igbo, they can make mistake. So that is why I said Tinubu have to do what they have to do. But even the guy that judged him that day, if that judge did not control his temper, he would have kicked Kanu. I'm telling you, the man was so provoked. It's like this man doesn't understand the place he was that very day. Kanu didn't understand it. Because he didn't even understand that he was before a judge, that whether the judge eat bribe or anything, once he's provoked, and whatever he said, maybe before appeal or this and that, is gone. If there's room for appeal, I don't even know. I'm not a lawyer, but thank God the man, he controlled his temper and sentenced him, and he's a Yoruba man. So yet people were trying to narrate to that level. Now my worry is this: that character that they have been displaying, nobody should tell Nigeria because Kanu is no longer there, Ekpa is not there longer there, is died down. No, they want to take it to other ethnic nationality in Nigeria. They are provoking other people. Silently, people are not paying attention to those provocations. And if it become a crisis, that is when you're going to see their leaders. Because those kind of voices is the only voices that they can clap for. Of that being victimized voices. Oh, people are the one looking for their trouble, they are peace loving, they are this, they are that. And I hope Nigeria government works so hard to restructure that country. I'm not talking about restructuring in terms of many things. I will also take it to like the topic Ola was trying to say, okay, let's leave there. I have to do with that. I think Patoski was also talking about restructuring in terms of instruction as well, because he was giving the clear theory of how VAT really operates. Because Simba was also trying to ask questions. Yes, a company manufacture goods and it's paying VAT, and the government is grabbing that VAT. Then I ask a question: in the principle of VAT, does the government have to keep that VAT or return it to that company? Because the way we run things is responsible for our criminality and corruption in that country. Because if that company pay VAT the way it is in the whole of Europe, we don't even use custom to control our border. It is that VAT that control business for the entire union market. That VAT number. The volume of goods leaving one country to the other, it is that VAT. So that is why sometimes I'm confused. Maybe, okay, this is the way Europeans decide to think over it, apply it. But when I make research, I see it's almost like a global practice. You travel to country, you buy things in the airport because you did not use it there. They tell you it's VAT free once you have checked in. Because you are not using inside that country. It's like you're almost out. You've crossed the custom. You have crossed the immigration. So when you buy things there, they tell you it's duty free, which is VAT free. That's what they are talking about. And every company that actually is start from the manufacturer, because the same manufacturer that Simba was asking also paid VAT. He bought fuel, he transport those materials, he purchased raw materials. So those kind of VAT, the same company will go on behalf of the company he paid it to. Because the company he paid it to collected it on the behalf of the government. He will also go on behalf of that company to demand for that money. That process of accounting put everybody on check. We lack it in our country. That is why when they award a contract, they can be telling you, give me 40%. A place where VAT is properly organized, nobody will demand for that kind of money. It will create a lot of problem for those that want to steal. It will be very, very difficult for them. So all I'm just saying is that for Kanu and all of them, let's restructure Nigeria. Let Igbo take care of Igbo people. Let the other people take care of their people. Let this one take care. Within that region, let them structure themselves. If they like, they buy somebody, they cannot come and blame Fulani for it. They can't blame Yoruba, they can't blame Edo, they can't blame maybe if something that, they can't blame any other, but they understand they have to take responsibility. But the way it is today, they put us together. Everything that is happening today is just Mr. President, and nobody
I disagree with you. They will still find a way to blame somebody.
My brother, I don't think so. Because
I know so. It's not thinking. I know. They never take responsibility for anything ever in this life. Never.
Yeah, but everybody know. I think if they are now in charge of their destiny, contributing at least maybe we say 40% of any resources coming from there what is it called? A fund generated in those areas. Bring 50% to us. Keep 50% for that. This one keep. Okay, the region that is not
meeting. Wait, please. Currently, they are setting up 6 regional zones right now. They are going to implement it. So it's not a matter of fact if they do. They are going to do it. And I promise you.
Yeah, I pray for them to do that. That is one. And if we're able to get if we're able to get if you're able to get these two things right, Nigeria will move forward. Because without proper VAT structure, you don't have economy. And that is why our economy is completely almost 90% informal. And those guys are the same 60%. I keep on asking questions. Like my state today, which company there is really formal? Even the one they call formal, they can manufacture employment overnight, just write 200 people. Even government agencies self. Because the Ministry of Labor is not designed, or people are not mandated to go and register whosoever they are employing there. They don't even have a database. So if you start restructuring VAT properly for a country, that is the first step for development, because it will reduce our corruption to more than 50%. So that stealing that is globally in everywhere that you cannot eliminate, you will minimize it. Because you can't eradicate it. People still steal, but with VAT, it will go down. Those that want to steal, we understand their limit. Because if they go beyond that something, alarm will blow everywhere. Just think of it. Every company today, the actual VAT Nigeria government is supposed to collect is that spare parts you purchase at Alaba. That bus you enter, that ticket to go, that what is it called? That monorail you enter, that pure water you buy, that shopping in ShopRite, all those marketplaces. These are VAT that belongs to the government. The one that you purchase fuel for your commercial vehicle, the VAT you pay there, yes. At the end of the month, if it's a limited company, like the one you paid last month, your accountant is already working on it to tell the government to return it. So here we become what is called check and balance. And again, if a manufacturer, think of it, you have an headquarter in Ogun, you have a branch in Edo, you have a branch in Madiguri, you can put the whole VAT together because there are numbers that differentiate those branches. So when they are collecting their VAT, each branches they will also indicate it because of the way the business is properly registered. So I hope Tinubu should be bold enough with the kind of things that they are saying. Restructuring, I'm not saying restructuring means different things to different people. I say one Nigeria to remain.
But they already started, sorry, they already started with the new tax regime. The VAT is already included. That is why you see increase in the allocation in terms of VAT to all the states. So that one is already adjusted already.
I hope that we are able to do it good, whereby they can create more jobs for our graduates and government will make more money because the loophole is too much. And no country in the world.
Hold on, Midwest, we continue. Jin Young, you said the import VAT is a loss of productivity for Nigeria economy. So yeah, I think it's not totally true. You said the IGR reflects economic performance and not VAT. I think that one is not even totally true too. Okay, you say this guy. Okay, let me ask you something. You import raw materials to produce finished products. So now, out of VAT that you are charging your people internally, how is this a loss in productivity for Nigeria economy? Because something is coming. You understand? So you now charge duty and you put a VAT upon that duty. How is that lost economy in productivity? So you need to explain. I'm just trying to learn from you, okay? So thank you.
Who is that?
Midwest, continue. No, one of our people in the comment section is raising some critical points, so that's why I'm asking him question.
You see, when they come to, for me, the way they raise us in Nigeria, there's a huge problem. Because we grew up into a system where you can wake up, you start a business, and no proper formal procedures. And sometimes
sorry, Midwest. In the beginning of your submission, you make mention about Nigerian business are about 60 or above 60% informal sector. Sometimes when you are comparing and contrasting the European system with Nigeria, to be frank, it's not easy because you cannot talk about the level of enlightenment and exposure the Europeans have. And the Europeans, most of their population is not as huge as 200 million. Some states, some countries, let me finish this. Some country in Europe are just below 5 million people. The problem we are having, you are partly right. Because when you want to do that kind of thing, it's a little bit difficult. When you have some people, their total capital for doing the business is not even up to 10,000 naira. And you are asking that kind of woman to come and register a business, it will look somehow.
Wait. Oh, Remy, if you want to register business here in Europe, let's say sole proprietor, you don't pay anything. It's only limited.
I know, but at the same time, is there enlightened enough to understand it? If it's not educated enough to understand it.
See, you see when Patoski, I don't know, is it not Patoski? This is our accountant here.
Let me give you an example of this.
You think, wait now,
let me tell you this, and I'll keep quiet. Here, even if you establish your sole proprietorship, which is free, you still need a bookkeeper or an accountant to file monthly or quarterly on VAT returns and your financial report 6 months or annually. So how do you expect a woman with 10,000 naira capital of selling red pepper and tomato to be paying?
Okay, you just think of it. Wait. No, don't make excuse, Remy. You are making the wrong excuse. Let me tell you why.
I'm trying to tell you the situation we find yourself in Africa is different.
No, Remy, look, you know why I didn't agree with you. All the institutions are there in Nigeria to do this job. That is why I said there are loopholes where government is supposed to even make money. They just wake up, the civil servant, they go there every day. The actual thing they're supposed to take care of for the government, they are not doing it. I'm telling you. And in that process, people look at it as very complex until you see when the accountant was talking, what I'm saying is what is describing in theory. Because in all our schools, this is what they are teaching people.
I totally understand you, but you do not want to see it. Okay, let me put it in another way. Majority of these are informal sector in Nigeria. If you really break it down, how much is their capital they use to start a business?
Remy, hold on. When you are saying,
let me finish.
Remy, no, let me land this one. Don't make I can't buy this excuse. Wait. I bet you today there are people that are selling building material, rod, cement, that are going to sell up to maybe 20 million only today, and it's informal. You making excuse for such people?
No, that is why you do not let me talk. You are just, I want to lay something, just give me 1 minute. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. Here, whatever kind of business you want to do, because you have access to credit easily, even if you want to start a business as a sole proprietor, you can access your bank, they can give you a soft loan. But in Nigeria, where majority of these people, they get this kind of money from friends and relatives and family. And their capital for doing this business, some even start as low as 5,000 naira. So the system you want to introduce for them to register their business, if they register their business, they must pay a bookkeeper every month, because the bookkeeper should help them with their VAT returns, maybe quarterly, and also help them in filing their book of account. So what you could have said is that maybe they will exempt some people. If your business is below 100,000, you start. Maybe you don't need to register. But if you have above, okay,
I don't. It's okay. You are also like you are making a submission for a policy. But what I'm trying to say is this: let's go back to what our first lady said the other day, that Nigerians were mocking themselves. Akara, Guguru. Now, if those businesses are properly registered, as you said, they file their income, and the dream is to take that business beyond putting smoke everywhere, suffering. Because people started Madonna. That is globally recognized today. So let's take that dream that she was trying to put before people. Now you will understand what that business has been suffering for the past 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So this gives the I don't know, the kind of chances for people that really want to help that business to really do critical thinking, because they have good information. Within that small scale that she point to, some people build us with that something because they make contribution, they send their children to university with that. Most of our mother is this petty business that really sustained the economy 80s. And we're not getting foreign money. Okay,
the question is this: with that little business, with the capital that they help their children in future, once you help them, ask them to register their businesses, that's one. That means they are part of their income. We also go to paying some kind of expenses, like accounting fee for their.
Remy, you can't. Okay, if you want an accountant to help you to do all those petty business, for example, it will not be so expensive. Nigeria services are not too expensive. We have to be honest. And even the dream was there. Let me use my place as an. I think it cut across, and there was a school they call Commercial College around 80s, 90s. I don't know whether they even recognize those kind of. They still have it. So what were they trying to teach people there is this basic accounting. Those days, to tell you, they were already having this dream. It's just like start and abandon. Because the volume of job that have to go with that administration is many. When you open office as an accounting firm, you have a lot of people working under you. They handle this thing. They spend 10 minutes. Your job is done because your work is small. Sometimes they go to write zero. Because why? Your business is not functioning. So you don't pay much. But government would not be having access to what is happening. Think of it. As populated as Lagos consortium today, my brother, there are those that actually say.
I think I will buy the idea that at the start of every financial year, every business, whether small or whatever, you go to your local tax office and declare the proposed income or revenue you are going to make in a year.
Look at my proposal to minimize corruption. All those small business, just go to your tax office and get number free of charge. The government should take responsibility. The
government is already doing that.
Let me put this one. Every single invoice. Wait now. Every single invoice issued to you, whether you go and buy 1 bag of beans to fry your akara, that receipt you make sure that your accounting firm is able to keep it for you and send it to the government. Whether anybody checks it or not, that is how it is here. They can't check everything. But if issue warrant them to really gather data about those small-scale business, they will gather people that will help them to open it. They carefully examine it. And when they come in, it's not left for them to see what kind of dream they want to do for that people. That small-scale business that akara, my brother.
Okay. Let us move to. Let me
round it up.
My own so that Soli can come in.
The government should try their best as much as possible. At least with the way they are moving, let them encourage restructuring. We can't just be together, Mr. President and Tinubu. If he fail not to do this thing, for me, the future blinks so much about my country. Because what Tinubu is introducing today, I don't think Atiku have brain for that. I've not seen Obi talking about it. And though they are all crooks, but among all these crooks, I've not been able to see anyone that is better than the one that we have. That is why I will round up my own. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Are you there, Soli? Soli. Oh, see the person I've been waiting for since soon. Abi don't work out. Holy moly, it don't work out. Okay. Okay, we go to Patoski before we come to Tunaja. Simba, you can talk. You know why I'm not even putting myself just because you are one of the hosts.
Because so you are bullying Simba out of the platform.
No, I'm not. I know I cannot bully Simba now. Even as a matter of fact, I want to dodge and leave Simba there. So, but then he's not speaking. Yeah, Patoski.
Patoski, mic is not working.
Your Patoski don't go to kitchen again. No. Maybe Babadi sleeps now, Seth.
Okay. I think you guys are in the midnight over there, right?
Tunaija.
Hello.
Platform.
Welcome on board. So, are you final? You see now that Trump can even recognize Tinubu now says, "You are my friend in woman when pleased." You understand? At least he's been working perfectly. He commended Tinubu and we even looking at that. You know that 2027. January 27 is assured already, despite your uncle trying to lobby with $1.2 million. So what's the issue?
What that means for you is a question you should ask yourself. When a leader like Trump is praising you, is that good for your country? Okay, well, this guy is a guy that doesn't like black people. This is a guy that doesn't care at all, and he's messing the whole world up, and he himself is in trouble on so many fronts. And he's praising your leader, and you think that is a good thing. That said, the statement about
okay, before you even continue, between what Trump has done to Nigeria and what Obama did to Nigeria, which one would you have preferred?
I actually prefer what Trump has caused to Nigeria. This is why I preferred him to become leader, because I knew he was going to at least have his chance of opening our people's eyes to the real world that we live in. Most of our people are living in a fake world that doesn't truly exist in the terms of real power. And Trump has galvanized the community to an extent. He's revealing it clearly. You saw how he is treating the South Africans. He doesn't want any immigration from any country apart from white ones from South Africa. Literally, in a country where there are black people, majority black people, he's picking only the white ones out. So, and our people, when we see these things, we don't care about it. Then we just listen to what that same person says. It's like a Jewish person saying they like Hitler's statement about their leader. Oh God. It's only black people that will do this one and get it and be fine with it. So, but in terms of the statement that was made earlier on regarding, poisoning NNamdi Kanu in jail, I think it's something that this platform should distance itself from, because that's extremely, how do I put it, unsettling statement to make about somebody that other people, no matter who he is, to carry out extrajudicial killing of that person inside prison when the law has already taken its course. You can't encourage that type of behavior. When Abiola died in prison, nobody liked it. It's not a good thing to happen because they are in the custody of the state, and you don't want people that are in the custody of the state to arbitrarily be murdered there. So we can't. It's something that it should be condemned with the strongest tone and possible, because it's not. It's a terrible thing to do, and to say too. In a country is fractured, and somebody is making such a statement, and I'm surprised you guys didn't even round up and say, "Hey, you can't say that." Because I know other platforms, they will definitely condemn it. And I'm sure one man would have probably stopped it. So, because that's a serious statement to make. That said, regarding the recruitment into the Nigerian security
forces. Sorry, Tunaga, before you move on, if you listen to her carefully, she has a very good premise to even say more than worse than that. She lost somebody close to her. What do you expect her to say? Sometimes you have to look at the context of the way she comes about it. She laid a very good what happened to her family member. And she also said that they lost a lot of life. So you can't blame her for thinking that. And even if the guy pie in the prison, is he going to be the only one that pie there?
Remy, hold on. Everybody with opinion. Like I said, I don't subscribe to death penalty no matter what. So that has always been my position.
Okay, I do subscribe to death penalty. I do subscribe to death penalty.
I don't know of any other person. If the law supports it, it's one thing. But me, personally, I don't subscribe because I believe that death penalty, the dead does not serve any punishment.
Okay, Ola, what do you think about the DSS appealing those two terrorists that the judge just last week?
You have to understand my own analogy. The dead person does not remember anything. The dead person does not suffer any punishment.
But the people close to the dead person, is to be with them for the rest of their life. That's the point.
Dead person will have to suffer the consequences of his actions. So don't pie them and let them serve that. The problem in Nigeria is that maybe we don't have that facility. Let them serve that J time. If we can be using them for agricultural purpose, let them be farming for us. So that person, he does not remember anything. It's just like as if you help him just escape the punishment of his action.
Let me tell you the reason why you have to, especially all societies have their reasons for doing what they do. In the case of Nigeria, given where we are, death penalty is highly relevant. If you are in a Western society where things are a little bit settled, you could afford to take it off. And even America, they barely took it off till a few decades ago. So in the case of Nigeria, because a lot of law breaking is rampant, a lot of loss of life is going on. And at the same time, when you take a life, you don't only take that life, you take all the ones that are supposed to come after that person. You yourself, if you go back just 500 years, it's almost 1 million people that it takes to create you. And if somebody takes a life, that is what they are doing. They are not just taking one person's life, they are taking anybody that comes after them. And I don't think if you take, because life is that precious, you can't just take a life and expect to carry on with your own. And it's, when people commit murder or manslaughter or whatever, there is a chance that they too could go on to have children. They too could go on to do other things with their lives, because it doesn't necessarily mean that because you're sentenced to life, you remain in jail
anyway
forever.
You are talking about other things entirely, because me, I believe in the karma, I believe in numerology and astrology. So you are saying another thing, because let me tell you, because anyhow you will reincarnate and come and receive that punishment, because some of you that you are receiving punishment now, you are serving the punishment of what you did the last time. Maybe you existed like 1 billion years ago.
You see,
you are coming back now.
I think you've just signed yourself off that argument by talking about
no. That's why I say don't let us go there. That's what I'm telling you, because I believe in all
let me say my own, because the moment you bring reincarnation into it, you are going to woo land. It's okay. You have to ground yourself in what is good for society to deter people from behaving in a barbaric manner, taking other people's lives, thinking that all they have to this in face is a life this in jail. And in the context of Nigeria, anybody can pay anybody to go and take somebody's life. Say, you know what's the worst that can happen to you? You go to jail, I will pay for you.
But to Nigeria, why are you not thinking about also propagating the the genetics of bad people in the society also? Criminals.
Exactly. No. I agree with you. I agree with you. That's what I mean by our society. We have allowed people, the lawbreakers and wrongdoers, to prosper. They can't. You can't allow that to happen. We need to roll it back. After you roll it back enough, society
We have
stabilizes
to
enough.
terminate those ones now. Those ones we have to terminate it because we don't want. We have to do selection, sir. Selection.
No, but
People
how do you
that
do
are not
selection? You have
useful.
to
If
do
you
selection
exterminate,
based on offense.
you exterminate them. They are not good for the society.
Yeah, it's true. You can't allow lawbreakers to be the ones running the show. That's what we have in Nigeria. That's why you have a country that barely moves forward. They set the wrong precedent, they set the wrong culture, they set the wrong tone for the country constantly. And while the law-abiding ones, the ones that want to do the right thing by the country, are set aside. And that should not happen. Hence, anybody that breaks the law should face the full force of the law, so that at least we create room for the law-abiding people to emerge. And the more of those people that emerge, the more the system will run better. So, but that said, that is my take on death penalty. But regarding the recruitment of 28,000 into the military, in the army specifically, I think, and including that of the police that the government has done, I think up to almost 50,000, if I'm not mistaken, into the police. So that is the action of Trump. Make no mistake, this government never intended to do anything. All this stuff started since last November when Trump threatened the government. You see the reason why I prefer Trump in office. Because Trump doesn't care about keeping you asleep. It's not like Democrats and the other type of government that are in America. They make you feel like, oh,
Trump is now our president. So the person, you will not give the credit to the person you are saying is the action of Trump. So Trump is not Nigerian president. Is that what you are saying?
The reason why I'm saying it, no, it's not Nigerian president, God forbid.
But the reason so why are you not saying that? So he says the action of Trump.
Now you're just interrupting me for the sake of it. See, Tinubu himself promised to recruit heavily hundreds of thousands into our security forces at Chatham House when he was campaigning. As a matter of fact, it was Erufai that made that statement for him. He delegated it to Erufai to make the statement. Then when he got into office, he refused to do anything. Just like every other government in Nigeria, Buhari, all of them, none of them chose to recruit. They kept recruiting about 12,000 every year into the Nigerian security forces. As a matter of fact, in the police, they barely recruited even 12,000. They were arguing for years. They barely 6,000 for years. They paralyzed the security forces while the population is still growing.
To Nigeria, do you know that they recruit over 10,000 people in 2024 or something like that into the
and
Nigerian
they were arguing
police?
about it. I think there was one they recruited under Buhari where they spent police commission or something.
This was not under Buhari. I'm just trying to tell you that it's not Trump that make him to recruit. He has been recruiting even before Trump came on board.
Hold on. 10,000. Hold on. Now let me talk now. 10,000 is not what he promised. 10,000 is a drop in the ocean of what Nigeria needs.
I'm just trying to correct the impression you gave that it's Trump that make him to recruit. No, it's part of his plan. Okay.
I don't know why do you do this? Why do we try to cover up nonsense?
This is not covering up. I don't want you to give a bad impression.
I said he didn't recruit to the scale that he promised.
That is not what you said.
Why are you just interrupting me constantly?
No. To Nigeria, if somebody promised something pre-election, and then he didn't say he will recruit 100,000 or 200,000 at once. So why are you not saying that he has not gotten to it? That at once. That at once. So, okay. What was the how many did he say will employ?
The example that Erufai gave as an illustration of his point, he said when we were in that we could recruit hundreds of thousands. that when we had civil war, they were able to do that. So why can't we do it now? That's what he was saying. That we could recruit a lot of soldiers. The first 2 years, did you see Tinubu do anything about that? No. Until Trump threatened him.
But
He didn't even do it.
you cannot say because of El-Rufai now. The president is part of his campaign promise.
Oh, goodness.
Continue.
So,
I
I don't know. Some people, they will just make excuse for things that are even affecting young people.
This is not excuse.
Can Remy just stop?
No, I will stop now. It's not because of me that I brought you to your knowledge 2 or 3 days ago about the 50,000 they recruit and they'll start training now. You don't know about it now. You don't know nothing. You just
so if I don't know about it and you brought it to my attention, did you see me reject it? Like you now rejecting facts?
But what you are saying is that if not because of Donald Trump, he wouldn't have done something like that.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have done it now. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this person? What is wrong with you?
Okay, tonight, see. I think I want to.
He started recruiting. Can you go and check it?
I know. I want to move. I want to move against you too. Let me tell you one thing. No, it didn't start.
Go and check
I have the
it
breakdown.
Start telling me.
No, I have the breakdown of the recruitment from 2003. Years. So immediately you said that for the first.
Send it to me or show us. Send it to me or show us. So you can see the figures I'm telling you.
This same Trump that you are now praising now. You are against him. You said why is he coming to Nigeria? What are they doing in Nigeria and all those when he was
to Nigeria, forget that soldiers are not the only security men. So me, I'm talking of the total security men and law enforcement agent employed since the arrival of Tinubu. You understand? Whether you want to call National Civil Defense, Immigration, Correctional, Armed Forces, Police, Forest Guard, they are about 242,000. So you know. So because sometimes we focus so much on soldiers.
Sorry, repeat that again.
So the estimate based on that has been employed since May 2023. You understand? Where you add everything together, including Forest Guard, police, and everything, immigration, everything, you understand? There are about 240,000 security and law enforcement personnel.
Where did you get that figure?
You go to the government.
Oh my God! You see what they are doing now. Forest Guard is part of the paramilitary forces that we had before. It's not new. So don't try to pretend as if they recruited a totally new one. They transferred it to become Forest Guard. You see the kind of things you people do. You try to deceive people. Why do people do this nonsense? What do you gain from it? Or your people in Oyo were just kidnapped.
Oh, okay.
What do you gain from it? Covering for rubbish.
Sorry. I think I made a mistake somewhere. Now, because this is both budgeted and estimated, so it's not up to 242 to be honest. So, but they've employed well over 135,000.
Of what? Into the military or police?
No, mixed. Yeah, both civil defense, immigration, police, military. All those people are security men now.
Police, they just started they just increased it in the last year or so.
Okay, I will even go to their website and see Police Service Commission to see how many they've employed. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
So, from what I can tell you for sure is that Forest Guard part, let's leave that one aside because that's just paramilitary. We always had about I think our actual military was around 150,000 or so. Then the Forest Guard was about 80,000, and that paramilitary was about 80,000 to get it to 230,000 that we had for more than a decade. They never changed it. They kept it almost the same figure for that long. And even if the population is rising. But my point is that the military, they were recruiting about 12,000 every year. 6,000 each every half a year, because I think that's the capacity of their recruitment or training camp. I don't know how to describe it. So after Trump threatened this in Nigeria, almost immediately, like time for time, Tinubu announced the recruitment of I think 20,000 into the Nigerian military and 30,000 at the time into the Nigerian police. And I noticed that they've increased it now to 50,000. So that tells you how everything correlates. And what that also reveals is that they knew the problem. They've always known the problem because all of them use it to campaign. All of them know we don't have enough manpower into our security forces. All of them use it to Peter Obi, Atiku, Kwakwaso, Tinubu. All of them use manpower to campaign. It took Trump to threaten Nigeria before Tinubu actually responded in a large way. And when we say large way, this is not even large compared to what he actually promised. He's doing it now at
50,000 police equipment is not large. Now,
Remy, let him flow. Let him flow, please.
That is
yeah,
after.
he's flowing now. He can continue.
Remy, stop it now.
That was after he was threatened. I keep telling you that the only reason why he's doing it because he waited
We
until
have
he was
heard that
threatened.
one now. Continue. Don't be repeating yourself.
I like make our people actually pay attention to the details. And the reason why I'm saying that because the moment Trump goes away again, God knows what else they're going to do, or whether he's serious.
They will sack them now. They will sack them. They will sack them immediately he leaves. Continue.
No, they might freeze it. If they freeze it, remember the Nigerian population is growing. You know, that was the ratio versus the security forces versus the population. The ratio is this in changing. I know institutions that used to be based in local areas, outskirts of town, good university, good schools, good universities that used to be outskirts of that. They've actually had to move them to cities and move them back to.
So let me ask you a question. It's 5 hours now. Do you want me to move it to the background?
Not yet. It's not 6 hours.
Let's
my submission anyway.
Okay, I hand over to Simba. Then I be back, but I just want to step away.
Okay, nice one. Nice job. Anyway, you did well. But
I'm not. I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge. Behave yourself, I'm not in charge.
Look at that. So, my point is that this is why I prefer Trump to be in office because he forces people to see clearly. He doesn't care about this. And then look at now, he's even negotiating to show you where we are, how back in the priority list that we are as Nigerian state. He's actually negotiating with Saudi Arabia now to help them build nuclear this in technology and have to actually give them the ability to enrich uranium. While Nigeria is nowhere even in the ranking. And when people look at these things, they are not concerned. Like somebody was saying the other day that Nigerian security forces are modernizing, they have more technology, we are buying drones. No, what we are buying and the aircrafts we are buying, they are like hand-me-downs. The ones that are basically almost outdated, they'll give it to Nigeria, and the best aircrafts are not, the good ones are not even given to Nigeria. Not to mention the best one. Can you imagine? Nigeria doesn't have one F-16 jets. Not one F-16. Egypt has more than 200.
How much is the F-16 jet? How much is it?
It's millions, hundreds of millions.
Egypt is not having up to 200 though. How will Egypt be having 200?
You see, please check it before you start. Please check it before you start objecting.
We don't need that because we already bought the latest version of this Chinese and Pakistani jet that is very powerful. That even defeated the F-16 F-35 in Pakistani versus Indian war recently. We already have like 4 of that one. So sometimes you also have to update yourself now.
No, we don't actually. We don't have those. We don't have those. The ones you're talking about, we don't have them.
Do you know that?
Wait. We cannot be comparing. We know how much military aid, US give to Egypt yearly. It's about $3 to $4 billion.
See, let me tell you. Let me tell you, Nigeria
because of their strategic location. That's why they are doing that.
No, it's not because of their strategic location. It's because if you make yourself useless, you will be useless. Do you know Nigeria is far more important than Egypt? Nigeria is at the head of a population of about 1.5 billion black people. It's more important than Egypt. This is my point. We have to realize what we are. Other people see us for what we are, but we don't see it. We settle for mediocrity, and our leaders are the worst of the worst because they don't see us as the people deserving of anything like that. But yet we do. This is my point. Can you tell me Egypt is in charge of about the tip of the spear of about 1.5 billion people in the world? No, they are not. But Nigeria is. But yet we don't have one F-16 jet, not even one, and we are allies to the West for decades and decades and decades.
What is the wait now? Why are you so specific about F-16? But
No. Sorry. F-16. The reason why I use F-16 is just F-16 is just a kind of, I think, 5th generation aircraft or 4th generation aircraft. It's not like their best one even. Like I think F-23 that the Israelis are using, that even Turkish people are looking to get now, and Israel is opposing it because they are afraid, because that one is stealth. You can't. It's very hard to shoot down. So very, very powerful aircraft. But Egypt, Israel has got it, and America wants to sell it to Saudi Arabia, and this in Turkey wants to have it too. But Nigeria is not even in the looking at, like, even F-16. We are not even in the looking. Not to mention that one. So that's my point.
That is not our priority.
If it's not your priority, then you're going to find out soon on the day of judgment. When the day of judgment comes and you don't have any to back yourself up, then you find out. And we always forget that day will always come. It's like farming, isn't it? There's a day for planting and there's a day for harvest. There's always that time. It will show up. And Trump tries to remind you of that day. That's what I like about Trump being in office. He tries to remind Nigerians that, hey, don't keep joking around. All this nonsense that they talk about, International Criminal Court and all that, in the end, is how much power you have. That is what truly matters. Because when that day comes, you are not able to stand. People will come and take what you have, and you will have nothing. And personally, when I look at it, if you look at the world today, you look at even the Americas, Australia, New Zealand, these people are capable of wiping out continents. All the major populations in those areas have become tiny minorities in those areas because they are capable of doing it. And we sit here, act as if everything is okay. We don't have anything to defend ourselves. Our leaders, even to recruit their own people, they have millions of people. Nigeria is the most populated black country in the world. We have millions of people that are looking for jobs. We don't even want to recruit them to defend our own country. Instead, we are closing schools that are on the outskirts and bringing them to the cities just to give bandits, terrorists space to operate.
Sorry, are you not saying that we should force them to join the army or whatever if they are not willing to join?
That is not our problem. They are looking to join, but they are preventing them from joining. That's the problem of Nigeria. There are a lot of poor people in Nigeria. You forget.
How? Can you give us 1 or 2 or 3 reasons why they are preventing them from not joining?
Because they don't have the facilities to train them. They've always never had.
No, I think if you give me the one of these that they are not because of trust.
You keep interrupting me. You don't let me finish one point.
I did not interrupt you. I just asked you a simple
You asked me a question. I've not even answered fully, and you just shut me off and carried on again. That's not how you ask questions.
Is your submission not finished?
No, it's not finished, of course. I just said they don't have enough facility.
You should finish and who's the next person?
Hold on.
You spend more than 20 minutes.
Let me
I take 5 seconds to answer and then he interrupts.
Let me pull his leg.
5 seconds, it only allows me.
Let me pull his leg a little bit. Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, so they don't have the facility. They never intended to build it until Trump forced them. Now they were even trying to use NYSC camps to like literally Trump had to force them that they want to use NYSC camp to train Nigerian military. This is the kind of leaders we have, and I can tell you this right now. This is why even Dangote himself can recognize danger. When they asked Dangote what danger he faces to his business, he said the Nigerian people destroying and going to war, or the Nigerian government. Those are the only. When I keep telling people these things, you don't seem to see it. Our governments are designed to keep us in check. This Oyema the other day was saying that airlines, 70% of their ticket fares is on tax in Nigeria. Like, how much do you get from airline tax that you have to tax them 73%? When you know, if you reduce that tax, especially for international travel, many Nigerians will be flowing into the country. But instead, they put up barriers so that we don't come back. Something that other parts of the world, they've reduced this barrier. I've seen people that travel in the UK for £5 in the UK.
Wait, to Nigeria. Have you ever? I don't even know what you are saying. When you were even talking about, it was not specific on Nigeria. If you have bought your ticket before, and you look at the breakdown, what he is talking about is not peculiar to Nigeria. I don't know why you are limiting to Nigeria. As
No,
if the way
it
the
is
price
peculiar
of
to
Nigeria is
Nigeria.
different.
Not
It's
only
not
Nigeria,
peculiar.
African
It's
countries
not
actually.
peculiar. It's not.
See,
Why are you
let me
saying? I
explain
don't
to you now.
understand your
No, you
concern.
can't just keep
So,
arguing with.
so
Let me.
when you are wait. When you are putting out your argument, don't always look at it as if this is peculiar to Nigeria. Nigeria is always bad. That's what I don't like about
No,
your
no, no. It's
argument.
not specific to Nigeria, to be fair. And I almost said that
So
before you
what is the
interrupted.
issue?
No, the problem is African leaders are the gatekeepers against Africans. People don't seem to see it. Like they don't even want us to trade. Like if even when you, I've seen Nigerians pay to come into Nigeria. Like a YouTuber was complaining about Nigerians having to pay to come back into Nigeria. Our leaders, it's like they are designed to drive us overseas and don't want us to come back. Why? Hold on, let me say this, because I've seen in the UK, somebody wants to travel to Morocco, they'll spend $100, sometimes even $50. They'll get discount. There's 50
So
pounds.
what
They'll get
about
discount.
the distance from UK to Morocco?
It's about half to Nigeria. It's about
So
half.
some
So, but my point. Hold on now. You are not listening. $200, $50, $150. It's not the same as $700. It's not the same as 1,000 something. This in pounds. I mean, we're talking about in pounds here. I've seen people in the UK travel to like Hungary for £5. For £5. How did they do that? Because the government know how to give the airlines incentives, reduce their taxes, and
No,
allow them to charge customers very low prices.
to Nigeria. If you don't know something, don't always assume that maybe that was the reason why. Let me tell you, if you know how airline charges, you understand. If you are going, they put a lot of things into consideration. The insurance, the security of their this thing. Those are the things that actually determine the price. If you are going to a country where you think that okay, maybe their safety measure is actually very low, then the tickets to that kind of country will be very higher than the country that you think that their safety procedure is very high. So it's not only about those. So if you don't know, don't always assume that because they are giving them incentive, that's why. No, it's not because of that.
Of course, they are giving them incentive. There are tax breaks.
It's
Yeah.
not, it's not,
Oh
it's
my
not,
God.
it's not, it's not, it's not,
Oh
it's
my
not because
God.
of that.
Jesus Christ. I don't know why. So you
Okay,
think that
continue. The issue with you is that if you always think that you know everything, and when they are trying
if
to
you have
let you know,
evidence,
you not
provide
agree.
it instead of just arguing with me.
I just told you initially. You said that okay, it's because Nigeria is the Nigeria. Because the air ticket in Nigeria is very high because the Nigerian government put a lot of tax on them. But I just told you that it's not peculiar to Nigeria. I can even give you a ticket that to Heathrow, Canada. I can give you a ticket. I have a ticket now, Ethiopia Airline, and it's not even to Nigeria. There are so many things that we travel. We know how they break it down now.
So
So why are you
you're
just
telling
saying
me
that?
that, hold on. You're telling me that planes crashes more in Africa than in the Western countries. You are telling me that the taxes that they tax in Western countries proportionately is the same as what they tax in Nigeria. Then how did they make their profit then? Tell me. Tell me how they make their profit in the West. If they are charging similar amounts, why is it that the Western airlines are still making money? Are they making?
But the example you have given today, even those 10, 20 euro tickets within Europe, is because of the way they fashion their constitution. And they are just budget travel, in which they don't allow you to carry heavy luggage and there's no food on the flight. So many things. So sometimes you
They
cannot
allow.
just say,
See, those ones are local. Those ones are local and regional airlines.
Are you flying through Ryanair, or what kind of budget are you using?
There is
I'm
Ryan.
telling you,
There is
I
EasyJet.
let me tell you this. Let me tell you this thing that will shock you. I flew all the way from Helsinki to Paris. I used Finnish airline. They didn't give us food, and the ticket was cheap, but no food. Even
So
water you have to buy on the
so
plane. What are you telling us?
so are you trying to
So
tell me the food that they give us in airlines is worth about £200?
at least that
Is that
one is
the
that
reason?
is
I
that.
don't know why
No,
you
listen.
you are trying
No,
to cover for
listen.
your guy and you are
Listen.
just God.
Listen. First and foremost, they have a trade agreement among all the 32 or 32 EU countries. They have a trade agreement, including transportation and
Then why are we not having it?
We don't have in ECOWAS.
That is my point. I'm making the same point. You are just making my point. That's exactly what I'm saying. That our leaders are gatekeepers against us.
That's what you should have said. Not saying that Nigeria, blah, 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 Nigeria, blah, blah. We have to look at everything in totality.
I'm looking at it like that. If you're not busy interrupting me and getting emotional, you will not interrupt if you're listening. You will not get emotional about it. You are making it look like I'm
not emotional about it because you always give out wrong information.
But it's not wrong, though. You just confirm what I'm saying.
Okay, you will not accept it. You did not talk this way.
You just said what I'm saying in a different way. And you are saying I'm giving wrong. You just said what I'm saying in a different way.
You like to twist and you like to bend. When they
I'm not twisting and bending. I'm just showing you.
You are like that every time.
Your problem is that. Let me say this. Your problem is that when I say something.
Don't tell me my problem. Just say whatever you want to say.
Let me say what I want to say. When I say something and it seems to imply that you're beloved. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Can Simba hold this guy down?
Okay, finish in 1 minute, then I'll come back.
Whenever I say something and your beloved is hurt, and then you just start jumping in, and you don't even care about the logic of what I'm saying. Because what I said is exactly what you came down to. He said because those countries have agreement with each other, they are able to reduce their costs. That is at the core of this problem. And African countries refuse to. They ensure that we spend the most amount traveling within the continent and outside the continent. And I see that all the time because even I myself, when I want to come to Nigeria, I want to bring more people with me. But I can't because the ticket fare is so high compared to other people that are traveling.
Okay. Now let me comment. First and foremost, you guys, you always like to, when somebody talks, you think the opinion comes from because he likes this person or he supports this candidate. No, I'm not talking like that. I'm not even mentioning the government or whatever. I'm trying to say that.
I didn't even talk for 1 minute.
I checked the time for you now. I checked. You spoke for 1 minute 50 seconds. 1 minute 50 seconds. I checked the time for you before I interject.
Wow.
I give you extra 50 seconds. Okay. I checked the time for you now.
No, I didn't.
So if you allow me to talk, if you allow me to talk, okay, go ahead, continue.
So,
if you don't want people to talk, you alone can be talking to yourself.
All I said was that you confirmed my original point, and that these are our governments. They behave like they are gatekeepers against their own people, and this is why even Dangote Refinery is testifying to the same thing. And Tinubu when Tinubu came into office, Nigerian GDP was heading towards 1 trillion. He came and he brought it down to 180 something billion, all because he says he has a policy, a financial policy that he has to flow the currency the way he did. No, he didn't. So many, there are 1,001 examples to tell you that he didn't, because Dangote Refinery.
You are jumping from one place to another. No, wait.
I'm trying to make the same point.
Let me moderate him. Let me moderate him.
Into your feelings. I've not even spoken for 15 seconds.
15. Wait now, then to Nigeria.
Wow.
Please. Continue what you are saying, but you are becoming boring because you are repeating the same thing.
And if I'm boring, why are you not listening then? Go to sleep. Let the viewers listen. I thought I was boring. Go to sleep. So, my point is that these are our leaders, the way they behave, they have this pattern of behavior to ensure our economy doesn't float, doesn't totally blow up. Because right now, we are witnessing this now. I hope you all watch this space now, because when I say this thing, you people forget again. Watch this space. The Nigerian economy is about to explode again. It's about to go forward again. Dangote Refinery, Boa Refinery, and I'm sure there are other smaller refineries coming on stream. And those are just for refineries. Imagine other industries that will start gaining. Our security forces, they are beginning to, even if very, very little, they are beginning to at least move them in the right direction. If Nigerian economy starts improving, the Nigerian currency will start getting stronger. Let's see what our leaders will do. And that is how you know whether your people are for you or not. They will find, I'm telling you, if the pattern remains the same and Trump goes out of office, they will find a way to bring the Nigerian economy backward again. Either through instability within the country, look at what happened in the Southeast, or something. They will find something, one economic policy. And because the reason why these people are doing this is because they are busy listening to World Bank and IMF telling them what to do. They have been misgoverning our countries deliberately to ensure that the country never truly develops. Why would anybody cancel this MKO election in Nigeria? Nigeria was heading in the right direction during that period after what's his name? Babangida wrecked the Nigerian economy and everything. Babangida was the most damaging leader ever in Nigeria. That he did so much.
Sinbad, if you hear there, can I please speak? No, because two Nigerians are going to shut up.
At the time when MKO was about to come online.
To Niger, you know the way you are panting around, you don't have any direction. Now it's MKO now. So just 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I give you 2 minutes. Just round up, no interjection.
Another 2 minutes for this guy. He will jump to another thing now.
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to paint a picture of a pattern of behavior.
So just 2 minutes, round up, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This is Simba. You know, I like Simba for that. You will be talking for 1 hour, and some people will
one day I will become a moderator.
Take 5 hours. Take 5 hours extra to round up. So I appreciate that. So
I will become a moderator one day. Better not come to this.
Imagine that. Imagine that. This guy will be interrupted every second. It's all good now. It's all good. So a pattern of behavior that we see within our leadership. Seriously, you guys should take this seriously, because there's no reason why Nigeria shouldn't be heading easily shoot past $1 trillion economy. There's no reason. It's only because our leaders choose not to, and the same thing is true for many African countries. They choose not to. So let's just watch his space with all the improvements we are seeing in Nigeria, and pay attention to what our private institutions are telling you. Sorry, there's an echo coming through. I think it's from Simba. Or is it Remy? So pay attention to what Dangote said, that our people may be our biggest threat. But that said, anyway, we as a country, this election is coming up. One thing I would say to us is that let's try to tamp the tension down. Because the more divided we are, the easier we are to take apart, and the easier with Trump coming, and anybody can come in and divide us. Even small Israel will come and tell us whether we should remain a country or not. Because we've divided ourselves internally. And we've done this before. We made this mistake before when the British people came to Nigeria. Let's not keep making the same mistake over and over again. We are grown men. Let's think with our own head. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
No substance.
You see that? That is the most substantial statement.
Can I talk now?
That is the most substantial statement anybody can make. But a Nigerian will say no, because they prefer the other way. That has been taking us backward over and over again. You want us to be fighting each other? Let's go ahead and do that. And let's see where it's going to get.
I thought you were done. Simba, can I talk now?
Hey, Prince Daddy. No, not Prince Daddy. Trump Daddy. Why did he change it? Is it because Trump is doing so many bad things now? You change it from Trump Daddy to Prince Daddy now.
Is it not the same Trump that you have been praising since morning to Nigeria?
I'm praising him. I'm not praising him as a positive. It's like I'm saying that his presence helps Nigeria. I'm not praising him.
It's okay. Before you start giving us an inaugural lecture, Prince Daddy, you can take over. Anything that you can discuss anything that interests you.
Okay, great, thank you. Hopefully my connection is good now. Okay, to Niger, to Niger. You know, I know you are capable of communicating your points in a reasonable amount of time, but sometimes you just perambulate, go up and down, and refuse to land your point. And I think you do that on purpose, like rational mind. You love to hug the mic and just want to hear yourself talk most of the time. I don't know why that is. I think you should be more reasonable, because you can do it. I know you can do it. You can communicate. But, you know, you see a lot of things, and I try to advise you. I don't know if you want to...
I was quiet here for more than 1 hour.
I don't think if you care to listen or not. You know, you provide to one-man show. I believe you provide to one-man show.
You are saying something that is not true. I was quiet here for over an hour before I spoke once.
Well, I'm not even talking about today. I'm talking about a pattern that I have observed. But my point is that you bring a lot of content to one-man show, which is great. But I always tell you, when you do so, allow people to help you massage your point and make sense of it. And earlier you were talking about Egypt has 200 F-160 or whatever you said. And Simba simply answered your question. And that's actually came in actually. And Simba answered your question.
218 F-16.
Huh?
Over 200 F-16 jet fighters.
Yeah, that's what you said. And Simba answered your question by saying that, do you know how much Egypt gets from the United States every year? And it said anywhere from $3 to $4 billion, and that's about right. Okay, so that's in addition to maybe cash and a combination of military hardware, gift, if you want to call it that way, that they give to Egypt. And it's not something that's been, they just started last year. It's something that's been ongoing for quite a while.
Why is
so
US giving them, Prince Daddy,
what?
I asked, why is the US giving them that gift? And I'm sure I was asked the same question and I answered it. Why do you think US is giving them that gift? Why are we not
I
getting it?
think Simba also answered that question because Egypt is strategic and also it has to do a lot with Israel, actually. So it's not as plain and direct as you think it is. Israel is not damn strategic. Israel is not really strategic country in that regard. They're not. And do you think Israel? Not Israel, rather. I'm talking about Egypt. Do you think Egypt is a rich country? Relatively, Egypt is a poor country actually compared to Nigeria.
Why are we not getting it then? Why are we not getting it?
Getting what? Why
are we not getting all those jet fighters, those $4 billion? Why are we not getting it? Nigeria is at the tip of the spear of $1.5 billion.
When you talk like in a pedestrian way, sometimes I don't understand. I'm talking about Egypt and Israel. Which other country gets, if you're not part of NATO, gets so much largesse, so to speak? Which other country gets it?
Please, that another thing that he doesn't even understand is that Sinai, that canal, is also very strategic.
Suez
also,
Canal,
and that is yes. So, though, but when if you are telling him all this, he has a mindset that is already trying to propagate. So we just say all those one doesn't matter. I don't even know what he means by saying Nigeria is sitting on 1.2 billion number of people, black people.
1.5.
What makes Nigeria the leader of black people?
Because we are the most. This is strategic and most.
So it always goes back to
all this
calculation
to you doesn't matter to you. Well,
all those calculations is the kind of calculations or they make people believe that it's important. No, it's not true. In this world, if you look at every single race,
if you want to engage in any conversation with you cannot. He has a mindset
based on evidence. It's not about mindset. My mindset is based on reality. Yours is just based on what you
tonight, yeah, okay. No, I think tonight give me the floor right now. See, numbers don't lie, but they don't tell you the entire truth. You don't run around say Egypt has 200 F-16. And what does that really mean? What does that have to do with Nigeria? We should spend our money to start procuring fighter jets for what? For what damn reason? I mean, can we even afford it? I mean, so when you just talk in the way you talk, come on. I think you more than the way you present your argument. Numbers don't lie, but they don't tell you the entire truth. Okay, don't be like your mentor or your brother. People be going around flying to Egypt to learn about electricity.
The numbers tell the story, but you are choosing not to listen to the story.
What is the story? We already answered your question.
The story
they
is
get so much like jets from the United States, and that's why they have those military equipment. That's why they have those things.
US spends almost similar amount of money in other countries too. You don't know. Your problem is that you don't see it. Like even in Europe, do you know how much UK spends in UK alone every year? Do you know how much the British America spends in Japan, South Korea, and this in other countries every year? They spend it. They don't give them like they spend a lot in those countries.
No. See, I said it earlier. Guys, hold on, guys. Okay, I say if you're a member of NATO, we know America spends a lot of money, billions of dollars into the trillions. If you're a NATO member, that's the reason why Trump was like pushing the NATO members to pay. And the reason why they spend money in Germany or Japan is because America has military bases in those places.
But that's my point. That is my point. You are not listening to the fact that they prioritize these people over us for a reason. Because we try to think that what Nigerians like to believe is that we are ambiguous, we are non-aligned. We don't have we are not non-aligned. We are aligned with them, but we don't get anything from them. That is the behavior that we have. Why is it that other people that align with them get a lot more from them?
If America determines, because strategically you're not important to Nigeria.
We see that you are saying you are not important, but yet we are. We have one of the largest continents on the face of the earth. We have 1.5 billion people in population, and you are saying we are not important.
Simba, when do we become 1.5 billion people? When did Nigeria become 1.5?
No, the black population around the world.
Don't continue to interject him. You like interjection.
No, it's a conversation. It's a conversation, Mr. Remy.
It's not a conversation. It's not a conversation.
Your beloved Jagabad. Your beloved Jagabad is in Asoro, so don't worry.
Come back to that. Big Daddy, get ready. He will drain you. He will be dancing from left to right, north to south.
I know it is.
I'm going to drain you.
What kind of state is it that I'm draining people?
Okay, let me just let my point out to Nigeria. See, Nigeria can be a strategic, important country to America or the world in the near future. If America determines that, you're not the one to tell Americans that Nigeria is strategic and they should spend money on this and that. You're not the one to tell them. Okay,
you can,
they have to come. Hold on, they have the FBI or the CIA they have numbers in your damn country and your leaders. So you can't be seen in your luxury apartment or house in London and think you know better than they do. You don't. When they determine Americans and Nigeria is that important,
better than they do. Sorry.
Well, you sound like oh, how come Nigeria is so important? We like 1.5 billion people.
I'm saying that we have not made ourselves relevant. That is our problem. We've chosen to remain in a subservient state somehow, thinking that these people are going to regard us because we are so subservient and we serve their interests. It hasn't gotten us anywhere.
Okay, so let me ask you. Okay, so briefly, how can Nigeria be what do you say, strategically important to America? How can it be? I mean, I'm trying to understand your argument, quite frankly.
When we can become strategically important is when we can control our environment. If we have leverage and say, you know what, whatever goes on in West Africa, I'm the boss here. If you come to me, we will be able to talk business. That is how it works. I see that in the UK all the time. When I was in the UK, I'm still in the UK. But the point is that the way they say it is that UK access.
Based on numbers, Venezuela has, I think, it's recorded the largest crude oil reserve in the world, even more than Saudi Arabia. Okay, Venezuela as a country is quite strategic and quite important nation. But America was able to go there and really arrest the leader like a common criminal.
America is the strategic nation in that region. The next most strategic country in that region is Brazil, not Venezuela. And America has an agreement with Brazil. I think Brazil is one of the nuclear threshold nation in that region, actually. They had an agreement with America that they are not going to go nuclear. So, as they build aircrafts.
America they can pick and choose whichever country they deem strategic at any point in time. They can do that. The way you're trying to, I agree with you that we are actually punching below our belt on Nigeria has not done enough to position itself in Africa, especially to be greatly relevant. I agree on that. But on a global scale, a country that produces 1.2 million barrels of crude oil, what is it, a day? I mean, what is our budget? What is anything? See, we relatively we don't have much to offer in terms of our economy. We're not there at all, not at all. So I'm not sure exactly.
Because we keep kneecapping ourselves. This is what I keep saying. We keep kneecapping our economy, not allowing it to develop. That is the problem. Our leaders, our gatekeepers, we don't seem to realize they are our prison guards.
Actually, Nigeria economy, and see, the Nigeria economy, if you ask me, it's actually quite robust economy. Why? Because of the private sector. See, if you separate the government expenditure and the private sector, Nigeria economy actually is very, very good, because the industriousness of the people is what drives that nation. I've said it many times on this show. Unlike America and many Western countries, Nigeria is not really a welfare state. Yeah, they may give subsidy here and there for education and all and this and that. But in terms of the people fending for themselves, it's all private sector. You know, Nigeria doesn't spend money on its citizens in terms of welfare as do many other countries. We just don't do that. And that's why Nigeria is overall a really solid country for the most part. If the people were not industrious and we have to depend on the government, Nigeria would have built it a time ago. We can't afford it. We don't have the money. Now you talk about spending money on freaking military hardware and this and that. We cannot afford it. We're not there yet.
Hold on, we can afford
of course
it.
We can do, and of course we can do anything. But at this point in time, what we have to offer is not up to par. We can't do it. So when you say we should do this, you talk about recruiting people into the army or the police. Everything costs money. It costs a lot of money.
And yet we borrow
billions. Make it sound like we're gonna pluck the money from the trees and voila, things will be done magically in that country. Not at all.
How much do you think it costs to recruit 100,000 soldiers? How much do you think it costs?
You tell me.
Have
I don't know.
Have you done the calculation? That including their equipment, their welfare, their housing. Do you know how much? It's barely $3 billion.
I don't know.
In the context of Nigeria, but Nigerian government borrows way more than that. Nigeria is losing almost $50 billion in GDP every year.
Because of $3 billion, is that a one-time? Is that a one-time expenditure? Is it not a sustainable deal to maintain?
Would you trade that $3 billion? Would you trade that billion for up to 50 billion? Sorry, would you trade that $3 billion for up to 50 billion? If I tell you I'm going to give you 50 billion and you give me 3 billion, would you trade it? You see what I mean?
No.
Insecurity is costing us too much. It's costing Nigeria too much. You know it yourself. We all know it. That's why we don't go to Nigeria as much. That's why a lot of people don't come to invest in Nigeria as much. Have you even calculated all the lost growth that we've had because of it? All the lost growth that nobody invested in Nigeria because of insecurity?
Sorry, Nigeria. I totally agree with you. If you have something to do in Nigeria and then you want a rate of return on your investment, a lot of Nigerian diaspora, one way or the other, they do invest in Nigeria. So you cannot tell me because insecurity, that's why they don't go. I don't believe that. Actually, what is happening all over the world is that the world economy is affecting globally. I know what you are trying to say. You are trying to say if you pull your military muscle, maybe that will attract a big superpower to give you a kind of grant. But it's more than that. Japan and America have a lot of trade agreement, even including with the so-called NATO or European countries. So that is why you see the big base here, and they contribute a lot of money in terms of maintaining American companies here. So sometimes you have to look at Africa is just developing, and you don't expect them to use their.
We have been developing since 1960.
No. Let me finish. You cannot expect Nigeria. We are already spending a lot of money on insecurity. And then you want us to go and borrow more money.
No, we are not actually.
No, let me finish now. I think they allow you to talk. So you want Nigeria to go and borrow more money to buy F-16 jets, F-36 jets. For what reason? A country that still needs development in time, we are lacking behind in infrastructure development. Most of our roads are inhabitable. Our airport is not good enough. Our seaport is already archaic, very old. We have a lot of things to do, but you just come here every time talking about military might. No, we don't need that now. Even if you want to use the example of China as an example, you can see they close their country up. They do a lot of things, and when they are ready, when they open up...
Okay, Rami, 1 second.
Why are we not doing the same?
Hold on, Tonight, guys. Deal with this question that Tonight kind of posed. He was trying to make an argument that if we spend, let's say, $3 billion a year on our military, for example.
No, the extra, we spend about 3 billion at this stance.
Okay.
We actually spend 3 billion. I'm talking about extra.
Extra 3 billion.
Yes.
Okay, so it's in other words saying that insecurity is costing Nigeria like $50 billion a year. What does it take for us to spend $3 extra billion to secure the country so we can have this foreign investment and a lot of activities going on in that country? Is that a good argument? Is it making a point?
Yes, because farmers will be able to go to farm.
I'm asking Remy to answer to that. I don't agree with him that we spend about $50 billion on insecurity. That's a lie. We don't.
No,
How
we
much is the budget?
lose. We lose.
We lose. You said we lose. I don't also agree with that.
That is
because
the
when you look,
estimate.
no, that is your own estimate. When you look at
Not
Nigeria
mine.
as a country in totality, no, calm down. When you look at Nigeria in totality, and when you say about where are the places the economic activity really is happening, is in the southern part of Nigeria, with the exception of maybe Kanu and Kaduna in the northern part of the country. So you cannot say, and the insurgency, probably if you want to talk about it, is majorly in some few states in northeast and northwest. So I don't think we are losing up to 15 billion that you anticipated or you're saying. We are not
You
losing
see,
up to
you don't understand people that have.
Let me make some contribution.
So in a nutshell, if I can agree with you that we are, for the last 20 years, we have spent a lot of money on insecurity, and because of corruption that goes along with it, and we might have lost some money, but not $50 billion every year losing. No, I don't agree.
I'm talking about GDP. In GDP, we lose about $50 billion in GDP when we used to be almost $400 billion in GDP. Now our GDP is almost nothing. So the amount we lose in GDP is
No. Our GDP is not the true reflection of the
our
Nigerian
GDP
economy.
is going through the toilet now.
That is not the true reflection. We just have a true reflection.
Naija, you see that your submission where you said we've not been able to project ourselves, I quite agree with you. American dealing with Egypt, there are conditions attached to those aid. That means Egypt have to play some certain role. There might be some, those kind of agreement that are top secret to nations, that until you become a leader of that country, you can't even have access to those kind of information. And there are purpose for it. And look at Europe as a whole. Because of the communist fear of Soviet everything, and after the Second World War, America have to project their power. And they have to have solid military bases everywhere to contain the Germans and all the rest people. So because the policy is very clear. Are we going to allow these people to grow by themselves and start planning for vengeance? And then it's going to cost us more. And that's why they have to build relationship and make sure the first two economies they stabilized after that Second World War, Japan and Germans. And there's no way you're going to talk about that largest economy in the EU without talking about the hands of America there. They understand it. So the reason why America was giving those money, there are conditions. Americans are not stupid. They can't give money without thinking of how to get their money back. And if you carefully follow them up. So when you look at Nigeria space, we are actually, you say 50 billion. Personally, I don't need to see 5. Nigeria is losing more than that. I encountered somebody from Norway who is a sailor. He told me that put the entire European economy together, that the kind of money that is leaving Nigeria monthly, based on natural resource, crude oil alone, that there is no way any country that is put them together, they can't last more than 1 month or 2 months, they will collapse. That we don't even know what is going on in our country. That with $100,000 or 200, people are willing to buy their fellow Nigerian, while billions is moving out of the country. It's talking about the security agent now. So the truth of the matter is that this country, our past leaders have made a lot of mistakes. They've signed so many things. Okay, you want America to bring aid. Yes, we are in a strategic position to have a leverage for America that will benefit America, will benefit us in the sub-Sahara. Are we in that position? The answer is no. Why should they come and put their money there? So we need to do our homework and project ourselves that really, if they invest in us, they are not going to lose. So when they look at our bureaucracy, they see the way we do things. Okay, talking about deal.
Sorry, Midwest.
It's okay. Sorry. Are you done, Midwest?
Yeah, for me is that look at what I want to add to it. You see all these officials. Hey, Mr. President, send them to go and negotiate a deal. They will only go there to go and negotiate what will go to their pocket and come and lie to the president. Even convince him to sign what is supposed not to sign, because nobody is an island of knowledge.
He's selling our people for nothing.
I think you guys.
How can you say him?
Sorry,
Let me
moderate.
wait, hold on a moment. Please let me just quickly through this one. You can't blame only president for everything. There are teams that surrounded him. So if he sent people on defense, is he a military officer? So when those people come with report, that is him, and they are able to influence him because he trusts them and sign something, you blame him for everything. We are just in like a circle, like a captured people. We are not fighting for only our pause. So if we come to blame only president, we are going to get worse. We have to be honest.
Blaming anybody yet, but you guys.
Okay,
like
thank you. Wait, Remy, let me structure this thing. There are some other people that are here now. What is the name of this? Ifatunde, how are you? To Niger man.
I did. I did there.
Ola's giving name.
If you don't wallet it, I be not there.
Irowole. To Niger is Irowole.
No, let somebody talk. I'm saying I'm doing something, please. Just 2-3 minutes.
Okay, Prince Daddy, are you still there?
Prince Daddy has spoken now. I told you when Tunaja drained him, he just kept quiet.
God,
he don't run away.
Don't run away.
You know, Prince Daddy is one of the most logical people
you have here. Let me say this, Tunaja, I beg you. I think you guys you like over exaggeration. When you look at Nigeria itself, Nigeria is a poor country now. Look at the budget. But when you talk, it's like they are siphoning all your diamond the way, they are siphoning all your this the way, like that. You met somebody in Norway and that person said amount of money, that country, we know we have that. Some of our guys are highly corrupt, but we are not so rich like you always like to propagate. We are not so rich like the mind that
we are very rich country. We cannot account for those money. We are rich people.
Wait, Remy. What's the name? Midwest. If you are talking, yes, you can say okay. There's a lot of people stealing our resources, but you can't base your fact on what somebody is telling you. How did that person know? You can't be telling somebody, how did he determine that? Those things are not.
What God can make you to encounter person. Let me just put that one there. This man is a sailor. He speak our pidgin. He speak our pidgin. When I encounter him, I was so surprised. If a sailor that pilot crude oil,
wait, I'm not saying get my point. I'm not saying people are not stealing our, but for you to say is somebody that told you that okay, this is the amount and he put a figure to it. That is what I'm saying, that don't believe such a thing.
I didn't even put figure.
But you said the figure now. That's what you said. You said about 50 billion. That's what you said.
I said it will be more than the figure that guy pointed because the money.
No. You know what? The figure. Let me. Sorry. The figure that. No. What he is saying is totally different from what you are saying. Yes. You don't understand what Tunaja was saying. What Tunaja was saying that's what we are losing to insecurity. He didn't say that is what they are stealing from.
Okay, from me, both the one we are stealing, both the one we are misusing, I think they are all loopholes. That is how I see it.
What he's saying is right. So if you include insecurity 50 billion, then corruption is say 15 billion. That is more than what he's saying is correct.
Wait, let me ask you this. If you are just brandishing figures like that, it's not even right. Let's say if you don't have insecurity in Nigeria, do you think that our economy can be growing by $50 billion every year? Is that what you are saying?
Extra 50 billion.
Hold on a moment. See, let us be honest. Nigeria economy is so robust. And if we are able to put structures in place.
Let me ask you. We are talking as if we don't have a precedence to what we are talking about. Before the insecurity, because the problem that we have in Nigeria is that we are always being carried away by situations. Now we have insecurity. Everybody think that the only problem that we have in that country that is not making us to progress is insecurity. Before the insecurity, why are we not progressing? Those are the issues.
Okay. Take for example, Simba, get it from where I'm coming from. There is gold, diamond in where you are from, for example.
Well, your own discussion is about weight now. Wait.
No, let me just put this one there now. Why foreign agent?
Midwest, the issue I used to have with you is to be discussing something totally different from what you are discussing.
You don't allow somebody to land and you will just call the person. That's why you give me a minute.
Now. You are talking about minerals. We are talking about
you hold on now. You hold on. Let me land this one. I have a mineral resources in my community. People are mining it illegally. They are buying my people. As a president, I'm pumping money to go and secure the place. Why resources is leaving? If you put them together, both the one I'm using to protect my people, both the one they are stealing, these are loopholes. This is where I'm coming from.
You do not understand what.
Let me tell you, I'm not. To Midwest. When we are talking about an issue, let us face that issue. Don't let us just be mean. It's not only even in minerals that our resources are leaking. So if we want to go to why our resources are getting wasted, that is a different topic. We are talking about insecurity. So that's why I'm saying, I'm not saying that don't just go and start giving us other things.
He's giving you that the fact that the Nigerian economy is losing money is a serious issue. And if, let me say this, if you look at Germany, the way Germany
you know why, tonight, that your problem is that even you, when you're having a discussion, you don't focus because you always be memorandum.
That's why you are. If I just say it only in Africa, you will not understand. You will just say no, it's not true, because that's not our story, because you don't understand the context. Like in Nigeria now, you look at what Dangote is doing now in Africa. They want to go and build a refinery in in Kenya, and even Tanzania was trying to compete to get the refinery there too. What that does is that Nigeria.
It's not building refinery in Tanzania. It's a port that I said they were to build in Tanzania.
They're port now, but in Kenya they are building a refinery. So my point is that Nigeria has the capacity to create bigger institutions because we have the population. You create more billionaires, and these billionaires will create industries, and they spread their industries to this in African countries. We can replace South Africa because South Africa is acting crazy right now, and it's an opportunity. We can replace South Africa in most of it, even telecommunication. What do you think that would do? That will increase Nigeria's wealth. Just like in Germany.
At the same time, all these things you are saying will not be built in one day now. It takes a long time.
I understand that, but that's why I created that context that I told you earlier on that. But our leaders prevent this. We've had these opportunities before. They keep preventing it from happening.
You know what? If all these things you have been talking about can happen in the United Nations, there is this struggle among major tribes in Nigeria to pull and push for these mineral resources. And you have to look at the mentality of an average Nigeria, which is mostly get something to himself or herself. So when you talk about natural resources that we do have, the natural resources we do have, the government, like you said, the government can find a way to, like for example, see what happened in Zamfara. Just recently, they signed an agreement with one foreign company to start mining the gold there. You can see the one of Nasarawa that came with two companies that have already started producing lithium for batteries and whatever they want to do it for. So little by little we will get there. But when you start now to compare and contrast,
I'm not a fan of all these natural resources.
I know you're not a fan of extraction.
Great countries don't rely on
I don't support extraction. I support value-added manufacturing. That is where we should.
So, like me, I brought
because if you see, tonight, let me tell you, if you see the level of destruction, or that the mining is doing to our society, you will not pray that we should even be exploiting any of the natural resources.
Do you know that the eastern part of Nigeria, all the way from Lake Chad down to Taraba in the northeast of Nigeria, we're in a plutonic angle? In fact, the scientists said that they are even surprised that something like earthquake or tremor has not really happened in Nigeria.
You mean tectonic? This in tectonic hot zone. That's the because there's this line between.
So it's a very straight line like this. So they were quite surprised that something like that has not happened in Nigeria. To me, I would have think that we should force our it looks somehow we should force our young people that into big mechanized farming all over the country, because once you can feed yourself and
But
your
the
family,
land that let me tell you, the land that is
and
supposed to use for farming, wait, Remi, in Nigeria, it's not only minerals that your people are excavating. No, if you see the way the ordinary sand, if you
they
see
are
the way they're
also,
excavating sand now to sell and
and
Yeah,
then
destroying the farmlands,
we are not also
yeah,
not controlling population, and we're using
destroying
land supposed
farmlands.
for farmland
yeah,
to
and it
now
leads
build
to
more
erosion when you keep removing the sound like that.
estate.
You know what? Let me tell you, minerals, yes, mineral you can only dig minerals at once, and once you sell it, you consumed it. That's all. But if you preserve your land, it's something that you can use for eternity.
Yes.
But no, when we that we supposed to be advocates of preserving our land we are the one talking about
Yeah,
mineral
but
resources,
hold on though. I
mineral
think
resources.
to be fair, there's always a price to pay to emerge in this world, and almost every nation that has become industrialized goes through these stages because you don't have the system to regulate the industry, so you tend to have the early stage where they are violating, tearing the whole land up. But I think if we are to survive in this world, we need to go through all the stages. If we can dodge it, we dodge it.
To Niger, let me tell you this thing. Go and check. We don't have minerals more than all these countries like Canada, Australia, and all those things. We don't have
True,
more minerals than them.
that's true.
But they preserve their own.
No, but did you see what they did earlier on? They didn't preserve it earlier on. Before it was like that too. They were decimating the environment.
But unfortunately for us, this is year 2026. We're already in that modern age. So why should we now follow
No,
that
we are
kind of
not.
system?
We are not. That's the problem.
We are not.
We are not
2026
But why
industrialized
can't
yet.
we learn? Why do we need to follow the route that they follow when we
strategy.
knew the problem?
Okay, when you say that, it makes
You
sense,
know,
doesn't it? Not
let
much
me
we can
let
do.
me give you to Niger. Let me give you a practical example. I went I went to a place where they're excavating sand. You understand? And I spoke to the guys there. Do you know what the guy was telling me? He said that this area now, he gave me an area that if I know how much they have made, and I said, how much have you made from that area? He said they have made like 2 million naira. And I asked him, I said, if you are using this same area for farming, how much do you think you can make? He said in a year they might not make more than 200 or 300,000. I said, okay, that is in a year. I said yes, okay. I said, so look at it, that if you're now
One of
making 300,000 every year for 10 years, how much is that? But you are now that you just made 2 million naira and you have destroyed that land forever. You cannot even farm on it. It's not even good for anything again. But they can't reason. They cannot reason.
And it will bring erosion in the nearest future. It's happening in Edo now, everywhere. That place will start accumulating water.
Edo and the southeastern part of Nigeria, you can see the kind of road they are now doing for you in Edo State, which is good. It's like more concrete and road, okay? So we have a lot of problem in Nigeria.
I've not
We
seen
should
those roads in Edo State, but I've seen the Asaba area one. That road is still not good. I've not seen the Edo one.
Timber,
Are
look at where I'm coming
you
from. Timber,
you
I am
always
not
attack Edo.
in support
This too nice.
No, I've not seen the Edo one. Maybe they've done it. I've seen the Bayelsa one, which was quite nice.
Hold on. Midwest, what do you want to say?
I'm not in support of digging our soil.
What happened now?
His phone died.
Oh, what a
Now they
shame.
hear me.
Oh yeah.
Now they hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The ecological system, me, I'm not part of that. All these mining gold, all those kind of things. But I'm saying it's happening. And the manner at which it's happening is full of illegality. The same government have no choice.
Sorry, I think
let me land out.
already right about that one. Now we still need to go back.
Yeah.
That is the formative year. It will look like
I'm
that.
I'm not support. But however, yes, if you want to mine resources, there are conditions. It also boils down to when I complain here that he's free, just wake up and start business is very, very, very bad, and it's very, very costly for every government. Now you're talking about mining of sand. Somebody that want to mine sand here, as you have to be a company, and to be a company you need a permit. Permit is not one thing that somebody will sign in his office. There are papers you must get from the Ministry of Environment. There are schools you must go. There are amount of money sometimes you must deposit. There are conditions they will not give to you. When you take volume of sand, you go and replace it with also volume of sand. An area where they perceive you can dig sand as well to go and replace, they will show you. So when people calculate the cost, they go away from that business. You see it now. And when they come to places like Africa,
we don't have in Midwest. We don't have that structure in Nigeria. We don't have it. And
we need,
even if you want to let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Excuse me. Are we not human?
Wait now. Midwest.
Yeah.
Wait. I don't want. I think the problem that we normally have is that once we are in Europe or we are in America, we always want to look at it and want us to be there the way they are. Want everything to be structured. If you are in Nigeria, you know that it will be very difficult for us to get to that.
You were the one saying that Nigerian regulatory system should be up to Western standards. I'm telling you that we are where we are. This is what other nations go through. So you are contradicting yourself. You are the one
what did I say that? Where did I say that? Where did I say that?
Mining, that you are not in support of mining and all these natural resources. We are destroying the environment.
So why? So if I say I'm not in support of mining, how is it not that translate to what you are saying?
No, because you are a moment ago you are saying we are setting Western standards for Nigeria, but that's exactly what you were doing.
Nobody talked that way.
Well, how did that? Oh God!
No, because that's exactly what you were doing. I'm telling you that we have to go to that.
Let's land that point so that me I go see on the waiting they talk from, because he said we are not in the West, because I don't know why he's making that statement.
It's a good statement. What he's trying to tell you is that once you live in America or live in Europe, you want your country to just turn to Europe just within some.
What is the function? I want to ask you a question now. What is the function?
So let me say this.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on, Remy. What is the function of Minister of Environment in Nigeria, both federal and state?
Okay, thank you. The Minister of Environment major function is to see that there is no environmental degradation, and there's the to the issue of.
What are we not talking about?
Relax. Now relax. Okay. When we talk about environment in Nigeria, we are not talking on the environment in isolation, because there are so many other things that are attached to your environment. When you do businesses, you are supposed to register your business. That is one, and you're supposed to keep your environment tidy. So there are so many ministries that comes into being when we talk about man and his society. So I also want to tell you this, because you are the proponent of saying that Nigerian people should register their company. Do you know that presently in Nigeria now, the federal government is registering 250,000 business owners without paying a dime? And the question I will now ask you is that how many Nigerians are taking that kind of opportunity to register their business? If you go and check it,
I don't see any reason why federal government should be registered. It should be mandatory for people to register. That's all.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you want to register your company in Nigeria now, the federal government says 250,000 people, business owner, will not pay.
Okay. See why I ask you this question. See, Remy, see why I ask you this question. Okay. We already have these instructions. So what are they doing? Somebody want to go and mine a land, packing sand, knowing very well it's going to destroy environment, and you just wake up and you also inform the government that I'm mining sand. Somebody maybe you have a connection from governor office will just give you a paper and silence the Minister of Environment is normal. Think of it, my brother.
Did not even, let me tell you, Midwest. The people that are doing this, they don't even register. They don't even. It's not as if somebody gave them any permission.
Okay, in my state they even have a union. Okay, in my state they have a union.
They are just doing it on their own. Nobody gave them any permission. They are not even registered.
Okay, in my state they have a union that represents them. They have the pit registered, and if you see what they are doing, the government official is aware that they are there. And we have various institutions.
You know the problem. Midwest. the government official that are supposed to even caution them, they also see it as an opportunity to make money.
Sorry, guys. Can I quickly make a submission?
So we are almost saying the same thing because those institutions are there, but I don't know what they're doing. That is just my concern. So what we are doing is where we have the structure in our control, it doesn't function that way. So I don't think we are ignorant of it.
Okay, sorry guys. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
This one that you are coming with a bedroom voice this morning, Akim. What is wrong? What is the problem?
Oh God.
I'm still in my
bedroom voice now.
I'm still in my bed. So, guys, what you guys are saying, I don't understand because over here, I have worked in a place that they call a quarry, and in that place, they have a pit. You will never be like that pit will swallow a 100-story building. They dig sand, they use dynamite to blast rock, blast everything inside that place. It's not different from what they do in Nigeria. In Nigeria, they have locations where they call a pit. They just don't do it around everywhere. No, the government will allocate a certain site to you. You register, like Midway said, they have a union, and that is where they bring sand where you build your houses. It's not different from what they do here.
I don't know, your own place, maybe they do it like Nigeria, but I've never lived in such a place in Europe. When they are mining sand, where they mine sand here is close to water. I see sheep. What is it called? There's a special ship for it that dig it from the soil. And there are some area where they also blast this rock. Those areas are well designated for it. There are conditions, there are inspectors. It doesn't really threaten the ecological system. Even in Sweden, they are mining, what is it called? This ore. Right. Is it not ore? They call that thing. This metal something. It's even, the company is even from you people. Or yeah, this iron.
Are you sure it does not affect maybe you are right about Europe because they control their environment tightly. Like a country like the Scandinavian, they are very
Sweden is selling. They have large quantity of it. Even Sweden was so complicated that they have to move a whole city before that mining could take place because they have some Viking city there. It's an historical place. So the local government now said, because it was the rebuttal, it took a lot of years before they arrived in agreement. The local government stopped it and people protested, and they now came into an agreement that that village, they would also retain the name and move the buildings to different places. So it wasn't a really easy something. That's the first challenge first. And that place, the way they are doing it, they don't allow it. There are conditions to prevent some certain things, unlike our home. So that's what I'm just trying to say.
But what they are trying to tell you, Midwest, is that it takes years for them to get to that level.
Remy, let Prince Daddy come in now.
You will come in. Okay, go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks. So what Akim said is absolutely correct. Okay, but the problem is that in the West, they partition land, or how do I put it? They allocate certain places where you can do your mining and these other things, quarry or mining, whatever. They have certain areas that they designate for such activities, right? But at the same time, the West, for example, by the way, China is kind of notorious when it comes to the environment protection compared to the West. Okay, so the burden that you guys are trying to put on Nigeria or African countries when it comes to the mining sustainably is too much. Even China protested against the West when it came to pollution. That they cannot be putting all this Western standard on them to meet in order to hamper the economy, that they too need to grow, and which is true. At the beginning of most Western countries, the Western countries, America at the top, were the number one polluters in the world, big time polluters with the Western countries. So, and they've come a long way in their mining, in the environmental protection. So this burden gets trying to put on Nigeria uh, miners overnight is it's ridiculous. We need to grow. I do agree that we are destroying our waterways. We are doing things that's really curtailing the health of our people. But trust me, it happened in the West also. It happened in the West. So the only thing I can agree upon is that okay, well we can take the template of some nations that have done it successfully and try to implement it. But keep in mind, just like I think it was Remy said earlier, by the time you weigh the cost of maintaining the environment and your mining activities, I think Midwest said it, the cost is too much. You cannot sustainably or profitably engage in that activity. You see? So the cost of maintaining the environment is quite high. And in a poor country or developing nation, we can't afford it. So this is the conundrum here. I hope you guys understand. So don't be saying, oh, they do this in Sweden, they do this and that we should do the same thing. Yeah, we can do it.
Prince Daddy, thank you for that submission. I agree with you because
I think it's obvious. Even the Chinese went through it.
but nevertheless, the way we does ours is like somebody just wake up, group of people, before you know it, they are already with one kind of paper, polluting the river, washing some deadly chemicals into there. And this group of people, the government, sometimes they will not tell you when something happened, the government will tell you it's illegal. With all these huge places they occupy, and they have been operating for a very long time, and when issue happen, officials will not be telling you, oh, it's illegal mining. I don't understand. Look, most of the river within Edo, if you made mistake to pump that water, I saw a woman that was having this mechanization we are measuring here. So there's a particular river that she pump water into our crops. Those crops, all of them died. But mining is taking place in Egypt. They are
Midwest. I think the major problem with us is that we don't even understand the implication of what we are doing to ourselves. Both because when you say government, let me tell you, the government of Nigeria are represented by Nigerians. You understand what I'm saying? So when you say government, it's not as if the government is different from the people. Your brothers, your sisters, your uncles, and those ones are also the one working for the government, and they are Nigerian citizens. You understand? So if we don't understand, if everybody just seen everything in naira and kobo, and they don't know the impact, they don't even know that what this thing will cause to the next generation. Everybody is behaving recklessly. That is the effect that we are seeing. You understand? What I was trying to.
I agree with you, but there is no consequences for bad behavior, and that's why people are doing what they're doing. It's okay if something happened like that river, the government pump money to. Hold on, let me just use that river as an example, and the government is able to trace the source of those pollution. And most of the people that were designated to, responsible for to make sure those things doesn't happen, they also have to examine whether it's accidentally. And when they now discover that they collaborated in or out of negligence, maybe they hang some, they sentence some to life imprisonment. Don't you think another people that occupy that office will do their job well? So nobody, I can't blame individual for everything. For me, I hardly blame individual. I am a Nigerian. I have succeeded in, getting a contract here as well.
What Simba is trying to, sorry, Midwest. What Simba is trying to tell you is that responsibility starts from you, individual. The person that poured the weight.
If I look at Oyibo, they were programmed to know that there are consequences if you neglect.
Even they themselves, even it takes them years for them to get to this position they find themselves.
It didn't even it did not take them years. I discovered that the only thing that takes them years, Remy, what I've discovered Remy, wait, we have spent a long time with them. Look at these people, what they do.
Let me tell you a short story. I met one.
Okay, sorry. I want to make an announcement. Please, we have done more than 6 hours. I want to shut down now. Anybody that wanted to come and join should come and join. I'll put the link in the comment section now. So we are moving to the background, please.
Okay. So I met a Romanian
To the
woman
backstage, I
who
mean.
happens, yeah, I met a Romanian woman.
Okay, you can continue.
It's like an elderly woman, or maybe the
Can you people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We are hearing you. And you not hear us.
So I met this grandma, very old, and she was telling us a story about what happened to her during when their family moved to US. She talked about a lot of disease that happened in the US during that time that killed thousands of people. So, and that we're talking about the 1940s. So even if we want to look at American history, the time they turned it around was when they have the President Carter, when the economy started to turn around good for them. What I am trying to tell you here is that first, we know that we have a lot of problems, but if we continue to do a lot of reform and restructure so that we can hold people accountable, but the way we are still like state, most of the state governors, the way we elect them and the way they get